Fucking suckers. Fucking idiots. Oh. Motherfuckers.
Body slams.
Fucking idiots. Oh, you fucking bunch of cocksuckers. Fucking pussies. Nobody wants to fucking go. I'm ready to fucking rip somebody's fucking head off. Yeah, take that fucking thing, Naughty. I'll fucking smash your fucking head off.
Way up. And again, also that same night is when you have the tweets from Elon Musk. Now, Elon Musk didn't really say anything. In fact, his whole tweet was one word: game stunk. So, he spelled it wrong. So who the hell knows what that means? But it doesn't even matter. This guy's just laughing hysterically because he knows all he has to do is tweet something out and all sorts of people are just going to buy the stock regardless of what he actually meant by that game stunk comment on Twitter, because he has.
Yeah, but just look forward in the dangers of e-personality. If he's an introvert, incel or whatever, and when he comes out on the internet, he has this, like the dark side of his subconscious becomes conscious. I mean, to me, it's obvious. That's what happens. It's what's happening to you on the same way. But your unconscious, your subconscious is different than Gandalf's subconscious.
Logic and science dictate that not only consciousness doesn't exist, consciousness is in fact scientifically impossible. And yes, it is going to involve math and calculus and science and computer programming. I'm sorry. And that have different implications of the process with the connection between the levels of a person's soul and how it reincarnates.
But I'm not going to spur on the issue because I'm not a woman. It's not my issue.
About how one day you're gonna fulfill the Canadian dream or the American dream. So you watch Seinfeld and say, I could do it. I'm gonna go out tomorrow and go to work and have a great day, and I'm gonna be successful. And one day I'm gonna have my own apartment. I'm gonna have my own parties with my own friends over, and I'm gonna have my own possessions. I'm gonna see things that I want and just buy them.
Yeah, but that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of yours.
Hello and welcome back to Week in Review, the one and only Doooovid. I'm your host, Church of Entropy. Very happy and excited to be here with everybody this weekend. Nice to see you, Vince, in the chat. I could send you the link if you want to come and say hi and converse with us. And yeah, how are you doing today, Doovid? I'm just going to arrange the screen. Over to you for the introductions.
Yeah, pretty good. Not much happening. Here with the COVID-19 numbers are on relative low here in Michigan, a little still averaging over 1,000 a day, which is quite high. But they've reopened up indoor dining at 25% or whatever the local regulations mean. So not much happening. Just continuing Doovidism here. In my Doovid cave, doing my studies, but I think I made some advancements, and hopefully me and Jennifer are going to go over some topics about theories of expertise. And I have these books that they've been on my desk for a while, but I got the Cambridge Handbook of Expertise and Performance, Motivational and Cognitive Control, Development of Professional Expertise, all from collections of articles from the top experts in the field, and it's pretty important. So and it's a lot of it overlaps anyone who follows my channel to these chess studies. But Jennifer saw some of these charts, and I think they could be adapted. So hopefully we'll go over a few of those. I think Charles Moskowitz was the only stream I did this week, Thursday, and it was an interesting conversation. I'm not sure if it's growing much. He himself seems to be growing. So hopefully the whole program is going well. And so people like those more theological, political discussions, that's going pretty well. Luke Ford didn't reach out to me. So not sure if there's any big streaming. I did finally finish that Arizal's Gates of Reincarnation, and it's fascinating, very complicated. There's much more to it, but I finally finished it. So maybe this week I'll finally release the next Ask the Rabbi, if it's like already Ask the Rabbi 13 and on reincarnation. It's fitting that 13 would be the stream on reincarnation. Then maybe hopefully I'll release the other one on the Jewish conception of the soul shortly after that. So it's even possible both of those will be released this week. So once I decide I'm going to do that, I'll post a link on Twitter probably a few days early. So I think me and Jennifer messaged on Facebook a few interesting things to talk about. I'm not sure if Vince or anyone else is going to come on. It's hard to network in these times. Like COVID-19, there's a lot of uncertainty. There might be a few interesting things to talk about. I was actually on a call at a local synagogue today with this guy Fred Gutenberg, who God forbid lost his daughter at the Stony Douglas high school shooting a few years ago, God forbid, and wrote a book and is going around crusading for more sensible gun control, regulation, thought, foresight, and God forbid grieving over his daughter. But it was an important call, and so that was interesting. I've been participating more in actual calls with people, although I'm still unclear like what's going to happen. I think the world might be transformed, and this COVID-19 lockdown might continue or transform society enough that we're not going to open back up. And so it's hard to tell that who should you be friends with, how do you connect to new people. In this extended lockdown, how does that relate to your contacts, your social media friends, people that you've been friendly with in the past, knowing that we'll talk about on the stream, but the likelihood that these social distancing measures, at least here in the U.S. and large parts of the world, are going to be probably going on for all of this year, and God forbid, maybe longer. So a lot of uncertainty there. Although even week in review, like I've just been comfortable in being a hermit somewhat, not dealing with people. So even it's like, oh, week in review, I have to deal with people because like the whole week, I didn't deal with anybody. So it's like, like if I didn't do week in review, I wouldn't be interacting with people besides like playing a few games of chess at all. As opposed to before the lockdown, I was leaving the Hare Krishna temple early to come and do week in review, even though, there's chanting sometimes with tens, hundreds of people, a nice lively event. I was leaving that early to, come do week in review, even though there might have only been a few live listeners to, at this point, this is like my only interaction with the world at large. So pretty crazy like that, but I feel, connected to the world through my research, and I feel, some groundbreaking and maybe like good results at playing these chess variants, and boost my ego a little bit to have competitive world ranking at some of these chess variants. But with that, I always appreciate Jennifer and Jennifer's research is always interesting to talk about, and she always has intelligent insight on a lot of these interesting topics, and provides interesting people to speak to. So, do you have anything you want to say?
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing attention to this fact, because I think like for people who are kind of interested in more intellectual pursuits, we can sometimes forget the value of socializing, and also sometimes there's no, what did you call it, value proposition to socializing a lot of the time, because it's not going to be anything that piques your interest. So I'm really happy to facilitate this because it's interesting for me too. Also, in addition, right? So it's like I have the same issue, whereas I would probably start to get a little weird if I just went for like weeks without talking to anybody, right? Because studying and writing and not out socializing too much. I live in a pretty secluded place, so yeah, it's awesome, and kudos to us for keeping it going. So I'm just working on getting the intro song. I just want to confirm because you sent me 2 YouTube links, Hodu Lashem and then something in Hebrew. Which one of those 2 is the intro
Yeah,
song?
why don't you go with the women, the Hodu,
Okay.
and I'll even make a coffee. It's pretty long. I don't know how long you want to play. Like two and a half minutes of it.
I'll just play to, and when your coffee's ready, just give me a sign and I'll stop it.
And I'll say, like, before Jennifer starts, I mentioned the chant last week. Like it was the same words from Psalm 136, Hodel Hashem Kitov Ki Leolam Chazdo, praise the Lord because the Lord is good, forever kind, and during Hallel. And I guess this is in like a women's seminary. I was kind of being pictured like maybe even like Les and Lowell's daughter, like the type place that they might go in, and it's pretty inspiring. Even you think like the chanting, and you see the nature of kind of like an Israeli seminar where it's just one huge room and a whole bunch of desks, and people are really expected to study text all day. Like that's what we do, and might study together or in groups, and then there's regular chanting, and maybe once a month, or during holidays, there would be like everybody would chant and dance and sing, and it would be like part of the prayer service where you would be during the prayer service, and you know where would it be, and reach there, and then everyone would start chanting, and that would turn into dancing, and it's part of the nature of being in Israel and congregational chanting. We might talk about that also, but I thought this is a nice chant, so hopefully people enjoyed that. See, women also chant in Orthodox culture. Maybe the men wouldn't listen to this, as it would be all women, it'd be separate, but women do also in fact chant.
back there, Doovid? Doovid, you there?
Yeah,
Hey, do you want me to stop it now? Sorry, my
yeah, that's fine.
computer's a little frozen here. All right. I'll just have to close that tab there because my computer has a bit of trouble when there's this many programs running. So sorry about that. I think the audio's stopped. So
I
yeah,
like
thanks for
books
sharing.
there. So you see that be a seminary. So on a daily basis, people would get up and pray, and then spend hours studying text, and you might be a class and eat lunch, and then spend hours more studying texts, and in the regular prayers, and on the festivals, there might be lively chanting during the prayers like that. So it might only happen like once a month, but once a month or more, there would at least there would be chanting like that, and plus Sabbath every week. But I like the books and the seriousness. Go to Israel and take the study of text seriously. A person wants to know what it means to be a Jew, and to know the major texts, the lifestyle, the ritual, to spend a year living under the ritual, and you have a grasp over a lifetime, what text the person should have mastered, and knowing there'll be decades process, and that person should start that process as a young man or woman.
I'm
Even,
curious if there's ever any time specifically devoted to a sit-down conversation about the right mindset. Like, do you ever get, okay, I'm curious, I want to learn, and then eventually some rabbi's going to sit you down and say, listen, you have to look at it this way, otherwise it's not going to make sense. Is there anything along those lines?
yeah, I'm saying, like, every other rabbi is like a amateur psychologist, and like even a lot of rabbis are actual psychologists, and like that famous psychologist rabbi in Milwaukee, Rabbi Twersky, I think died in the last few weeks of COVID-19 in his 90s. But yeah, certainly, and depending on the sect of the seminary, it might be more or less mystical, and more focus on meditation, and even mentorship for meditation. And like, I'm not an expert in women's education at all, but I mean, if it was a Hasidic sect, there would be mentorship for things like meditation if that was part of the sect. But not all Hasidim would necessarily meditate like that, or officially have it as part of a curriculum that would even be standardized, even as curriculum.
I'm not talking about a standardized curriculum. I was talking about an official or semi-official heart-to-heart about what the proper philosophy is for even absorbing any knowledge in the first place.
I mentioned to Les that I had been encouraged to study under this rabbi, Reb Moshe Wolfson, and I believe he's still alive. May merit to see the temple rebuilt, and he had a position that was called the Mishkiach Ruchni, and Mishkiach means like kind of like guidance counselor. It literally comes from a Hebrew word to guide, and Ruchni means spiritual. So most rabbinic schools would only have a guidance counselor, but if it was more Hasidic, where things like meditation or mysticism might be accepted as being part of the mainstream curriculum and purpose of the yeshiva, they would have a spiritual guidance counselor. And so in that case, like, yeah, you would have a person who maybe even on a daily basis would be talking to a person about these issues. But if it was Hasidic teachings, it'd probably be more focused on like the davening, the prayer service. Are they getting connected? Are they properly understanding how to pray, or the meaning of prayer?
Yeah, awesome. I was just curious because I was contemplating, over the week, what are we going to talk about on the show? And I was thinking, like, just how many times we have these disconnects of communication, and I think maybe it's important to distinguish between correct mindset and correct action, because they're not exactly the same, right? Like you sort of mesh them together a little bit in your explanation, because clearly the initiations you refer to encompass both, but they're not quite the same. And I guess I'm a little disappointed that just with regards to the people we've been talking to, that they haven't been able to embrace the question and answer format. Instead, they come on and they just start blabbing. And it's like, whatever happened to treating people the way you'd like to be treated? Like, I don't know that anybody really enjoys that. So why would you do that? Answer, because you lack self-awareness. Like, if anyone wants to go and watch last week's show, which was pretty not good, which I found an interesting anecdote that it was basically smack dab in the middle of a perigee and a full moon. So I don't know if anybody follows this stuff at all. I call it lunology. It's my scientific version of astrology, which we all know is not meeting the scientific standard. So you can see here we had a perigee on February 3rd and a full moon on January 28th. So basically the show, I guess, would have been, what day here? Today we're the 7th, so it would have been the 0th of February, also known as the 31st of January, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong here. I'm not the greatest with dates or numbers, apparently. But yeah, I'm just hoping that people will embrace the question answer format, because I think people maybe think that it's submissive. No, it's not. What Conops came on and did the last stream, that's submissive, because he's submitting to the law of Jonte. So if you think I'm going to let you slip by with your little snow monkey law of Jonte and try to pass that off as moral superiority in a universal sense, I don't think that's going to happen. So I will ask questions too, but you have to sort of embrace the practice of question, answer, and trust that your own curiosity will guide you. So thanks for answering that question. Clearing that up, Doovid.
There's certainly, rabbinic education, yeshiva, is pilpul, and almost everything is in question answer format, because the Talmud is in question answer format, where the assumption is the earlier text is correct. So if there's something problematic or unclear about the text, it's usually in question answer format, because the presumption is the text is correct. So the proper way to go about it is questioning, how should we understand this? And Vita, also, if you're talking about like a guru disciple relationship, and just saying any person of great worth really has to put themselves out to the public as public property, say like by knowledge, to some extent is public property, and I have to dedicate like at least a week in review or a little bit of time to just say like, yeah, I'll help people out, because like my knowledge isn't really mine, and if people could be benefited from it to the best of my ability, should pay that forward. But like we got Conops in the chat, and even his like contrarianism is somewhat within pilpul, because a lot of times you would have like if you're in rabbinic school and you have like a whole semester of Talmud class, there might be like there's a lot of Conops that have that type personality, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's like a one-upmanship of the question answer process, but like the goal is largely to kind of win, to prove the other person wrong, to catch the person off their feet. So it's so it's kind of like like I was saying, chess is like an extension of the Jewish religion, but like just the love of playing chess, where it's just like you're gonna fall for it. Like I got a new trick. Yeah, I can't wait to try this new trick. This time I'm going to beat you. And, the fun of going through that is part of the pilpul process, where you need a contrarian like Conops. And if you're actually in an academy of different levels of the way they do it in Vedic or Hasidic or any style military discipline, sometimes the role is delegated to one person largely for the whole semester, and sometimes even like the whole life, where it's really just the same person who asks all the questions. But usually that's not the case. Usually, like if it's a real guru, there will be a period where it is obvious that anybody who wants to come forward and ask something or say something would be available. And you could tell that it's one of the clear signs. Is like, is this person a guru? And saying, did they clearly make a time available where it was blatantly obvious that, like, yes, even to that person could have stood forward and say, like, yes, there's something I want to ask.
Yeah, exactly. And it just doesn't really seem to happen. And I think that's because, the average Westerner has a really overly fat ass ego in all the wrong places and a hugely underdeveloped discernment and modesty. And so they are clunking around and just sort of doubling down on stupidity, thinking that people give a shit about their 2 cents when the reality is like we couldn't care less.
Karma is karma, saying like the Super Bowl's going on, and like my karma is almost completely unconnected to it. I'm sure like even 10, like 30, 40, maybe even over 50% of like adult males I know might be watching the Super Bowl. It would probably not surprise me the type people that are watching the Super Bowl because it's karmatic archetype. But to me that it's almost like I might not even know the names of the team or any of the players, unlike politics that I follow intensely. And so, if Jennifer has a habit to moralize more than Doovid, for whatever reason, say like there's energy and levels, expenditures, there, to say how a person uses their time, how they recognize patterns. Is there any necessity to attach a good or bad to it? Not necessarily. So that's how the person understood the patterns. That's how the person sense perception received the world that they saw, and how they understood the world from their perspective. And it doesn't necessarily need any good or bad judgment attached to it.
I don't really think I moralize that much, but certainly not as much as I have in the past. But anyway, Vincent, how's it going this week? I see you just joined the chat. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. How are you guys?
Great. Did you want to take a few minutes to tell us how it's going?
Yeah,
With you?
I saw Doovid's debate with what was his name? What's his name?
Charles Moskowitz. I don't know if it was a debate. We do a weekly show, and a lot of times, like kind of like Luke Ford and a lot of these other regular streamers, even JF, where you don't really talk to them to the stream. Like in JF, maybe like a few minutes before the stream, Luke Ford, or like like he's already live, like or a few minutes before, and like Charles Moskowitz, like so we don't really. And we're even taking calls, but whatever reason, he said, like, let's talk about the Noahide laws. And he mentioned that someone called him and wanted to talk about the Noahide laws, but he claimed that he had been banned by YouTube, and that he didn't think he could talk about it on YouTube. And so that was why we talked about it, because that whatever reason, Charles wanted to. And I mentioned you to him because, you're on my channel and an expert in it, and obviously from we both appreciate your research from the opposite perspective about all of these declarations and the prevalence of the Noahide law. So like your research, even though you're warning about it, me and Charles are kind of fans of it. So I mentioned that to you, and like he's like me, he's a free speech debate type guy. So he would probably talk with you. And relative to the debate, I was actually putting forward like your and Adam Green's arguments, and he was defending, because that was just kind of the nature. It's like a partners in Torah, and we're both Jews, Jewing, and want the Jews to do well. So just for the sake of taking one side of the argument, I was actually putting forward yours and Adam Green's arguments.
Yeah, I saw that because you were debating him about whether or not Christianity is idol worship. And that's pretty much it's a big debate, but I think he was downplaying how popular the other side of the opinion is. It's not like, oh, well, there's just a handful of Jews that think Christianity's idol worship. No, it's a lot, and a lot of influential Jews, especially in Chabad, believe that it's idol worship. You know who always tries to get away with that is, Dr. Is it John Brown? What is his last name? The Jew that converted to Christianity. His last name is Brown. Dr. Michael Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah, he always tries to bring that up, that, well, the Jews that are pushing the Noahide laws don't believe Christianity is idol worship. And they really try to kind of downplay that part. And that I felt like he was doing. You were saying that, well, there's plenty of people that do think it is idol worship, which is true. So, and he was clear, he wanted to make it clear to everyone that it's not some kind of conspiracy to take over the world or anything like that, which I think that it is maybe in a very subtle way or in a very unique way, not in a traditional way, but yeah, but I did watch it.
We've been doing that for months, and Noahide laws are recurrent, and he agreed with my conception that because he's largely a believer in the Torah, young Earth, creation cosmology, that the Noahide laws are incumbent because that's the way God created the world, and it doesn't have anything to do with the Jewish people. It's an independent covenant between Noah and all of humanity. So we agreed with that, and he couldn't even conceptually agree to things that to me theologically had to seem obvious, which is that if that's the case, whether someone's an idol worshiper is going to be between them and God, and it has nothing to do with his opinion or like there's no reason to ask a rabbi that or I mean you could understand it one way or the other, but we're saying that if it's Vince is in theory obligated, Jennifer also, to the Noahide laws, because whether they know it or not, Noah is factually your granddaddy, and he made that.
Sounds like moralizing to me.
No, I mean that's the cosmology.
Well, you're saying it's not moralizing, but it sounds a whole heck of a lot like moralizing.
Well, yeah, I'm saying the religion, it's a religion, so the religion moralizes because the religion is promoting that a certain way of life is better than another way of life. So the moralizing is built into the cosmology because this way of life is better because God said so. And it's indisputable. It's not open to any matter of scientific discussion. Is made by God. And the text and the religion, that's what the purpose largely of religion is, to ordain culture by God. And you're just a theoretically so Charles is an apologist in my so that's why we have interesting conversations week after week. And I said I thought Adam Green was on Luke Ford. It's good, it's important. This is like what Jews do in seminary. We talk and debate about these things, but usually it's among all Jews. And historically, there is kind of no, I mean, you don't really want to let the non-Jews know what we really think. And so a Charles Moskowitz perspective, the purpose of when you answer questions about Judaism is to make Jews look good. It's not to accurately describe the factual assessment of karma and whatever it is, what it is with that in terms of the perspective, how you look at truth, or what it means to Jews. So you're saying Jews, Jewing, group evolutionary strategy. It's just saying when I describe Judaism, I'm not really trying to describe Judaism so you have an accurate understanding of Judaism. I'm trying to make sure that you look upon the Jews in a positive light, and don't, God forbid, look at the Jews in a negative light, and that could be have reverse. Look at the success of Doovid. Thank God Doovid's pretty successful, probably largely because that's not not how I do it. I try to just I defend the Jews. I love the Jews. So you look at the totality of people, but like things that are factually so like I don't mind platforming Vince, because Vince is going to give you more accurate information about what's actually happening in Israel than Charles Moskowitz. It's unfortunate. I like Charles Moskowitz. He's written 10 books. He knows a lot about things. But if you actually want to know, like about what the rabbis in Israel are saying and doing, you're probably going to get better information from Vince than you are from Charles Moskowitz or even Luke Ford.
Well, yeah, that desecration of the name is very important in the Talmud, that Jews are supposed to take every step necessary to make sure that Judaism and Israel don't ever look stodgy in anyone's eyes. I mean, it's very important in Jewish literature to take precautions that, it's always about defending the reputation of Israel. So it doesn't surprise me that they do that. Actually, it's
Charles
rare.
is still like, a lot of these, God forbid, like most of the Jews I know, they're like, shh, don't tell the Goyim, don't let the Goyim know, when these are like mainstream political platforms of political parties in Israel. And they're like, no, don't let the Goyim know. It's like, don't let the Goyim know what Netanyahu said the other day. And so it just gets to the point where it's stupid. And then like Vince or Adam Green is like just quoting Israeli papers and saying like, don't let the Goyim know. It's like, like the Goyim know. It's in they're quoting Israeli papers. These are mainstream opinions in Israel.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it is all it is all right out there. The way I say it, excuse me, is that every time, the reason that I have so many documents up on that website is because every time, all you have to do is search Noahide law and look in mainstream Jewish newspapers, and every time it is written, I have barely ever come across 99% of the articles that I come across have something in there that is damning, that is blatantly damning to the Noahide laws and to Jews, but they're just not self-aware of it. It always gives me an angle to come at them at. It gives me an angle to attack them, and it's always there.
Well, it's interesting that it's happening.
What I'm trying to say is that they're not hiding it very well. So, like you said, that Adam Green is just quoting what people are saying in Israel. I'm just quoting what people are saying about these Noahide laws. I'm not, you know what I mean? They're not hiding it necessarily. And you're right that Jews, they don't hide it, but then, yeah, they don't want it overly propagated either.
Well, a lot of Jews aren't even aware of it. Saying, okay, there's hundreds, thousands of rabbis around the world who have successfully petitioned their local government to enact a proclamation or even legislation commenting or even officializing the Noahide laws, that you're probably less than 20% of Jews are even familiar with that. They don't even know that these proclamations exist. Then there's a lot of Jews who work together with these things, and then they might, under certain circumstances, due to what they feel is best for the Jewish people, pretend to not even know that, not even like, no, like, you're not serious, that's not, even though they're the ones that are actively pushing this stuff. And okay, that might be a strategic strategy that a person takes. And then there's also the factor of the Israeli government or major Jewish organizations, where institutionally they could take a stand. And like, for the official government of Israel, if Noahide people are good for Israel, they're going to get behind it. So in a lot of like unindustrialized nations where you have Noahide people spreading positive views of Israel, the official government, is going to get behind it and endorse it, even though in a different place they might not, and it's going to be on a strategic what's best for the Jewish people, the state of Israel at large, versus you saying the Noahide laws isn't a Jewish conspiracy. The Noahide laws is a factual karmatic way that the world operates, that possibly a Muslim or a Christian might also agree that Muslims and Christian may have varying opinions about Judaism, but they agree that there was a Noah and there is some sort of universal brotherhood of man that comes from Noah that is included in the later prophets, that the later prophets upheld that whatever this universal brotherhood of man that's laid out in Moses was endorsed by Jesus and Muhammad. And to this point, something like Noahide, that might even be the majority of the world believe that, like, yes, there was this person Noah that made this greater covenant between God and all of humanity.
Well, yeah, I mean that's how they want to advertise it. They have
even you as a witness, you say, like, probably largely conceptually agree with the concept, like, yes, there was a Noah and there is a greater covenant between Noah and all of humanity. That's a fact. It's just a fact. You can't deny it. It's in the Bible.
Well, I mean, yeah, the first covenant was with Noah, right? You weren't allowed to murder. You had to be fruitful and multiply. You were allowed to eat animals. That covenant, when Noah exits the ark, he gets that covenant. So, supposedly that would be before Judaism. But even you were saying on that show with Moskowitz, or whatever his name is, that the Noahide laws and did not even get formulated until after the Temple period, and it was in response to like Roman universalism. So I guess Rome had a legal system that was over all of its colonies, while Jews didn't have anything to rule over non-Jews. So you were saying that they kind of invented these Noahide laws in order to compete with the Romans.
Yeah, so that's heretical. That's a Jewish Israeli scholarly opinion based on archaeology and research that would be considered heretical, even to a lot of reform, even Reconstructionist Jews might disagree. So, like, no, that, like, there is some ancestral concept of Noahide laws, but if you try to examine the evidence, there's a lot of evidence that in ancient Israel that they didn't have a concept like that, or the legal dealings with non-Jews weren't seen as part of Noahide covenant, or even if they were, that they developed. But like the template of the laws was largely to deal in a Greco-Roman or larger economic terms, where the Jews paid to correspond their legal system with the larger entity, and then even say Christianity is to some extent part of the Noahide law movement. That it was one of many Noahide movements. It just had the prophetic figure Jesus attached to it. But the Christian movement is essentially a Noahide movement, and that's always conceptually, as a Jew, how like we're supposed to see it. That Noahidism is going to win eventually. Christianity is like a slight perversion of Noahidism for like whatever reason God chose to put it that way. But eventually Messiah will come, and it's going to be Noahidism, and the conception that like it's going like that. Oh, it's the evangelical Christians that believe at the end of the days it's going to be the second coming of Jesus, and the Jews are going to have to accept Jesus or be destroyed. That in essence, that is Jewish theology that was flipped, that the Jews always believed, and a lot of us still do believe, that it's going to be the Jewish Messiah that comes and makes us head of the nations, like Adam Green, God forbid, is somewhat warning, and people will have the choice of accepting, the God, the one true God, or metaphorically, so to say, to be destroyed.
Well, I mean, I hope not. That's kind of what I'm trying to prevent. I
Right.
mean,
I don't want to stay on the subject forever because the audience is bored. Frankly, I'm bored. So let's wrap this up.
okay, so I'll let you guys go, and I'll just
Have
keep
you
it-
met Sammy yet? We have our new you maybe a page just to make the connection, professor of
I think
environmental
he dropped off the call, Doovid. I don't know, Savish, if you want to jump back in. But he was on for a brief moment, but I think he dropped off. So if you want to hop back on to be introduced to Vincent before we say goodbye, that would be cool.
Yeah, an interesting perspective. You know, Arabic speaking Jew, professor of sociology. But yeah, so what I saw that you were, you know, we might not be able to show it on the stream, but you were putting together some, like, you know, God forbid, like you know, some questionable looking art, but it was actually, you know, like in terms of aesthetics, like quite clever in terms of your anti-Noahide memes.
Do you see me now?
Yeah.
Yes, thanks for joining. I'll
Okay.
switch up the screen so that the audience can see you as well. We have
So,
Samish joining us, a very interesting character.
Wait a minute. Character how?
And I mean that in the best possible way.
Yeah, I
He's got
know,
an
I know.
interesting personality. He's got some interesting opinions. So thanks for hopping on board. Vincent is a friend of the show who's been he's been around for a while. I think we originally met him through Claire. Or no, sorry, I actually knew him from way back on internet debating, and then we met up with him again through Claire, and because he came on to her stream for a debate. So
I think he reached out to me directly after I was on
yeah.
Adam Green.
And,
But,
Vincent Samish is a just to be clear, what kind of professor are you exactly?
No, I used to be a sociologist. I used to
Okay.
teach sociology for almost 7 years in Iowa. A
Oh, wow.
small, yeah, a small community. I mean, not community, like it's called Luther College. So I taught for many years. So and then
Well,
now I'm doing research, but I'm always interested in, you know, in religion and social thoughts and political sociology, and
you'll have
so
to find yourself, because, like,
right.
a lot of people, like even me, Jennifer, Vince, Claire, are like, we're men on missions. Like God chose us to do a mission, and that's why we're
Okay.
streaming. And like some people are just like, you know, like want to talk and advance ideas, and we also kind of like it talking, advancing ideas. But like at a certain point, it's like, no, like God chose me for a mission, and I am streaming to advance that mission, not just talk. And so in
Right.
the streaming world, you actually have lots of people like that, because, like, you know, like who else is gonna put themselves out and stream like that if they don't really feel like that?
Yeah, I usually don't really try to be in the spotlight. I would rather be part of a group that I can inject something and learn from the group too. But I really would not want to have followers on some sort of like a topic that I'm really strongly feel about, because I sometimes doubt even myself in some of the political positions that I have. So not so much that I switch, you know, 180 degrees back, but I just kind of sometimes wonder whether my positions could be supported by evidence that I already have accumulated all this time. And sometimes I change. You know, I used to be quite a bit of a liberal Marxist, not so much Marxist, but socialist. And completely, that's really kind of gone after I start to learn more about the
Are you aware of
disaster.
Vince's research?
Who? Vince? No.
I mean, are you aware much of the Noahide laws?
Yes, I've read about them. I wasn't aware of them that there is was a topic to discuss.
Well, I
I
was saying,
think
are you aware that your local government, mayors, and Congress has officially signed proclamations promoting the Noahide laws, and that hundreds, if not thousands, of politicians, leaders have officially signed proclamations endorsing the Noahide laws, and a lot of them also endorsing Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. And so,
Right.
and like as a Jew, like if you're or unaware of it, or like are you endorsing that? Like as a Jew, like what about the rabbi who pushed his way into town square and got these proclamations officially endorsed by your government officials?
Well, I wasn't aware of it. I wasn't aware that they signed the proclamation, or else they didn't make it. They didn't make it public that it is now on the books. I've heard that they did something, but it was not so much like spreading it out to the public and say, "Hey, look, here's what we did. Please follow it up." It was not like a manifesto.
Well, if you know Chabad, like, yeah, I mean, it's just a document that, like, maybe
Yes.
they put on their Facebook page, or some rabbi has it hanging on their wall and promoted. And really, some rabbi just went and pestered the politician, like to do it, or petition City Hall to pass it, and successfully did it. And it is officially part of the public record, but most of the time legally has no bearing. In some circumstances, questionably, it could actually have um, legal bearing. And then saying, like, as a Jew, you're saying, are you part of this conspiracy to promote Noahidism? Or is it like, Zionism is like, no, like, I'm an anti-Zionistic Jew. I'm an anti-Noahide Jew. And even though there's some rabbi doing this, like, I'm against him. I wish he wasn't. And then, God forbid, Vince, who might, like, I guess he's not embarrassed, saying he's Hindu, might consider himself an idol worshiper, and he's homosexual. And so saying, does he have justification to fear the Jews that we keep on pressing these Noahide proclamations, when it's pretty easy to interpret Noahidism as being anti-homosexual, anti-idol worship. So if he wants to do those practices, that he should fear the Jews.
Well, I don't know. I really don't know. My understanding of the Noahide laws from the Jewish perspective, it is an alternative. I've read about it. I read that it is an alternative to conversion to Judaism. That it was pushed by some group, some rabbi, to allow those who wants to convert to wait to say, okay, look, to convert, we that means you have to really abide by a lot of rules. I mean, we do a lot of mitzvahs. We do. So maybe you should reconsider converting and just stick with the Noahide law. That's what I thought it was, or at least some of it. So it wasn't for everybody to abide with, nor do all Jews really abide by it. Like, okay, yeah, we are Noahide, and then we also are Jews. So which one? I mean, some people even think that that Muslims are Noahide. Wait a minute. The average Muslim people they know who Noah was, and they think of him as a prophet, yeah, but they don't really think that there is a law came out from it. And there is nothing in the Quran about the Noahide laws.
Well, you just
I
say
mean,
that from a Judeo perspective, there's 7
yeah,
mitzvahs that are obligated to Goyim, and those are the Noahide laws. And Goyim are obligated in 7 mitzvahs, and
yeah,
that's basic Jewish theology.
yeah, Jewish thought, but it's not part of the Muslims' theology. It is not. I mean, some people think.
It might be saying Noah, that Muslims venerate Noah and recognize Noah as the father of humanity, and that a covenant between humanity and Noah, that most Muslims recognize Noah as a prophet. It's not just like that. So I mean, whether they officially recognize the Noahide laws, but certainly Muslims recognize Noah as a prophet.
Yes, they do, but they don't. But I do not believe. I could be wrong. I do not believe that they are aware of his laws.
They don't understand it in that same conception as
Right.
Jews do, obviously.
Yeah, the Jews. Yeah, you got 10 of them written almost like a 10th commandment, right? Boom, 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 one after the other.
Perspective, Vince understandably has something to fear about the Noahide movement, because it's very likely that he's possibly in violation of 2 of them very blatantly and proudly. and Muslim would be much less likely to be in violation of those who say like your average Muslim is probably in favor of the no hide laws because they also think that Vince shouldn't be able to act like that.
Yeah, sure. It's universal. It's really universal.
Well, it's not
It doesn't
universal
have.
because you're saying like what you're saying that
It
hatred of
should.
homosexuals, God forbid, is universal. It's saying from a textual understanding, like I mean, you can't change Moses. Everyone knows what Moses
Right.
says. You're
David,
saying it's universal. And you say
when
like
you
what you're saying, the hatred of this minority group is God forbid universal.
what I'm saying is that okay, the one about homosexuality and in relationship with the Noahide law, is only something about the family. It doesn't say anything about homosexuality whatsoever.
No, homosexuality is definitely it's sexual immorality, and under that umbrella is adultery, fornication, homosexuality, bestiality.
Right.
So Samish he's a full Jew. He's gonna chuck Moscow as Jew you and try to be an apologist where he's gonna be like, no, like the Noahide laws, they're not that bad. They're not trying to outlaw homosexuality. When from a objective perspective, Samish could say, like, yeah, there's probably a lot of Jews out there that want to forbid you from doing what you're doing, and they might be advancing the Noahide movement as a way to eventually outlaw you from being homosexual.
I don't know. I think this is almost like there's a belief of an undercurrent scheming thing. I really don't see it.
Because there's hundreds of these proclamations.
Yeah, well,
And then so Samish is saying like, no, it can't be that the Noahide laws are against homosexuality or idol worship. But he's saying like, are you serious? Like, have you read it?
yeah, no. My litmus test is this: that as a Jew, would you agree with non-Jews that our government should not be recognizing the Noahide laws as the foundation of American civilization, or that we should educate people on them, nor should the United Nations, nor should the Vatican, which have also recognized this? I mean, as a Jew, as do you sit there and say, yes, I understand why you want these statements repealed from the government? The Noahide laws are not the foundation of America. I can see how people who are idol worshipers would be offended, how Christians could be offended, how Hindus could be offended. Do you understand our offense, and would you be on our side at repealing these laws?
Are you asking me that question?
Yes.
Yes, I would. Yeah.
Okay, so you believe in repealing them?
Yeah, but unless they become part of the law.
No, but
unless
so,
they, I mean, look, there's a homosexuality clause in the Bible that it is against God. Okay, so what? I mean, unless of course it becomes written, formalized.
No, our government, if it said canon law, if this proclamation on the part of the government said Sharia law or canon law is the foundation of American civilization, and it is our responsibility to educate the population, and that we're going to sign an international scroll pledging to educate people on canon or Sharia law, Jews would be outraged. If it said Christian law, if it's a Catholic law, they would never accept it. But they're asking us to just sit there while our government makes these positive statements about Noahide law. And it's just like, what's your problem? You shouldn't have.
Because everyone knows the Jews are going to win in the end. So you see, it's Noah.
No, but can't you see how that would enrage non-Jews for you just to take that attitude?
But then at the end of the day, the Jews are going to win. So, like, of course.
No, but just to be enraged where it's like, well, since it's our Noahide laws, there's nothing wrong with these proclamations or statements, even though it wouldn't be acceptable for any other religion to have our government make these statements.
No, because people honestly believe in the biblical prophecies. Most Jews could be like, no, like these guys are crazy. We don't actually believe in this stuff. But you're going to have a sizable portion of the Jews that are going to be like, no, I'm going with what our prophets and what our books said. Like, this is what Jews believe.
Most Jews, my experience has been most Jews of all stripes and colors when they come to learn of the Noahide laws and they come to learn the statements made by the government, by the United Nations, by the Vatican, it's like, well, it's not what you think. It's not so bad. There's no reason to repeal this. I mean, they take this defensive position of the entire thing when it's really indefensible. And I think that
No
Jews
Jew is going to denounce their own identity. So he said, like, you point out all these bad things about being Jewish. No Jew is going to be like, okay, you're right. I denounce my own
I'm
identity.
pointing out a bad thing about the Noah. I'm pointing out that it is inappropriate for these Noahide laws to be recognized officially by the government. That's what I'm saying. And most Jews don't have the ability to come to an understanding with Gentiles about that.
Because as a religious believer in Judaism, there's a connection between the Jewish people and the fulfillment of the biblical prophecies. So if you're going to reject the religion and it's like we're going to deal with this on a rationalist perspective, but from a religious perspective where we know the role of the Bible and politicians swearing in on it, like, yes, it makes sense that there's an interplay of biblical prophecy and politics and that Jews have a central role.
Okay, well, I have read this. Jews have said this. I tell Jews all the time. If this is the attitude you're going to take, you are going to bring anti-Semitism upon yourself.
You just say that.
Is so concerned about the well-being of the Jews. Thank you, Vincent, for looking out for the well-being of the Jews.
Yeah, you're saying how we should approach our own text.
Can we please move on to something that's not so paint-dryingly boring?
Okay, I can leave. Jen seems to be bored with this topic.
I mean, maybe let Samish, react.
No, I think
Vincent, you're going to reject that what Vince is saying.
Okay, my direct question to you is: can you see why Gentiles do not want our government, Vatican, United Nations, making these type of official statements?
I don't know what to say about it, but because when you say Gentile and when you say Jews, you are generalizing to a whole host of groups, subgroups.
The laws are not offensive to Jews. The laws don't come after you. The laws are not about you. The laws are about Jews.
I thought the issue was about a certain type of Jews or certain types of individuals that.
No. I'm asking you what. No, you are the one. I'm asking you if you personally can see why many non-Jews do not want these statements made by the government.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so you can see why we're against it.
Yes, I do understand why you're against it.
Okay.
What I do not understand is I do not believe now. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I shouldn't say this. I do not believe that it's going to curtail or it's going to diminish liberties of some individuals. Whether they are liberal Jews,
that particular law is not going to, but it's the eventual intent of the entire movement. But it should just. It needs to be taken out of officialdom.
Why can't Samish, can you just be a proud Jew and say, okay, I understand how you feel, Vince, but like deep down, my heart dances in joy every time a proclamation about the Noahide laws gets enacted, because I'm a Jew and that's my identity, and when the government endorses my identity, like it kind of makes me happy.
No, I don't believe that. I don't know how you believe that. I think of that. No, I just don't think of it as a major issue. I really don't. It's not even debated outside. We are only here talking about it. It's not debated. When it becomes really a social issue, then I would be very worried about it.
I don't want to bore Jen, so I'm not gonna. I mean, I have a lot I want to respond to that, but I know Jen is tired of this topic, so
we could talk Hinduism.
Well, like I said, the point of the show is for people to come on and ask me and Doooovid questions. And if you're not doing that, like, you can talk a little bit about what you're up to, but keep it brief, because frankly, it's my show. That's all I'm saying.
I know. So
it's get a clue.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm coming in and saying that I don't want to bore you anymore and that I'm gonna step out so that you guys can, talk about what you need to talk about.
Well, did
No,
you want
no,
to talk about, just because it was in the news, the decision of the International Court on Israel? Did you have
yeah,
anything to say on that, Samish, or were you following that, Vince? You think that
yeah, I
means
was following that. I was really big. That was a big step for me because I really couldn't believe that they did this in this present time, where you have tensions, when you have no government in Israel, you have Iran. There's just like it's just this is the last thing that anybody would want, in terms of accusing a nation of a war crime, while you have all these war crimes occurring
Jews are
everywhere,
going to do?
Burma. It's
I
just
mean,
like, wait a
well,
minute,
stop it. Now
what's
you're the
going on?
great defender of Jews and Judaism. It's saying like Jews are
Well,
going to
I,
do like
I
objectively, like obviously, like now is the best time. You're saying Trump is out of office, Netanyahu is weak, so now makes sense more than any time ever.
but I just don't understand it. If you are you sarcastic, right?
Well, you're saying even that it's a bad thing because there's probably hundreds of millions of people around the world that think it's a good thing. So you're saying
Well,
like objectively you think this is a bad thing, and then you're trying to explain the information of why you perceive this international court decision to be bad, as opposed to objectively saying, well, it might be good, it might be bad, but like why it's happening now is pretty indisputable because Trump is out of office and Netanyahu is weak, and there's definitely people that have been wanting to do this for decades and haven't been able to, and they still might not be able to. But now that Trump's out of office and Netanyahu is weak, it's the best chance that they've had in decades.
well, but that's maybe true, but uh, I just uh, I just don't understand it. I if you think that's really was you were actually maybe predicting it. I really
Well,
wasn't predicting it at all.
like the
I thought,
University of Michigan.
it's the last thing that I thought about. But I do understand why did it came out in terms of, okay, yeah, Trump is out of the office, but
We met at University of Michigan is saying the Palestinian students tried to pass BDS every single year till they passed it for like a decade. Every single year, they tried to pass these BDS resolutions till they eventually did. So obviously, the ICC, the court trying to get to try Israel for war crimes, they've been trying to do that every single year for decades. So that it finally gets through now. But like you were saying, you have to be completely oblivious to not know that there's been tens of millions of people backing the international court doing this for decades.
yeah, I mean, I really don't have I don't know what to say. If you're predicting it that way, I just didn't think it's going to happen.
You don't
But
think
then
that one day
again,
Israelis might be charged with war crimes? I'm saying, like, I mean, we've been to events in person with Palestinians, and you say that in your mind, it's completely out of fathomability that Israelis will eventually be charged in court for war crimes.
I don't think they will have. I don't think they're going to come up with some evidences that doesn't hold anything.
I mean, could you see that, Vince, that there would be some process that eventually a court would do a case and certain Israeli officials, army people would be charged with war crimes?
I guess Vince is not around.
Do you even know enough about this, Jennifer, to have an opinion? Or do you even know what we're talking about?
Um, not entirely sure what you guys are talking about right now. About
The
whether
decision of the United Nations whether the UN International Court had jurisdiction to handle disputes between Israel and Palestine, which would specifically mean,
is this very recent and what
yeah, it happened
Benjamin
just this week.
Netanyahu called anti-Semitism?
Yeah, he called it. He called it as an anti-Semitic
Yeah, and I
movement.
think it's something that has been attempted to be done for decades, and so whether they be successful this time, but so it's like a BDS resolution if you're in university. So they got the first stage passed that is going to go to the House and is going to be voted on. So this does the international court have jurisdiction to try either Israel or Palestine for war crimes? It's going to go forward again to be decided, and so it's a multi-step process that they would first have to give the court jurisdiction, and then to actually have a case, let alone to have someone like Netanyahu or people in Israel. A lot of them, it's well known that these people killed these people in these operations.
Yeah, okay. My understanding,
this person killed that person in this battle, and they're claiming that was unjust, and that person will stand trial for war crimes.
Right. I mean, what's different now is that the ICC will have to rely on questioning individuals. Yeah, the state of Israel, but they want to go after some like maybe late Sharon because of what he did in Lebanon, and maybe some other commanders. They will have to do that in order to make sense, because that's what they did with Liberia. The Liberian genocide. They got all the people arrested and then sent back to Brussels, or I don't know, Amsterdam, where they did the court. They did it for Srebrenica, the Bosnian genocide, with all those three major Serbian leaders put to court. But with this one, I don't know how they're going to proceed to do that. Maybe it was just a show, just to say, yeah, we're going to stick to them crime against humanity and leave it at that. But I do not understand, besides Sharon, what else is there as a military figure that you could see? Well, I just don't see it.
Well, you probably, as a Jew, don't know, just like you didn't know the Noahide proclamations, but that a lot of Israeli officials cannot even travel to Michigan because there will be an attempt to bring war crime charges against them from Palestinians, and because Israel has mandatory military service, and a lot of senior officials did a lot of senior military things and were involved in known operations where Palestinians were killed, that there are thousands of cases that could potentially be brought upon very specific people and charged. So that's already currently the case, and it's almost like a
in the United States. Are you talking about somebody cannot come from Israel to the United States because of this, because of them being arrested?
Yeah, I'm saying like Naftali Bennett cannot come to Detroit. If Naftali Bennett tried to, Netanyahu cannot come to Michigan. If Netanyahu tried to come to Michigan, he would be slapped with war crime charges and would not be able to come here. And saying, if you don't know that, that's a factual state of U.S. law, because there are Palestinians who live in Michigan, and they have been bringing cases to the international court for decades that if he tried to come here, there would factually be hundreds of people that would bring court cases to try to charge him for war crimes.
Wow, I just didn't know that. I just didn't know that they cannot come to Michigan just because you have a larger Arab population, and they could, because the jurisdiction is American, it's not Palestinian. They don't have. I just can't understand it. I just don't understand it. I just don't.
National jurisdiction that if there's a Palestinian living in Michigan and they claim that there was a war crime committed against them by an Israeli, even if the U.S. doesn't recognize it, they have an international right to justice. And so Israel-Palestine is just a popular one that we know about. You as a North African, Arabic speaking people, there's a lot more people than just Palestinian and war crimes, and probably there's a lot of people in Morocco and Algeria that committed quite a few war crimes too, and like refugees and how you screen these people. Versus Israel has a lot of power. So if you say Naftali Bennett wants to come to Detroit and speak, you could see I could see he would be well received in Jewish audiences, although there might be enough Palestinians in Michigan to legally prevent him from coming here, and that's probably
maybe disrupt his lectures. Probably that's what they do most often.
I'm talking about legally having it seen that he will get arrested and tried for war crimes as he gets off the plane. That they're not just talking about disrupting his lecture. They're talking about bringing a case, and it's happened in London, as saying there was known cases in England multiple times where I think even Civi Libni couldn't go to London because they said they were going to have her arrested and brought to court on war crime charges.
I've heard about that. Yeah. That's
you're not talking about activity at a lecture. You're talking about an international requirement to say that, no, you as a Jew cannot have Naftali Bennett over. This man is a war criminal. There's open cases against him. And if you associated with him, you're harboring a war criminal.
No, I wasn't aware of it. I really wasn't aware that they have the power to arrest a person based on some, I don't know, maybe some report that he killed on this or that, some evidences. I thought they put the case to the court, and then the court says, yeah, okay, anytime he's going to come in, we're going to arrest him. I just don't get it.
These cases, like Civi Livni, Naftali Bennett, Netanyahu, you're talking about cases that are brought by specific people that family members died, and there's a direct connection. So that's not like there's not necessarily thousands and thousands of Israelis, but they're most of the, God forbid, the senior ranking Israeli military officials. It could be even Benny Gantz, that they would have an operation where people died, and someone would bring a case that if he came to Detroit, that there's a relative of someone who died in an operation that he was part of, and would legally, from the international court, be able to demand his arrest for the murder of their family member.
Well, they could do the demand to arrest him, but they're not going to arrest him. Are they really?
Yeah,
are you sure?
Probably.
Are you sure that? I don't know the legal procedures by which this become a fact. Where he lands in Detroit airport, boom, get him.
They don't come to Detroit. And I mean, even here that Netanyahu was supposed to give a statement just a video statement at the Yeshiva Beth Yehuda dinner, and that the yeshiva itself, the Jewish community, backed out of just letting Netanyahu put a statement out.
A statement, yeah.
But it's like, let alone like if Netanyahu was actually coming to Michigan and people knew about it, they in weeks or months in advance, they would probably file multiple cases of war crimes, and yes, they would be able to get a warrant to have him arrested at the airport, even here in Michigan. But it could be the governor.
Sure.
So if the governor or the police department said that they would protect him, that even if their court had a warrant for their arrest, but they had trusted the governor or the local police department that they weren't going to allow them to exercise that warrant. But that's pretty dangerous. You're saying that Naftali Bennett or Netanyahu is going to come to Detroit, and there's going to be an open warrant out for their arrest, and he's going to go with a gentleman's agreement with the state police department that they're not going to have him arrested even though there's a warrant, and saying, God forbid, that is the case of Israel now. And like if you're just an American Jew and you don't know this is the case, you might even be skeptical. Like, this guy Doovid is probably lying to you. That's not the case. You have to look into it. And it's kind of like the Noahide laws where it's like it is the case. Vince is giving you accurate information, and it is based on our religion. But how much does your average Jew know about our own religion, and how much culpable, so to say, are you to say, if that's what my religion says, I don't want any part of it? Versus saying like what like you thought you were kind of just like, I kind of like Netanyahu. Like if he did an event here, you would see him, but like it's group evolutionary strategy where he might be a war criminal, but he's our war criminal.
Well, I don't know. It's I have to read more about this eventuality of all or probable politician from Israel getting arrested, not even saying, look, is this proof of wrongdoing or war crime. I mean, I understand Benny Gantz. Okay, yeah, he was with the Gaza's war of 92 yeah, but the other ones, Bennett and the other ones, Barack, or it's just, I don't know. I have to read more about it, Doovid. I am not even sure I wasn't aware that they could be arrested.
Gantz could
You know,
probably be charged with thousands of deaths, legally, whether the cases would stick and how it would apply in court. But saying he was the general in command of battles that collectively over decades, probably even over 1,000 people lost their life. For like Bennett, if he was in battles or position of command, and there's even only 1 or 2 deaths, that's still enough to legally get a warrant out for war crimes. In Israel, he was saying that it was a legitimate war and it wasn't a crime. This person was engaging in combat and died in battle, and saying that we'll let the international court decide whether that was the case. And when it comes here into Detroit, and saying like, no, you don't get to decide. The court will decide. And, and say there's Palestinians here in Detroit, there's Jews here in Detroit, and you say like, oh, like I'm a Jew and our side is good and their side is bad. But like, no, Jews have a lot of influence and power, and America is saying like, no, it's not going to go to court. We're going to take the side of Israel and the Jews, and we don't care what the court says.
There's a question in the chat about telepathic abilities. So you have to think of it from first principles, okay? If we were, you got to go way back to animal time, right? So why don't animals have telepathy? Well, survival strategy. If you could telepathically read one person's mind, well, why couldn't you read everybody's mind? And if you could do that, how the hell could you tell which body was yours? And if you couldn't tell which body was yours, how soon would it be before you were dead? So if any of our ancestors had these extreme telepathic abilities, they'd probably be getting a Darwin Award quite some time in the past, right? So you have to think of it as biologically that there's no impediment biologically except for the survival strategy. So can we overcome our survival strategies? Maybe not. Maybe you can't fully negate them, but you can incorporate them and sort of use logic to, in some sense, move beyond them. So that's where you would be starting to go in the direction of managing telepathy. But then you open the door to a lot of ethical questions. So it's not a cut and dry, yeah, this is good, we should all be telepaths now, any more than it's, we should all just repress these abilities because they're inconvenient. So
let me make one concluding point on the Israel thing, where the karma of COVID-19, where you're talking like, yeah, there was war and there's thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people that have died, and whatever difficulties Palestinians and Israelis have been through, versus the amount of death that has came in terms of COVID-19, and just the karmatic balance out of typical karma, like tribal warfare. This person wronged my tribe, this person killed a person in my tribe, and therefore the karma has to go back and forth. Just saying that, well, so many more people have died from this disease doesn't make sense to have so much karma directed in terms of tribal battles of even like black and white in America, where we're saying like, oh, this white person got beat up by a black person, this black person got wronged, beat up by white cop, or whatever the scenario, that the karma keeps on going back and forth. That you say, well, so many more people have died of COVID-19, but human nature is probably like, no, it doesn't matter how many people have died to COVID-19. If people feel this person's life was taken unjustly, and the person or powers or tribe that was guilty of it, that's part of justice and a natural human tendency, irregardless of how much comparable suffering there might be from other causes.
awesome. So yeah, I mean, I don't even know why we're still having a conversation about whether the mind is a quantum computer, because if you deny that, you're denying science. So everybody who hasn't accepted that the mind is a photonic quantum computer, you're anti-science at this point, because this article's from 2018. The brain creates waves. Waves are electromagnetic. You have no argument if you're going against mind as a photonic quantum computer position. None whatsoever. Just making an increasingly large fool of yourself, doubling down on materialist nonsense.
So what is that? What does that has to do with the association with telepathy?
Can you see what's on the screen right now?
No.
Okay.
You got me take like a 5-minute break.
There's an article shared on the screen right now that says that staring into someone's eyes for 10 minutes induces an altered state of consciousness. So basically, the only possible explanation for that effect is some type of waveform interaction. I mean, I don't see any other way to acknowledge that there's a difference in the mind waveform or wavelengths pre and post this experiment. It was actually a pretty weird experiment. Apparently, when they carried these out, like some of the people after staring, because like the experiment was basically you meet a random person and stare into their eyes for 10 minutes. And basically, like some of those people ended up falling in love after.
Wow.
So it's really weird.
So, so it's really like a micro experiment. Like it's not really, it's not done on a larger scale. Like from like say from one group to the other or from town to town. It's just only within a certain proximity, right?
I have no clue what the controls were in this experiment, but it was scientific enough that it was published in Science Alert. So I can send you that link. I can just drop it in the chat right now if anyone's curious. But yeah, it's from 2018. And
oh, cool. Yeah.
To me, when I confronted JF with this, he said, well, it's pattern recognition. So the brain is a physical computer and there's pattern recognition, and then that changes the wavelengths. But it's like wavelengths. What has a wavelength? A waveform has a wavelength, right? So you're basically contradicting. You're saying like, oh no, I can't believe that the mind is not equal to the body. But it's like, yeah, obviously it's different. If your mind was equal to your body, you'd look like all the rest of the inanimate matter out there. Clearly, living things look different from non-living things. So Stephen James is asking if his dog's mind is a quantum computer. Yes. Everything that is alive is a quantum computer. In fact, the universe is a quantum computer as well. And the thing that distinguishes life from non-life is that life has what you call a non-trivial photon waveform, whereas non-life just has the trivial photon waveform. So what's the trivial photon waveform? Well, that's the waveform associated with a mass of things that exist, which tells you the information about the chemistry and all the other stuff associated with that. And the mediator of that, you can look it up in quantum mechanics, is the photon. So you have this trivial field, right? So this is how panpsychism shakes out. We're not saying rocks are conscious. We're saying that everything in the universe has a substrate that manifests what we call consciousness, which is actually just non-trivial harmonics of the photonic waveform. So non-trivial just means like trivial is basically equal to the shape. Non-trivial is anything in addition to that. So like a car, you could say, has a non-trivial element to it because it's not just existing as a box, it's actually performing a function of driving around, right? And it has this inner circuit that has something that is in excess of its original form, which dictates its function. So yeah,
Okay.
that's what I wanted to say about that. That's how it ties in. There's someone's question in the chat. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't really know about what you guys are talking about very much, so I don't really have any opinions on this. I'm more on the meta-analysis side of like, what is it that's motivating people to do the things that they're doing on the macro scale? And I think we talked about that a little bit, Samish, earlier,
Right.
with
Yeah.
my theoretical diagram.
Yeah, I was also wondering about that clip that I showed you, the French one.
Which one was that?
You know, the one it's about the string theory. It was in French. It was from a guy from Quebec. I sent it to you about a week ago.
I'm sorry, I must have missed that one. I didn't see it. I'll check
you
it out.
said,
Though.
Yeah, you said très bien. It was like a cool video about consciousness, string theory, and reincarnation, and some higher level of beings. It was really interesting video. It was really cool. I like the graphics of it and so on. So it was nice.
Oh, that's awesome. So what
I
did you
thought,
think? What did you think of Doovid's lecture there? I think he could be a little bit harsh, but you seem to be able to handle it.
I mean, it's okay to me. We were talking about the war crime, the new one, and I think that's unprecedented. But he seems to think that, oh yeah, it's everybody. I mean, I really wasn't aware that some politicians could be arrested in America. I mean, I can understand if they go to Egypt or something. Well, in Egypt they would not even go. But that's really I wasn't aware, so I have to read a little bit of the legal questions about this, about people coming from Israel, or politicians, or presidents, or even generals in the army, whether they can be coming here or not. The issue also is I didn't bring it up, but is still very good in terms of the U.S. War in Iraq. A lot of people died, and I mean, I haven't heard. I've heard some issues about some generals of the U.S. Army being, culpable for killing a lot of Iraqi innocently and so on. Yeah. So, but I didn't think of it that much. But now maybe it is an issue. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's to the point where it's so complicated that it's like, I think I heard that written in an article recently, something saying to the effect that like the world is so complicated that no single person can understand it anymore. I don't know if that's
Yeah,
true, but
yeah. The all issues are fragmented nowadays, and that's why in my Facebook I do write about it, even in political socialization, how people are socialized to learn about political system, how they work, how democracy, and so on. So this is what I was talking about, more or less. Is everything is fragmented, and there is like identity politics. You got tribes and sub tribes, and even everybody's sort of like is pulling apart, and that's what the theories of many different bloggers and even social scientists saying, that the societies now in the West are being disintegrating, but not because they don't have common values, as if 20 or 30 or 4 years ago we had values. Well, maybe we did, but we didn't really talk more about them. But now there is so much debate about values, and each one have its own sub values and so on, and nuances, and making things really less clear for people to know what's good and what's bad.
yeah, I don't think there was ever shared values on that level. There was a shared political entity, to whatever extent, but I think people were largely indifferent to the greater world because that was sort of the promise of the new world, right? Was get a bunch of farmland for dirt cheap and start your new life in the USA. I mean, that's the LARP, isn't it?
Right,
So
right.
so to think that these things just happened, or that like things were better in the 50s, I think is to fundamentally misunderstand what's going on. It's like things haven't changed that much fundamentally, but what is obvious has changed. So certain things have been brought to the surface, other things have been brought away from the public view, but the situation itself honestly hasn't changed. It's only changed our what's changed is our understanding of things because we have the internet, which makes it makes the
Yeah,
nature of information and communication different.
right, right. I agree. I mean, I know when I was talking about values, I mean, everybody believed in, individual liberties, financial security, but now it's less and less about economic and well-being. It's all about identity, and about which groups you belong to. And yeah, you're a Jew, but then you're secular. You're this and this, and you break it down by gender. Gender identity. You got LGBT. You got sexuality. You got regions, regional differences. When you hear about Texas ceding from the U.S., it's just like, wait a minute, what's going on? How's that happening, and why is it
Well,
happening?
why is that surprising? I mean, the U.S. Seceded from Britain, didn't it?
Yeah, but you're talking about the Texas thinking very, very seriously about ceding completely.
Well,
But then again, when you look at it,
can you really say that the Constitution of the United States, as stupid as it is in any way is the spirit of that law alive in the United States right now? Not really.
not really, yeah. No, well, but all these issues coming up about United States disintegration, or whatever we call it, identity politics, blacks on his own, and then it's I don't know. It's I mean, it's not only in the United States, in France and in Germany, it's the same thing, and they're all attributed to immigration and so on. That's why you have a lot of anti-immigrants, and so it's hard. It's really complex. I mean, society become more and more complex. So that's my point. That's why I was talking about the ICC crime against humanity, holding Israel as a nation totally, not just a group of people or one person, just a whole nation. It's like, wait a minute, what's going on? I don't understand it. But Doovid seems to be, oh yeah, that was their intention. Yeah, there was intention, but I'm talking about why, the purpose of it, and what it's going to do. I mean, why now? Yeah, Trump left. Well, that's the tautology, you know. It's like you're not really explaining anything. You're just saying, oh yeah, because Trump, they dared not to do it because. But the ICC is in Europe. I'm sure probably there are some judges sitting in it from the United States. It's United Nations. It's not really. So I do not know. So it's more complex to me, and I just have to read more about it and be aware of it, because I certainly do not want to see a nation be held responsible. I think it's detrimental. And it's anti-Semitism too. You cannot held France for colonizing Algeria and then holding it responsible for the death of Algerian. I mean, it's over now. But some people might not agree with me on that.
Well, yeah, I think also like the fact that people don't really understand history makes it hard for anybody to have any real resolution. Because, you know, at some point stuff happens so far in the past that it's like, you know, you get these people who are like, well, let's get rid of money. Money creates so much problems. Let's just get rid of it. It's like, well, it's been a social institution for how long now? So you're uprooting.
Wow.
So it's
Money.
just like, well, that I'm not saying you have to go back as far in history to the advent of money, because arguably, like, we were pretty darn primitive when we were bartering, because like even apes are capable of simple barter. There've been
Right,
experiments
right.
where they were like setting up a barter system for apes, and within about 10 seconds, the female apes became prostitutes, right? So barter
but
trade, currency, that's something that is so far back in our history that the idea of getting rid of it is stupid. But if you want to understand what's wrong with society now, you do have to go back, I think, pretty far in the past, because if you just look at the last 100, 500 years, it's still not going to paint a complete picture.
right,
And
right.
people aren't really willing to do that, and they're not willing to do it in a scientifically acceptable manner, because they have certain axioms that they're just not willing to let go of, which prevents them from being real scientists.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I think that just causes, you know, deracination and loss of identity. But people, according to my model, are driven to find a sense of identity. So they'll take it wherever they can get it. And that's why you have this, what you call tribalism, because everybody's grasping for an identity, but the identities themselves are so vacuous that it always leaves people thirsty for more.
Right. That's right.
Hey, welcome back, Doovid. You're
Yeah, thanks. I still have. I reheated some Jerusalem pizza. I have a Greek salad in the fridge too. Although, like, unless we stream for hours, I'll probably eat it tomorrow.
nice.
This is probably a good time. I'm gonna get going. Jen, I don't want to take over your stream. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do it. It's just when Doooovid talks to me, he's interested. And, I'm not like trying to take it over, but just the conversation goes that way. But thanks for having me on.
Well, yeah, take care. Blessings.
All right.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, no, we'll skip a couple shows. All right.
I'm not
Well,
sure.
it's nice to meet you, Vince.
Yes, you too. Have a good night.
Right. So what people need to understand is that if you're not actively asking me questions to clarify your own understanding, I'm not going to take any of your activism seriously. I'm going to assume you're a LARPer who's doing it for attention and an egomaniac who wants to be a cult leader. So do whatever you want, but unless you have enough humility to ask good questions and think about things and be open to pushback and evolving your ideas, no, I'm not going to take you seriously.
Did you have any of those articles or links I sent you? Did you any of those prepared?
Yeah, I've got them preloaded here. Was there one in particular you want me to start out with?
Maybe do the ones on expertise last. So just
Okay.
all of the ones, and then the ones on expertise might maybe Samish could comment on the other ones. Then we'll move on and talk about the ones on expertise.
Oh yeah, Samish, what we're trying to do is figure out a way to judge expertise, interdisciplinary expertise. And right now we're doing a review of all the different ways that other people have attempted to approach this problem. And also, I'm going to look at it from a axiomatic perspective. Like if we have the axioms for a particular discipline, can we then determine what makes an expert in a particular discipline or a master or however you want to title it, right? Because there's, different levels. And I think one of the articles Doooovid sent had 7 levels or something like this. So I've got science of people. I've got 7 steps. I don't know what other articles are you thinking of?
Those are only 2 that I guess none of the other were important, just things I sent you. So I guess why don't you do the diagram and then the 7, because that's just one diagram, and then the 7, the article that has 7 different methods. We'll have to go through those one at a time if we're going to do it.
Okay, so was this Ramon K. Atri, 7 models for research demystify stages in novice to expert transition? Did you want to look at this one first?
Can I inject something here?
Sure.
I don't know, but I just wanted to share this with you. When I was doing my PhD, I was told, "Hey, you need to look at one topic. You need to be an expert in one thing." And I said, "Okay, but I want to, look, not be in one, but I just want to diverge my understanding." And then a professor said to me, more and more you get into a stuff, you become knowledgeable about less and less. An expert is an expert in less things than broader things.
That just sounds like another one of those idiotic one-liners, like smart people are crazy, that like it gets asserted with no evidentiary basis and people are just expected to believe it. I don't think that's true. I think it's true in modern society because most knowledge systems are garbage. So a person who's a quote expert is expert in garbage. And so, yeah, it doesn't translate to other expertise.
But an expert in biology, in molecular biology, he's an expert only in that field. He cannot start to talk about social issues. And that's why some people warned us against expert, because sometimes experts make social judgment that the public should make them, not them. That's what I would, expertise, yeah, sure, it's really great. Yeah, you know more about one topic than, great. But sometimes they go beyond their expertise to dwell on other stuff that is really social or public instead of expert.
That's self-evident, but without pushing back on what they're saying with a higher knowledge, there's no point in even saying that because that's self-evident. Yeah, people tend to be wrong a lot, but if you want to push back on what they're saying, you need to prove why they're wrong, not just say, well, sometimes people are wrong. Because people try to do that to me all the time. It's like, because you're in physics, you don't understand this other subject. It's like, I have the root knowledge. I'm going to understand literally anything you can systematize. I'm going to understand better than most people because I have the root knowledge. So I think it's true in the modern context that expertise yields pinheadedness. So that should tell us that the foundational knowledge basis is flawed. If biology doesn't translate to other domains, there's something wrong with the axioms of biology. If physics doesn't translate, since everything operates on the principles of physics in theory, if physics doesn't translate to other domains, guess what? Your axioms are wrong. This is just definitional. So I totally take your point. I take your point. I'm just saying that if you want to actually correct this, you need to push back on the incorrect axioms and deductions of others. You can't just say, well, it's wrong because you're an expert. Like, that's not a valid argument.
Yeah, but there is a science of expertise, and there is measurable phenomenon. So within a specific field, expertise could somewhat be measured and accurately described, giving a person a level, because you could have quantifiable things, and like the study of chess, where you have a computer that could have somewhat objectively accurate play, and you could measure a person against it, or sports achievement where you have things like error rates and accuracy and reaction time and different ways to describe an expert to like a apprenticeship Freemasonic maybe like modern day union membership type model of apprenticeship journeyman, where there's expectations of performance of results that like maybe today in like an Amazon factory where you have computer and AI that objectively measure a person's performance and something expected performance and something that could become like expert performance of performing a certain level with under a certain mistake rate. And then something more esoteric or even interesting for I went to maybe Samish even knows the Roper School here in Metro Detroit, and like at least at a time when I was younger, it had an IQ requirement. And although it's kind of like a liberal school, it's also like a prep school where people wanted to do good on test scores. And there are certain training methods to improve general intelligence skills, like things like impulse. It's like reaction time are generally thought to be universal. That almost all skills or expertise relies on reaction time, and a person's reaction time is relatively universal in all activities. But the generalization of expertise it's actually a phenomenon of Kabbalah. The Kabbalists talk extensively, and as the Talmud said, study under one Rebbe for 7 years. That you have to learn one path, and it's best to learn one path under one system. And for the Talmud, it says that's 7 years. But then afterwards, it might be easier to learn other systems. Hence, that you could learn the second system in just 1 year. But like expertise, like if you're really good at baseball, how easily could you transfer that to tennis? And a lot of this stuff has been measured, and from an intellectual field like sociology, how quickly could you go into teaching history or English or like physics? But and so there is some objective measurement where you say like, no, I don't think Samish has expertise in physics, but he might have enough expertise that he could be a fill-in teacher for even like like American culture or history or some other subject, because the expertise is generalizable.
Well, I think I don't know whether let me just say something about expertise in general. Like academic expertise is always equated to how much you have published. Right?
Yeah, exactly. They call it the R factor, right?
Yeah. It's just okay. This guy got this book, this right. I I have only 2 articles that I've written. That's it. I wasn't a good prolific writer at all. I didn't want to get into that field. Maybe that was me. I just wanted to kind of go along and teach and do research that I can do. But maybe because I didn't believe in any topic that I could really do. So that's what it is. I mean, it's basically how much you published and how much you convince people of your work. That's really another question: is whether your work is accepted or not. We know now the issue of evidence and research done on the global warming, and yet there is an undercurrent of academics who come up and say global warming is all wrong. It's not supported by data, but the data is supported all the time. So
Well,
so the
the
expertise.
data are not really conclusive, and this is another problem you got to be careful with science, is that if it's funded, it's not reliable. So if it's funded by any type of financial interest, the science is not reliable. Your first assumption should be it's fake in order to make as much money as possible.
Well,
Because money
that's
is
what.
karma, right, Doovid? So
Sure,
anyway,
sure.
anything that is being promoted.
No, money is not power. Money
I
is
said
karma.
karma.
Like, no,
I
I
said
don't.
karma, ironically, because that's obviously not true and an insane, nonsensical assertion. I was joking
No,
around.
I completely reject that assessment in totality. Like, no, money is not corrupting. Money is a representation of human capital, and so when you look at some sort of karmatic transaction, money is the best representation
So the
of.
people in the oil industry who want to pay people to be consultants to say that there's actually no problem with fracking, that's totally cool and has nothing to do with corruption and money at all.
Corruption and money are factor. Corruption is like it's like friction. That any transaction, there's going to be a corruption level, and these things are actually measured. You have countries and honesty index and corruption levels, and you could give it a percentage value and say yes, all societies are corrupt, and there's a certain level. And these things could be somewhat objectively measured. That's the power of monetary transfers, is that they're somewhat easy to objectively measure, and that's what we say, like expertise,
And
not
I think
necessarily like a degree or a recognition, a paper. I'm talking about an objective measurement. So if you're an academic and you say like I was mentioning, like yeshiva study, and like okay, like oh, like I'm a rabbi, I'm a certified rabbi, like I went to this school, but you're saying like no, you know the text and you know how well you know them. And you know what expertise means. If you're a Jew, that means the Talmud and the Shulchan Aruch and our holy books. If you say the Zohar and the Arizal, you know the books that we're supposed to have read, and you either read them or you haven't. You either understand them or you don't. And there's an objective level of expertise. There's like, yeah, I've skimmed it once, and there's tell me what's in volume 7, page 231. And so to that level, whether there's a recognition, whether there's a body, whether there's a factual level of expertise and proficiency that a person, in theory, could be measured, whether you can measure it, whether there's imperfections of measuring it, whether the computer could be a vehicle to measure it, doesn't change the fact that should be an objective measure of proficiency, that a person either properly performs the task at a certain rate of without error or not.
I think what Jennifer was talking about is the effect of money in research. That's what
of course,
it
there's
is.
the effect of
That's
money
why.
in these things, but it doesn't mean that all of it has no value.
Wait a minute. I mean, when you read an article, you always have to read about who is the funder of that research, because you remember the bias, coming from pro-choice, pro-life research, always come up with the finding that support their ideology. And sometimes, few of them just come up as against it. So that's why she was raising the issue of money, not much corrupting research, but nonetheless is a big influencer. In the yeshiva world and so on, expertise is all about longevity, right? It's whether you know your stuff, you can memorize everything by heart, and then you have adherents coming to you and supporting you all the time. I don't know. That's probably what it is. That's the religious world. We're talking about the scientific world of physics, the academics, so to
We're
speak.
saying
So
similar. There's a curriculum, and there's somewhat
right,
an objective assessment of whether a person has mastered the curriculum or not. And so, if you're a Jew, the curriculum, it's the Talmud, it's
yeah,
the Torah.
right,
You know what the
sure,
curriculum is. It's not, I mean, there might be a little dispute among sects, but even that, there's not that much dispute among sects what the curriculum is. And also for scientists, there's dispute, but even with the level of
sure,
corruption, money, and sponsorship, no, there's not that much dispute among what the curriculum for fields are.
sure.
Physics. You got you know your
But
calculus and your
but
mathematic
but,
principles and a little bit of philosophy of science.
but,
And
but we're talking about expertise, Doovid. I don't know where you want to go to take this issue of expertise. I raised the issue that sometimes expert are put in the
we're doing
pedestal.
meta-analysis. Week in review, we try to do meta-analysis. So the direction we're trying to take is universal principles that apply to diverse fields. So there's some meta process that describes how a person achieves expertise. And this meta process is the same thing that a guy learning martial arts or studying to be a doctor or studying to be a rabbi takes, because it's a universal process. And, so you say, maybe that's the case, maybe it's not the case. And maybe we're going to try to propose our own model. So, what we're trying to do was at least look at some of the current models that say, how do you go about from being a noob to being an expert? And so just defining what does it mean to be an expert will prove probably to be too difficult. So we're probably not going to agree on what it means to be an expert, but enough of an agreement that you can
Sure.
see there's a
Yeah, I
process
agree. I mean,
from coming in from a noob to an expert.
yeah, and a topic is is mathematics. Okay, yeah, but if you don't know algebra or calculus or differential equations, that's easy to know whether somebody is an expert or not. But in some fields there are, I don't know how to say, like humanities and, well, not English. I mean, literature. I could you be? I mean, you could tell.
Well,
You
in
can.
English, you could submit people, you could, for starters, let's just say, to like a spelling test. So you could conceive of some type of test to say, well, this guy got a 35, so he's, level 4, and this guy got a,
Sure.
45, so
Okay.
he's a level 6, right? So that is easy. But just like what I think you're getting at here, some of these subjects, it is unclear what questions we would ask if we were
Right.
endeavoring to diagnose, so to speak, the expertise of one of these people. And that's a great point, because it suggests these people
Right.
don't really have any verifiable wisdom.
Okay, I have an analogy. Let's take the Talmud, the Kabbalah, and so on. In the Jewish, and even in the Muslim one, you read the Hadiths, the Quran, and you read all the stuff. Yeah, that's fine. There is a steps by which you go about to increase your knowledge, equal expertise. But in other fields, it doesn't work that way at all. What I was going to say, I was going to.
We're saying no. I mean, we're proposing a science of expertise, and we're saying no, there is no field that does not follow the science and process of expertise. There's no field where magically you go from noob to expert without following this possibly definable scientific process.
I'm saying there may be a process of determination which does not scientific. It's something else. I'm not saying that. I don't think I'm going as far as you are, Doovid. I don't think you can axiomatize something unless there's an actual knowledge basis underlying it.
Here's what I was going to say. I'm sorry.
You could have opinions on it. I'm saying you have a PhD. There's a science of expertise in existence.
No, can I say something? The last time when I was talking, I forgot what I was going to say. I give you the example about the Jewish learning. We know the Muslim and so on. But let's say for the social science, some people do not want to read Marx at all. They don't want to read. They call it the. Sometimes the people criticize. Why should I read something? The Dead Poets Society. Why should I read this and this and this in the fields? Because they are just dead, and we don't want to deal with them. Let's just read the recent one. Always the recent one. I sometimes disagree with that. If you want to be expert in the field, you still have to go back to the founding fathers of that discipline and read about them. And then this really become a problem in social science and humanities. People do not want to go to the Dead Poets Society. And there's a term for it.
Who's the founder of social science?
Well, it starts with the Saint-Simon. It starts even with Plato.
It goes all the way back to the Veda.
So yeah,
Plato. So what are you going to do? You're going to invoke you can't invoke the Veda because nobody knows how to discuss social programming according to the Veda, and it probably contradicts a lot of latter-day stuff. So where do you start? You can't say
the issue is
that doesn't make sense because the first social scientist existed in a time where that culture doesn't even exist anymore today.
Yeah, sure, but their writings is still relevant. At least, I mean, at least you should at least consider it, not completely put it in the dustbin of history. Plato wrote about the Republic. Certainly, he wrote about society, an ideal society. Well, guess what? Maybe we should look at it, or look at the Montesquieu. Look at the French philosopher. Why just only stick with the American this and this and this? So basically what I'm trying to say is that there would not be a consensus about the route people should take to measure this expertise in some field, not all, in some field. Some people say, no, you have to have this, you have to know this in order to be an expert. Oh, well, you didn't know about it. Well, sorry, I got my PhD without learning about Marx. I'm sorry, you have to know about Marx because you're going to be tested on it before. So, to get the stuff, so you gotta do the prelim and so on. Again, that's my point. The point is the consensus to arrive at the methodology to measure expertise.
Yeah, like the way I would say it is, if other experts accept you as an expert, you're an expert. But that's self-referential, right? Because how do you establish the original experts are experts? It's more like they're acknowledging each other as experts, and everyone else is taking their word for it.
Yeah, there is even a discussion now within the Jewish world of rabbis. The Haredi group say, we have our rabbis. Do you know what? They know by heart the everything in the Talmud, by heart. They could tell you what it is. What the rabbis in France, the secular one or the Reform, they don't know that. So the expert is based on memorizing and knowing exactly what's in the books, not just going and referring to them day by day. So basically, it's memorizing and knowing it by heart. Okay, I understand that. That's how they see the expertise in the field. Although the Reform rabbi could also be a very well read maybe all of it, but they don't memorize it. They will have to consult it. Boy, like Chavnevsky and what is his name? The guy that died. It was just, apparently they were just, Ovadia, for example, he could just tell you exactly anything in the Talmud, but by page. He will tell you exactly what it is. So that expertise is very difficult to come up with a methodology. Is that right, Doovid?
Well, no, I mean, so there's a modern science of expertise that isn't necessarily.
Okay, wait a minute, Doovid.
You might even, put it into the field of behaviorism. And I think you're looking at it. There's obviously some problems that you're seeing that are correct. But from a personal level of skill, like a religious level, like I would like to have correct behavior. I would like to do the mitzvahs and act according to halacha, but unfortunately I don't. So there's my current status of how I actually am versus the desired me who would like to be in accordance with correct behavior in terms with like a field of expertise. But in terms of output, expertise has relatively always been somewhat easily and objectively measurable, because you think like in business terms, like you produce a product and you either know how to do it, it either works or it doesn't. In like engineering, any professional field, you're saying you're a CPA, you're certified, you got to be able to do the taxes. And you're saying, so the assumption is he's got the certification, he could do it. Like, I don't know, Jennifer, I was showing my eBay ratings. If she wanted to show it, you should just show how impressive. You're saying, okay, Doooovid has an eBay page. Doovovid has 100% seller rating. People like Doovovid, thank God. People do business with Doovovid as a repeat customer and say good things about the service that I offered. And saying, is it a measure of expertise? And saying from the chess level, where you have my goal is, so to say, to play as good of chess as possible, and the computer obviously plays now better than any human, so you could somewhat measure objectively performance. So say like that you as a person who wants to be better knows, yeah, there's a lot of places where I know I don't know what I'm talking about as good as I should, and whether it's going to be affect me in what I'm trying to accomplish or not may or may not be the case. And Jennifer scrolls down, you could see some of these compliments on my service, but say there's a objective measurement system, and usually it's a proficiency level. So for me, people want to know, are they going to get the product that they're trying to buy in the condition that it's described in a reasonable amount of time? And they could look at my rating and say, wow, 100% seller's rating. And if you go down, you're saying like quick delivery, fast delivery, good communication, thank God. So people say like, yeah,
Sure.
you're probably safely going to get the product that you wanted, and it's going to be in good condition, shipped safely and fastly. And like, okay, I'm a civil engineer. Jennifer has a degree and has worked in professional fields where say like, yes, you have it. Jennifer, you went talking like we're doing some work now, and she's getting paid hopefully, and it's going to be that yes, there's a job that she's expected to do, and she's going to get paid, and there's also a market rate determination of expertise. So you can say there you get $1 per hour, and whether it's not objective, but systematically to some extent, the market will determine whether you're an expert. And if you're a lawyer and you charge $100 an hour or $500 an hour, if you're a computer technician and you charge $10 an hour or $100 an hour, that's somewhat a pretty objective measurement of expertise, that your dollar an hour rate.
I don't know what to say. Yeah, sure. Expertise. I thought the expertise in the field, and not so much the services, but every service could be quantified. Yeah.
Yeah, man, I do construction management, so like I know what I'm talking about. And like if you're talking about having a crew of workers, and you're saying you have a whole bunch of tasks, and you have a handful of workers that you need to know whether they know how to do these things proficient or not. And if you're going to be insured or sign off on your work, or you even have like a building code and legal requirements or liability, financial or even criminal liability, that you did something correctly, you got to know that a person who is so to say expert, competent legally, that this work is not going to get you sued, did the job. And so you have to be able to assess expertise. And I was thinking like Trump versus Biden in terms of economically. Biden is a man that probably can't accurately assess wealth, as where Trump is a man that probably could more accurately assess the worth of something. Saying who's expert, who's not, who's a good doctor, who's not, who knows what they're talking about. Is that okay, Dr. Fauci, or saying a lot of people are published, a lot of people are global warming and all these different things, where you have a whole bunch of experts that say different things. how do you assess the truth? And that's why I came up with the multiple truth hypothesis, and that's why me and Jennifer, even at the beginning of the year, said that it's likely we're going to focus a lot this year, week in review, on this expertise. And so even having Samish here to talk about what isn't even the simple definition, that it's actually very difficult just to define expertise.
Well, it is. I mean, I don't know. I mean, your example of eBay, I don't really call it expertise. It's just people going and learning whether learning whether they can get business with somebody who is trustworthy, and so on. We're talking about expertise in fields and even skills of building and welding, and some people are expert in that. That's no. So I thought we're going to be talking a little bit about how, because since you say, well, it's quantifiable and so on. Okay, let's talk about quantification of expertise.
Well, I don't know if you're familiar with the legal system at all, but off the cuff, the standard definition of a legal expert is somebody who knows more than a layperson. And so an expert would be basically established as an expert by opposing counsel, defending counsel, or whatever the words are. And the judge there would be a process before the trial where they would ask questions to decide how much weight they want to give the opinion of the expert, because an expert could be crappy quality expert, right? Who's just taking money to, like, if you want to see a crappy quality expert, look up the guy who did the voice ID on Trayvon Martin case, who was saying he could identify the voice by like 2 seconds of screaming. And anybody who works in voice ID knows that this is completely irresponsible claim to be making. So he knows the law. It's considered an expert opinion because he knows more than an average person. But amongst other people that do the same thing as him, i.e. me, we don't have high esteem for him because we basically see his work as for hire and basically giving the defense whatever answer they want to hear, not actually a legitimate.
Yeah, I'll just show this to show how objective like something like eBay is, because you're saying like Doooovid has a perfect seller rating because I do a good job. So like I put it in bubble wrap, and I'm cheap. I found a way to buy this bubble wrap like in bulk at cheap prices. I put the CD in a cardboard. I bend it around so that it's in good shape. It gets there in good condition. I mail it out, always within 24 hours. A lot of times I upgrade it to first class mail as opposed to just media mail. So and I have good quality CDs. Thank God. Like, I have a lot of good CDs, a lot of sometimes even rare, and they're in relatively good condition. So saying there's an objective matter that, Doooovid is a good businessman, and it could have been someone else who did the exact same thing who would also have the same rating, because it's not anything about me. It's about what I did. And saying if you're selling CDs and you didn't come up with these bubble paps and cardboard wraps, like they're probably not getting in there as good a condition as mine. You might not have as good as rating, or various things that I was careful to do these things, and that could be applied to any field. But Jennifer's expertise in her field of sound interpretation or editing and various things, where there's somewhat of an objective standard that anybody in the field would be familiar with. Like, this is what it takes to produce a good product, something correct. And even with the corruption of money, you say, okay, you got a grant, but the scientific process that you could see, okay, like I've been watching these scientific things on COVID-19 for almost a year now, and the people disclose their financial conflicts of interest before the show. And so like you wish that before the show you were disclosing that you have a conflict of interest because you own money shares in this stock and this stock and that stock. And so you say that, yes, if a person took high birth and is wealthy, it's because likely they own shares in major company. And so they say that, yes, like these major companies that do these things, I'm a shareholder, and it's not them, it's me. And that's why I'm rich. That's why I get a check each month, because I'm a shareholder in these companies.
Yeah, I mean, I don't,
I mean, I
And
still
the
think
thing-
I still think there's an element of subjectivity in the legal expertise because it's down to the judgment of the judge and the two lawyers. So that's
yeah,
in a
but that,
sense
but
subjective.
but that process, it's still we are assuming all the people, all the players in the courtroom, like either judges or legal expert or are all expert. But what I can add here a little bit, but it's every field now, especially in medical field, are trying to what we call professionalizing the 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 skills. Not so, yeah, the skills. Even the minor ones, even welding, you have to have a certificate that you could show people that you are an expert. This is what Doovovid shows us about the eBay. Somebody else might have a certificate for office I don't know, office administrative office stuff.
Well, just to clarify,
Physical therapy. So they
the whole
professionalize
field.
it. They professionalize it so that way you could measure the expertise, the entry level jobs based on the type of the certificate or the associate degree or the bachelor's degree. Well, the bachelor's degree doesn't really work, but we can see it in the medical field, like nursing. There is probably about 3 or 4 different types of nursing. They go basically based on the type of knowledge they should acquire to get the higher up. So there is more control of the knowledge itself, but it has to be done. I believe, I do not know, but they have to go through this process of testing in order to get the certificate for them to enter the labor force. So I see it that's also a part of measuring the skills of a person or the knowledge base of that person.
Yeah, so I don't know if Jennifer actually wanted to go through some of these models and read through. So just to clarify, the science of expertise is referring to the whole learning field from learning about a skill till, so to say, mastery. But obviously, most people don't acquire expertise. So there's levels, you say, like proficiency to, could a person do the tasks supervised, unsupervised, versus handling difficult situations and exceptions, to supervising other people and teaching others. So we're calling the field in totality is called the field of expertise, even though one may or most people may never actually acquire expertise. It's just saying there's a process that we're assuming all people go through of starting at ground zero and moving towards something that we're calling expertise, even if we can't objectively measure it. And so we have these various models for what's the process of starting as a noob towards slowly acquiring some sort of proficiency where you could objectively accomplish something, whether call it expertise or not. So if it's in a field like a trade or like a construction, a lot of these terminologies, we'll see that they correspond to the older systems of Freemasonry, or today sound a lot like what happens when you join a union. But the unions are a very good example because you could be an apprentice, you could be a complete noob, but you could still probably do useful things. The first day on the site, you could still be a schlepper. And so, you might not be able to do any skilled job because the person hasn't been trained. And so they have to have a process of being trained, performing the task while supervised, towards performing the task unsupervised, and then checked afterwards to where they could be trusted to perform the task unsupervised. And to some level, all processes require some sort of learning process like that, to a stage where the person could be trusted to perform the task unsupervised, and then even to supervise others and teach others, and then to divide like a science into discrete unit. Any process, any field that there's components to what we're going to call expertise, and these are discrete units, discrete skills that could be describable and measured. So, for any field of like sports or mental, competitive, anything that you would be able to break into discrete units and then describe what it means to be good or bad at these discrete skills to the makeup of an expert.
So number one, we have the cognitive stage where the learner constantly and consciously interacts with nature.
You should probably start with
done.
You should probably start with the study and the year for these, because like the models are somewhat cultish to the people in that came up with them.
I've got two approaches to the study of experts' characteristics, and I've got mastery something. So which one?
I think this paper has like 7 different models, and each model is a famous study. Like there, I see on your screen, like Dreyfus and Dreyfus. So there's a 5-stage model, there's a 3-stage model, there's 7-stage models, and they're each attributable to largely a famous social scientist who came up with the model. So I just think when you describe the model, so this is so this paper, 2 approaches to the study, on page 2 has a 7-stage model, I think, of Hoffman. So it's just quoted in the paper written by Chi that's talking about the general field of expertise. But if Jennifer wanted to go over, we could even read these word for word. I think on page 2, it has Hoffman's 7-stage model for expertise.
All right, I've got table 2.1. Before we get started, are we going to pronounce this naive or knave? Because I can't handle the incongruous pronunciations. I'm only human.
What is that at?
I'm just asking for. I'm asking for a pronunciation. It's Naive, and should we pronounce that naive or
naive? Yeah, naive. Yeah, naivete.
There's more than one pronunciation for that, because it's based on an older word, which is Knave. If anyone cares. All right, so naive would be somebody who's totally ignorant of a domain.
Oh,
so
okay, yeah.
That looks like a person who's basically outside of the table of expertise, because there's a little.
That's all people at the beginning of the process. So there's an assumption that all people, no matter what, enter at the beginning. That your assumption is you're coming in knowing nothing.
Right, and then we're
all born nothing. Yeah, we're all born with nothing.
That's an axiom of a tabula rasa, which is false because we have reincarnation. So we're born with actually most of ourselves already intact. Novice is literally someone who is new, a probationary member, and there has been some minimal exposure to the domain. So this would be basically somebody who's aware that something exists.
Okay.
And then an initiate is literally a novice who's been through an initiation ceremony and has begun introductory instruction. Would you like me to just keep going? I've got them on the screen here. So if you want to load this up on YouTube, I think I did send you the link. You could play the show at the same time. Just mute it, and you'll be able to see what's on the screen if you're interested, Amish. We've got We've got an apprentice, which is level 3. So literally one who is learning. A student undergoing a program of instruction beyond the introductory level. Traditionally, the apprentice is immersed in the domain by living with and assisting someone at a higher level. The length of an apprenticeship depends on the domain, ranging from 1 to 12 years in the craft guilds.
Yeah.
Well, I have to say I'm pleasantly surprised. I didn't think this would be this good. So big shout out to Doooovid for bringing me this not entirely terrible piece of writing. And then we have a journeyman, literally a person who could perform a day's labor unsupervised. So this is what Doooovid was talking about before, is this distinction between being supervised or not is actually quite an important one, although working under orders. An experienced and reliable worker, or one who's achieved a level of competence. Despite high levels of motivation, it is possible to remain at this proficiency level for life. So that's journeyman. Level 6, we have the expert, is the distinguished or brilliant journeyman, highly regarded by peers, whose judgments are uncommonly accurate and reliable, whose performance shows consummate skill and economy of effort, and who can deal effectively with certain types of rare or tough cases. Also, an expert is one who has special skills or knowledge derived from the extensive experience with subdomains. And finally, we have the master. Traditionally, a master is any journeyman or expert who is also qualified to teach those at a lower level. Traditionally, a master is one of an elite group of experts whose judgments set the regulations, standards, or ideals. Also, master could be that expert who is regarded by the other experts as being the expert, quote unquote.
Yeah, real one.
Or the real expert, especially with regard to subdomain knowledge.
Yeah, so there's more of these, and saying this is just a hypothetical, and this is somewhat like Freemasonic, related to actual guilds that people historically have went through. Notably, like the Freemasonry and the original construction guilds, where this was actually, like your task and your assignment, like your management level. That was theoretically related to your skill level, and even possibly the ancient Egyptian temple cults, or the Roman system had systems like of initiation and skills training, the Pythagorean system, where someone comes on to, oh my God, wow, people could really do this, to yes, take initiation, start to learn things, take apprenticeship, even find a single person that you study under for years or years, until you could do something useful on your own, unsupervised. And then from there, that once you could do something on your own useful and paid, and you could advance and you could move up the hierarchy. But like whether you're going to eventually become an expert or a master, you're saying presumably maybe to a certain extent all people achieve some level of expertise and mastery, but like no, I mean relatively that's, so to say, the elite, and in a good dharmatic system that is determined by merit, by performance, and it could be objective in saying
And
monetary.
the community consensus. That's what's really shining through here, is that there has to be a community consensus of relevant experts around this, expert amongst experts phenomenon. And I like that the journeyman is a level that for most people, they probably won't progress past that. So it's not like you can just, it's not like swimming lessons where you can just show up and get the badge, right? Like you have to actually demonstrate a positive in order to make it into these higher categories.
You're not really a real man, like a real free man at the lowest level until you're a journeyman. And so then you could, so to say, be your own man and raise up your own kids and have your own, be responsible enough to have your own family, because you could support your own family because you're capable of doing a day's labor unsupervised, that you'll be economically viable. But this like expert and master that are somewhat objectively known, like this is a mental proficiency to be a chess expert.
Can I ask a question here?
Please.
It's regarding this model, which makes sense. I just was wondering how it fits with the conventional educational attainment process of, like, schooling, high school, and then bachelor's, and then college, or two-year college, PhD, master's, and so on.
I don't think there's any connection at all. I think the only way you could connect this to something going on right now in education would be like somebody who wanted to be an electrician. So they would probably undertake some type of mentorship. And I think that's pretty common in the trades. So I do think you probably see something like this. Like, I don't know if they're hanging out together and being like, this is the best electrician, and he's an electrician among electricians, right? Like, I think it's more theoretical that if things were being pushed to that level.
So basically, it's a general model, or
no, I mean,
a general model of expertise, in general knowledge, so to speak. It's not.
You're a professor saying like you should know this stuff, and if Jennifer doesn't know this stuff, like, I mean, it may not be your fault, but it's like no, this is a developed science. Like everybody in university has read a lot of these famous studies, and it's most seen in curriculum development, people who write textbooks,
all I said was
people who develop
not how it
curriculum for
works.
schools. And
I
like
said this is
Jennifer
not
could have her opinion by
school.
saying like, no, there are people that develop curriculum. There's even
Progress.
government, like I put in my Discord that, like my local representative, have like national, federal, mandatory Holocaust education. There's going to be a curriculum and you're going to be tested on it. And it's going to be a requirement of a U.S. citizen to learn this stuff. And there's going to be a test at the end.
Right.
And
That is not matching up with this mastery thing, though, because who's the expert and who's the master?
I'm saying that is largely in the discretion of the teacher. But what it means,
If it doesn't exist, then it's not meeting up with this system, and it doesn't.
this is just some scientist Hoffman who wrote some hypothetical model. It's not really scientific. I'm saying there's also learning models of learning, and there's cognitive and neuroscience models of the learning process. But the idea of curriculum and breaking a subject into units and saying this is what you are supposed to know, and at the end there's going to be a test, and in order to teach it, it's going to be broken down into these units. That is largely universalized, and saying the people who do that are the people who have studied these fields of expertise. But then there's also a field of expertise in terms of severe expertise, like, what does it mean to be a chess master? Like, not a person, what does it mean to be an elementary school teacher? And, make sure at the end of the year, every person knows the ABCs and every person could have a certain proficiency at reading to, some more quantifiable process level of saying, like, objectively, this kid is at this stage in this process. So like, no, I mean, to some extent, like, you were a professor, you had guidelines, you had curriculum, you had to stay within it. You probably had requirements, expectations at the end of the semester, what your students were expected to have known.
What he's trying to say before is that your clout as a professor is highly dependent on your impact factor, which is how many times what you publish gets cited.
No, it's that's part of it. But as a teacher,
that's a big part of it.
That's true also. But as a teacher, there's an objective level that there's a certain amount of knowledge that he's supposed to impart to a student. And at the end of the semester, there's going to be an objective measurement through a test that these students, do they have the knowledge to say that they get the college credits, that they took a course in sociology and a grade. And the test should be somewhat objective. The guy got A, B, or C, that it's determinative that they have a certain amount of knowledge on the subject. If it's something important like engineering, or accounting, or being a lawyer, where there's going to be a legal, at the end of it, there's going to be a signature. If I'm an accountant and I did your taxes and I file it with the government, my license is on the line that I didn't do anything illegal. I'm expected to know, and I sign a signature and have a professional license. I could lose my license for not being proficient as the license requires. I could be held criminally responsible for negligence if I'm an engineer and I do a project and I'm supposed to have insurance, and I get sued and I don't have insurance. I'm personally liable because I'm expected to have a certain amount of proficiency, and if I don't and it causes problems, there's a legal remedy to it. So these are well known. Money is a factor in the determination, because in the capitalistic system, it's determinative somewhat by the free market. So you say, okay, so how much of Sammy had a certain level of expertise, and at a certain level he got a pay of a certain amount, and that's also part of the Masonic system. Is a laborer gets his fair pay. And so Jennifer is saying the system's not rigged because laborers don't get their fair pay. And Doooovid is saying, like, yeah, you just complain because you poor. And the fact is laborers do get their fair pay. And you just bitter because you're getting your fair pay. And your fair pay is not as high as you think it should be.
Do we want to go through another one of these expertise?
I want to go through all of them, but and that's what, like, yeah, I'd rather I mean, it's nice, saying like, okay, like, Jennifer and Samiji's opinion on expertise, and everybody's opinion matters. But it's like, no, let's look at the top people in the field and the best models that, so far being put forth, and the stuff that, the people who actually, the systems that we go through are designed because, largely these names have put together these studies.
Is there a particular page in this article you want me to go to, or just the next one? Because I'm not seeing any other diagrams that we can quickly look at.
And that Chi one, that was the only one. So there was the other one that had the 7 different ones, and I thought one had a diagram. But yeah, I guess it's not a big deal, and if no one really cares, like eventually, this is what I want to do my research, and I mean, I'm kind of like impatient on forgiving, because like, no, this is a science of expertise. Like, your opinion means nothing. Like, we're objectively measuring what it means to be an expert. And it's like, it's not because like I think this person's an expert. It's because we've objectively determined criteria, and then we've measured it and compared the measurement versus the criteria.
But sometimes you got problems with validity measurement.
Well, you were a professor. You gave tests and grades, right?
Yeah, but I do not. I do that.
You're saying it was crap. Like, what grades you gave meant nothing.
No, I do that because that's really the convention. I don't have any other way of doing expertise measurement. But again, the classroom stuff is completely different from what we're talking about, I believe. Classroom is really whether you know the facts, the stuff that the teacher has given you. It's only that field. And I don't believe that it's a grade or passing a course truly is measuring your knowledge of that course. Maybe what is measuring
it's Masonic. Your grade of the person
let me finish. Let me finish.
So, like, if an employer or person wants and saying, I'm seeking a person of employment, they win your course, I want to see their grade. So objectively, and you're a professor, you have a legal obligation. You can't just whimsically give grades. And there's an expectation that a person has a transcript and a degree, that there's some meaningful representation of the grade that they gave them. And that, at some point, if I give employment to one of your students because they got a grade in your class, and then it turns out that, like, no, you gave them a grade they didn't deserve, and they didn't have the level of expertise that they should have, that I could even hold you responsible. Samish, you wronged me in a compensatable way by giving a person a grade higher than they deserve. And I assumed they had more competence than they did, and therefore I was financially wronged.
That's not the point that I was making, Doovid. You misinterpreted my thought. All I said that the grade does actually measure something, but it doesn't measure learning. It measures learning. I don't know how to describe. It measures something.
It measures one's ability to parrot what they've been taught.
To memorize it. For example, I'll give you the example. This is a study that's been done. Chinese are very good at taking multiple choices. I mean, the English proficiency is not very good. But then when you look at their grade, they're really, really up high. And when you start to talk with them verbally and say, okay, how about this topic? Let's talk about this topic. So basically, it's test taking too. I mean, the problem with ACT and IQ and so on. Is it about validity? It doesn't mean that it's completely disregard that measurement as false. It's just not measuring the true things that we're trying to measure. Are you following me? That's what I mean by that. It's not like, okay, I give the exams as because that's how conventionally we do. That's how we do it. I mean, there's no other way for me. Sometimes I include essay questions, and believe me, the multiple choice are completely. I'm completely against it. When I used to teach a class, I used to give multiple choice because I was part of the textbooks and so on. And it's easy
you'd
for
be a Republican. You would make me want to yell at you. They're saying, like, you have a duty and obligation to society as a teacher to objectively and accurately assess the skill level of your students. You were supposed to teach them. They were supposed to acquire some sort of knowledge, and you have an obligation to accurately assess their level of obligation. So you're making yourself sound incompetent. You're saying like, no, I wasn't able to do my job.
Who said that?
Well, I'm saying like you're saying you were a professor, you did this for years, and you sound like you sound like you're saying you were incompetent. You're saying like,
No,
yeah, I gave grades,
what
but they
I'm
didn't.
saying, what I'm saying to you is about measurement. What do you mean about competency? I'm not talking about competence. It's about measurement of things, expertise measurement. Okay, give me the
Like
procedure.
if I did my job, some construction or like a schedule or an
Okay.
estimate, I'm standing by it. You're a professor, you taught a class, you gave a grade, and it's saying, how come you're not standing by it? You're saying like, no, like it's just dumb. I had to give a grade. I did it. You're saying like, no, you did your job.
No, the
You
grades,
stand by it.
you cannot do without it. The grades. In fact, there was a grade inflation. If you read research about grade inflation in America, it's really real. Again, the problem is with the validity issue. It doesn't really take away completely the stuff. I mean, we do with that. That's the best. When I give an A to someone, I know that that person is a good student. Whether he has regurgitated everything up to me from the book because he has a good memory, I don't know. That's what I mean by that. So it's only in one field. I'm not talking about fields of bricklayers or astronauts or chemistry or whatever. I'm talking about the methodology, the research, the measuring something, a concept like happiness. Okay, let's take an example of happiness. How are you going to measure happiness?
Yes, I don't
By
want to get
saying
too bogged
going to
down on the
someone,
measurement problem. Because
going
the
to someone
measurement
and saying,
problem
"Are
is
you happy? Yes
universal.
or no?" Is
But
that what it
like,
is?
No, I'm saying like Samish, like I'm not. You're saying right, but you know, for people who watch Week in Review, like the measurement problem is a common problem to all sciences. Like we could spend the next 10 Week in Reviews talking about the measurement problem in relationship to expertise. That is obvious that the measurement problem is going to apply to all fields, especially expertise. You're saying you as a professor, there's a measurement problem, but at the end of the day, you had an obligation to measure
Sure,
and give a grade based on a
sure,
measurement, even though there's
sure.
a measurement limit, a measurement
Yeah,
problem.
you can't evade it. That's given. You know, everything is measured. Everything.
And there's
IQ
always a
tests.
measurement problem, but it's measured,
Yes, it is measured.
even though there's always a problem with it.
There's always a problem with it, right? You can never be able to. I mean, some stuff is easy, boom, boom. But other stuff is not.
Yeah, so now we're talking about scientific,
Like
social
weight,
science,
like
social
okay, the
science
weight.
models
You
for the acquirement
wait.
of expertise. These are
Look.
social science models similar to sociology, but in terms of psychology or learning, or however you define what field the science of expertise, this is a model for the acquirement of expertise. And so these are different researchers and scientists. I think this article has 7 different models, and some of them have 3 stages, 5 stages, 7 stages, but they're all saying that conceptually, from starting to acquiring expertise, that there's certain universal levels that people go through.
Yeah, I mean, when people apply for a job, you have to go through the interview process, and they will ask you questions. What are they doing when they're asking people? They are tapping into what you know in the field, you experience. Well, they're really measuring something, although they're not really measuring by 1, 2, 3, 4, but at least they are inquiring about whether you know something. Everything is measurable. Everything. However, there are problems sometimes with accuracy and validity of what we want to measure. Some stuff is really difficult to measure, but they do it, like happiness or self-esteem. Well, you can go to the psychological literature and find index of 130 different questions to measure self-esteem. And these different questions all are different based on some dimensions of self-esteem. About yourself, about relationship with others, relationship with work. It's an index. So they measure each item and then they combine them into one number. Okay, you 5, you 10. Well, that's how we do it. But because we don't have any other way to measure, that's the best way. Yeah. Now, happiness. Okay.
That's not the scientific method at all. That's the guessing, pulling shit out of your ass and assuming it's correct method. Which
that's psychological stuff.
In order
man.
to be science, you need two things: predictions, verifiable predictions, and that's one. And two, you need a means to improve on the theory and a grand unified theory. It doesn't sound like what you have here. It sounds like you have a bunch of disparate egomaniacs trying to force their view on the world.
They're measuring self-esteem, and maybe to use it in prediction of individuals, whether they're going to be have a high self-esteem or low self-esteem based on some other factors.
Yeah, and it hasn't been validated as being predictive, so it's.
But you have to start with measuring factors before you can predict.
You have to have a deep understanding before you can even think about a model, which is something about.
Of course, you have to have a theory before you come up with a hypothesis, right?
No. You have to do a great examination of the facts before you can even start.
So what is examination of the fact if it's not coming up with some theoretical framework?
Meta-analysis of statistical distributions and a possible.
No. That's way down. That's way down.
That's not way down. That's step one. You cannot generate a good hypothesis looking at data first.
Listen. You either can do the deductive method or the inductive. You are for the inductive method.
No, I'm for the traditional method.
You go to the field and get the data, the facts, and then develop something.
Well, that's the one that makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, if you don't look at facts.
Okay, that's one field, but you cannot deny the deductive methods is used in physics.
Yes, I can
biology.
deny them if they don't meet any type of good standard. I can certainly deny them. And if I say make predictions and the answer is no, I'm saying it's not science.
To say that it's part of the wheel of science. Both inductive and deductive method are both.
No, that's part of logic. Inductive and deductive are versions of logic. Science is a method whereby theories are formed in order to make predictive, testable calculations.
Jennifer, I don't want to argue with this. Okay, I maybe next time I'll show you the wheel of science that I learned.
Well, you can say whatever you want is
if
science.
you think that what I learned is bullshit trash, that's fine. That's fine.
I didn't say it was bullshit trash. I said it wasn't science. No. So to call it science,
but I think we have a different conception of science. Okay, for me, science is only one method of knowing reality. There are other methods, but it's the best one we have, at least for social science and medical science and hard science. Okay, or fields. So, okay, that's what I mean. So I'll stop here because I'm getting a little bit edgy and I don't want to argue with you, Jennifer. But it's late. I gotta go. My wife is calling me, and I'll talk to you later on. Okay.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
It was a great combo. Sorry about.
Thanks a lot.
I hope it didn't end on a bad note.
No.
I was just getting.
No. It's okay. But to say that it's all trash, that's just not fair.
You need a streaming angle to say look,
most
people are streaming because we're promoting our ideas.
Well, listen. If you want to push the ideal, you have to be more persuasive, and I don't know how to explain. No, it's not. I mean, I think both the inductive and deductive methods are present. But to say that they're not science, they're not part of science. Maybe we have a different conception of science. To me, science is, it's a one way of knowing reality. I mean, one way. I mean, you could have the magic to know science. You could have, I don't know, magic, whatever. You could have traditional.
Vaguely defined terms. So when science actually becomes axioms, you could put it in a system like the multiple truth hypothesis. But like science itself is just a word, productive conversation, and to lead to better understanding, you actually need to break it down to axioms, and that's why you need to have these difficult conversations to say, yes, I need to force you to lay
Okay.
down your axioms.
Yeah,
And if
I
you
did-
can't
I-
lay down your axioms, I need to know that you don't actually have axioms.
Listen, that's fine to talk about axiom, but try to apply it to a field. You talk in general. Try to apply it to a field, specific field like psychology, biology. Then we can talk because axioms, apply it.
Yeah, I've done that. I've gone from axioms all the way to results for all those
To which field?
psychology, biology, chemistry, and physics. Arguably,
Combine both, all four field.
they don't have the same. Okay, so you have
Sure.
your primary axioms. So these are axioms that are always true, like cause and effect, that's always true. And the reason why these conversations get testy is because biologically, we're very bad at telling cause and effect on a certain level. For stuff that happened a really long time ago, we tend to switch it. So that's the first axiom. And when you go into a specific domain, you have to invoke more axioms because the axioms determine the form of the answers. So for psychology, if somebody was going to come and ask me a question about psychology, they wouldn't want the answer in the form of a chemistry equation, for example, right? Because it's like, well, this might be right, but I can't read chemistry. It's a bad example, but do you kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I have to invoke more axioms, which are local axioms to psychology. And then with those axioms, I can make predictions. But I can't use the psychology axioms in physics because like electrons don't get depressed, right? They're just there. You know what I mean? They're inanimate in some sense.
Yeah, so like,
So
no, we don't
basically-
know what you mean. Like, if it's science, we don't know what you mean. You have to have objective terminology that you could describe this stuff by. And obviously, psychology is a soft science because it's not dependent upon information we don't know, like the hard problem of consciousness. So how fast bodies are moving, there's a lot of information that we don't know, but it doesn't have a huge determination on predicting based on velocity or movement, the things that we know we could calculate. And even for a human, if we're moving at a certain speed for a certain time, even if we can't solve the hard problem of consciousness, we can still predict how long it's going to take us to get to a certain distance. So all these social sciences, psychology, sociology, there's many more unknowns. The axioms are harder to define, so it's less scientific.
It's this, it's less, not less scientific. Science is a method. It's not a field.
Yeah,
So-
but it's a terminology to so how do you even define, or what is the proper?
Well, I think you're actually
way-
getting to an important point here, Samish, because science itself has axioms which can be applied differently. And so you're talking about multiple branches of science, but whether a process is scientific depends on two things. One, the ability to form hypotheses, and two, the ability to improve on those hypotheses. There has to be some feedback loop between the information that you're getting and the form of your hypothesis, because
Sure.
otherwise
that's
it's just I guess some
Yeah.
Yeah, even the axioms of science are disputed. But I'm saying that, I mean, you and Jennifer Samish were talking, and we're in fields trying to put stuff forward. Yeah, we need to talk about this, and I've done streams, and we're always talking about the philosophy of science, and I even have my own theory, multiple truth hypothesis, because how difficult this is. But yes, factually, the axioms of science are disputed.
Well, science could be always. It has never been written in stone. Science is always improving. Because if somebody comes to me, if somebody comes to me and said, "Here's a model. It's going to apply to every places, every time," I won't accept it. That's what's good about science. Science doesn't say that it is written into stone. It should never be, because what was hypothesized or was proven 5 years ago can no longer be true now, because of the changing nature of society, changing nature of culture and ideologies.
Yeah, so you're getting Platonic, and you're saying you're going to differentiate between what is objectively true and for how humans understand it, and accept that how humans understand it is on a lesser level than what is objectively true. So that, that's the observer effect, the measurement problems, all these various issues where we're saying there's some sort of objective reality, and then there's the limitations upon humans from knowing this. And the theologians and the scientists have both struggled with this. And this
theologians should never be part of the process of science, doing science. They could
these are disputed. These are all disputed.
They could read it and have opinion about it, no doubt about it, but they're not the players in scientific fields, theologians, because basically when you talk
I'm not even talking about, so there's the problem of human observation of truth versus some sort of objective truth, that whether the difference of the problem of how humans determine the truth versus some objective measurement
how you observe it is also part of the equation too, part of how you can discover it too.
Well, and that's from a scientific fact. You're talking like there's a process that flawed humans take because we're flawed, versus you're talking like science, the actual knowledge of how things work, that it just happens because humans are flawed. We're incapable of really reaching and understanding. But that's our problem. It's not because there's a problem in how things actually work. It's because there's a problem in being human that makes it impossible for us to understand this.
Yes, it's our frailty. It's our frailty, human frailties. We just don't really have it to grasp everything. So we have to go with the basics. And I think Jennifer was talking about, okay, let's do some hypotheses and then let's test them and then let's do have some predictive models. And it's being done now in many different fields.
But yeah, it's really hard to get predictive models. The more psychological something is, the harder it is to do predictive models, because the fundamental understanding you would require to make these models is something most people don't possess. So,
and especially in the field of human psychology and humanities, it's very difficult.
Of course, you look at the Indians and they got further in psychology and they still don't agree with each other. And there's still 3 schools of Indian thought that have branches of psychology that technically disagree with each other on axioms. So taking that under consideration, it's important, I think, to acknowledge the size of the task ahead of us, because it's like, okay, no one's succeeded at this yet. So why would
something simple? I got naysayers, Jennifer and Sammy, just saying there's a science of expertise. You could study the process of learning expertise, and the reason why there's stuff that you could be good at and you're not good at is your own fault. It's because you did not study this science of expertise. And so it's at a certain level that there's this objective behavior that's better, and there's the possibility that us who are objectively performing underperformance now could up our performance level to that, and then saying that's the purpose of this human cooperation.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Doovid. Let me ask you a question. All these measurements that we are that society, like fields, are undertaking, like measurement certification for the welder, how you learn how to build houses, and so on. All these are a part of getting better. What I was going to say, I forgot. Oh my gosh!
No, I'm not talking about certification. We're talking about objectively potential life fulfillment. And you're saying, I mean, like, okay, if I were good at things, it'd be easy to have certification. It'd be easy to make money off of these things. It's talking about objectively all the things I desire to do better, and by understanding the science of expertise, that I would hope that it'd be possible that I would be able to understand and perform better at.
In which
whether
field?
I get a piece of paper or money acknowledging it or not, whether it's how I do my own personal garden, whether it's how I brush my teeth, to any activity that I perform, that's saying because I've learned and thought about the science of expertise that all activities I perform better at. And whether you care to objectively and measure it or we want to talk about the metaphysics of science to whether it even is objectively measurable, to say that's what I'm interested in trying to accomplish on Week in Review. That's what I'm talking about, the science of expertise. Is there objectively a process to improve human behavior?
That's human behavior.
And he's saying, are you interested in
expertise.
joining that process?
So it's expertise in predicting human behavior. Is that what you
No,
mean?
no, no. He's saying in improving human behavior.
Okay,
Not-
then
not
you're assuming
not
that some.
predicting,
Okay,
improving.
okay, then you are assuming that human behavior, it's somehow flawed and needs to be improved. At the moment, it's not
Yeah,
playing
you could argue that that would be a tacit axiom of that method of formalizing the expression.
Yeah, and I wouldn't frame it that way, but you say,
Well,
yeah,
why not? I mean, axiomatic regression is very important.
Flawed is moralized, to say that there's objectively tasked performance and the initial state is poor performance.
well.
And so if it's flawed, how you're going to turn that and say, like, yes, any activity, your initial condition is not knowing how to perform it. There's a remote possibility that you will, in the first time, perform the action correctly according to expertise, but that is very unlikely. And saying for any given field, the initial condition is lack of knowledge.
I think your final conclusion I agree with, but your initial phrasing, the thing with me is I just keep feeling like the reincarnation karma is a really big factor. It's like, why can I have this conversation with you but not your sister? Because you're you and you have your own karma and you're at this point in your spiritual development and you had most of that karma before you were born. So yes, I'll agree with you on the conclusion. I just want to like put a little dog here about the assumptions, because we're not a blank slate. We're not really a blank slate. The only sense I think you could argue you're a blank slate is when you're talking about learning a technical method. And just to come back briefly to these 7 different types of expertise, I think this next one really applies really well to a method, which is not a sort of unitary archetype parsing fundamental knowledge thing, but a repetitive subset model. Like, for example, installing an air conditioner. Something something you can describe with an algorithm, right? So we have a cognitive stage, the practice fixation stage, and the autonomous stage. So this only gives you 3 different levels, and I think it would apply to those types of things more so.
I think the model applied to some fields, but other fields, I don't really know. I don't really know. So
yeah, I'm more academic.
I mean, human behavior, boy. I mean, you're talking
models. I don't like, because like really, like I don't even care that much what people think. Even these models, I don't like care that much. But it's saying like, at most, like saying like, yeah, I'm more just like I want to go over these models. I would even read word for word what these models say, and saying this is the current. Just the accumulation of the best understanding. And like, no, I don't expect Samish to know anything about this. I don't expect Jennifer to know anything about this. They haven't studied it. And obviously they're intelligent people. They're accomplished people. They could think out some interesting thoughts, but like, no, I want to read what the experts on the field have said.
Yeah, nobody's questioning that at all. That expertise is, like I said, it's just
there's expertise on expertise. And if you don't know that, you just make yourself sound dumb, because the literature has already been there. It's like, oh, I didn't know that they had been research on the expertise of expertise. And there's experts on expertise. So I'm saying like, no, okay, like you maybe never read this stuff, and it's not necessarily your fault. There was no test. You didn't fail some test by having failed to read this stuff, but factually, yes, they're great minds, and they've already researched this stuff and came to a lot of conclusions, and I want to look at their models.
Okay, I need to see these research about the measuring the expertise. Well, no, you said expertise of expertise, the science of expertise.
Yeah, so, we've gone through 2 models. The first one had 7 plus the naive, which was like outside of initiation, and this last one had 3. And and this next one has 5, which is Air Out 1994, summarizing Dreyfus's stages. So it looks like maybe he is trying to simplify the 7 levels of Dreyfus, because that was the 7 levels guy, right, Doovid?
Yeah, I mean that's why I'd like to know this better, because it said like, yeah, this is like physics, their names and their equations and their theories, and if you don't know this stuff, you just kind of sound stupid, because there is a current science and a method, and it might be corrupt, there might be professors and money, but like, no, these are the people that have researched it, these are their theories. And even, just objectively to say like, yes, I would like to perform better, like whether I want to be an expert as much as possible, and therefore I'm taking seriously the study of expertise. And I thought that'd be interesting for Week in Review and the type audience we're trying to nurture, that people who want to become experts and are willing to study even the science of expertise in the hope of becoming experts.
Yeah, that's really good. I mean, this is the first time I think it would be better for us if you guys want to do this, and I'd be willing to do it. Once I read this article and think about it, and sort of like maybe inject what I already know and what my experience in social research and so on, we can have a really good debate on this later on. This is the first time I was hit by this, this research, which could be very interesting. I'm not completely disregarding it as pseudoscience or anything like that. I just never didn't read it from front to finish, and that's what I need to do.
Yeah, no, I've done my research. This is this is official psychology, studies of expertise. They're saying like there's business, there's institute, there's people that use this research. There's our curriculum, our business training models, and I just showed thousands of pages of books. I've already read 3 to 5 books and hundreds of articles on this subject. This is just a simple, easy article that gave a quick synopsis of different things. So this is what I'm interested in. Like an academic, I'm going to produce videos on this. Like people could have their opinions. They could say I'm a quack, I'm a fraud, that it's nonsense. But like, no, I did my research, and this is what I want to talk about.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'd be very, very, very happy to read it, because that's really seemed interesting. And maybe we can get back, me and you, discussing it once I read it through and look at the references and so on. It'd be great. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's saying like, I mean, I didn't even have you on to talk about it. Just because we're talking ICC, you're on, figure bring you on. But like, no, like I'm a scientist. I mean, I didn't have a degree in psychology. I ended up in civil engineering, but this is what I'm trying to do to accomplish. And I'm trying to cover the established experts' opinions. And so this is the field of expertise. And so now we're giving what the experts have tried to model the process of obtaining expertise. And it's almost like an esoteric thing where it's like someone thinks you're trying to trick them. You're saying like, I'm trying to help you become better you. And you think, in a defense mechanism is like you're trying to be tricked. And it's saying, and okay, it's science. You have to talk about these precursors, but like, no, this is really the science of self-improvement. But like from a scientific level, it's even tough to talk about the word science. But so let's just take, without arguing endlessly over these precursors, because we could argue from now till forever about the philosophy of science. Let's just look at these models as is, and if it's too complicated with these precursors about how we understand science to even look at a model, it's a sad state of human cooperation, that we can't even look at a model because there's no common understanding or axioms or whatever for people to even interpret a model on.
Yeah. That's I'll be glad to read it. I really would. Now you got me into wanting to read it and dig more information, and then we can get back to it.
We're saying like we're reviewing basically me and Jennifer's research. That's what we do on this show.
Okay.
Saying like that. I mean, like I mean, we talk a little bit like streaming and introduce personalities, but like, no, this is what we and Jennifer do. This is our research. This is what we talk about every single week, our advancements in our research.
But you find this article to be very good, and I'm
No, I
glad to
don't.
read.
This is a simple, pathetic article that just draws together other. You're like, no, I just picked this article because it had kind of like a nice layout overview of theories. Like, no, you're an academic, get a PhD. Like, no, I mean, you have to actually read the books and these studies. Like, this article is just some like, not like whatever. I mean, it's not nonsense, but it's just a simple kind of representation.
Okay, now you threw me.
It's like this
Okay.
article. I picked this article specifically because this article is written for non-experts.
It's okay. It's okay. It could be useful. It could be useful. I'll read it. I'll let you know.
You're saying like, no, in scientific form, like in study form, it would look even different. Like here, it was want to have somewhat like a system of a model where we're trying to see that there's a process, and we can't even come to an agreement that like, yes, you start not knowing something to really knowing something good, and there's some process from getting there. And it's saying like we can't even come to an agreement on that there's something there to even have a model to look at and think about. And saying there could be the communication barrier where you're saying like, no, I don't even think I'm not even sure I'm in agreement that there's some objective thing is not knowing something to knowing it, where it even pays to talk about the models for how you go about not knowing something to really knowing it.
Okay, guys.
Thanks for coming on.
I need to go. Do you guys want to talk about this article next week or not?
Sure,
Because I don't want.
we can talk about it some more if you want to have a chance to read it. I'm fine to maybe.
Just want to do it like Samish. I don't care if you care about this. Like, you don't have to do your homework on this. This is what my research. This is what I'm doing. This is what I'm sharing. Like, you don't. If you want to do a book report,
look, Doovid,
like the speaking review of Doovid. This is Doovid's research. You don't have to do. You don't have to study it. You don't have to like. You're not required to do a book report and come on about it. But this week in review of Doovid. If you want to know what Doovid is going to be talking about next week, it's also going to be the science of expertise.
Okay. All right. I'm
talk about the ICC ruling or something else also. You don't have to have an opinion on the science of expertise. But no, that's my research.
Because you seem to be interested in it.
I told you that's my research. That's my main area of research right now.
Okay. And if you think this article is worth reading, I'll read it, and then we'll talk about it a few minutes the next time. If you want to hear
about Israel and that stuff, but like, no, that's not really my area of research. This is my area of research.
Okay. All right.
If your area of research, like, maybe it's not interesting to talk about. Like, I don't know what you're researching, or if that's something that would be interesting, to talk about with other people or share with an audience, or maybe you're not researching something, or it could be what you're researching just isn't really viable to be interesting to talk about on the stream.
Well, I'm interested in many different things. Like, I do read I am reading more of literature and different poetry and something like that. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, me and Jennifer are scientists. They're saying like it's not like all our friends are scientists, but like at the end of the day, that's why me and Jennifer stream together, because we basically take a scientific approach to everything.
Okay, when you say scientists of what?
Well, I mean, technically,
you're civil engineering. I understand that.
Well, that's like a degree, but it's saying it's difficult even to define that, because me and Jennifer don't even have the same definition of science.
Right, that's what it is. That's you said we are scientists, and I think I know what you mean by scientists. You try to inquire, to understand the world, try to improve the world, and so on.
And we both like numbers, and saying it's preferable to express our ideas in, if possible, with numbers and equations. And so it's saying like, I want to look like, like I would prefer to even try to break these down into equations. But like, just this model here that has stages and processes I like to think in processes, and if I could think from processes to equations, that's even better. But if
Sure.
you may not be a processes, what I'm calling scientific thinker, and like poetry, like it really just doesn't interest me. Like I do some chants and singing, and even that I do a scientific perspective. Honestly, not once in my life have I read a book on poetry. I don't even own a book. Maybe I might have a book or two of poetry that I like mistake. Somehow I have by mistake.
Well, poetry is only a small one, but I just do a lot of cooking, and I still work, and I still do number crunching for an institution, and so it keeps me busy. But I'm going to be retiring soon, and I'm going to have to find ways to channel whatever I'm going to be interested in, especially the social science and political science. That's without doubt I'll be in there. So that's what. Well, thank you guys. I think if you want, next week we'll get back and we'll talk if you want. If not, we'll move on to whatever topics you guys or any other topic. I guess I'm more in tune with the more formal sort of. Here's a topic we're going to talk about, maybe 4 or 5, and then break it down by.
I think you're misunderstanding.
Yeah.
Like this is week in review. So like if you want to become a streamer, we don't really talk about topics on week in review. We're supposed to schedule or talk about streams where we talked about topics for week in review. So like you actually have to do something to review. So
right.
So we don't really do week in review to just like have talk about a topic. That's not more the style. So it's more like advancement. So you're doing research, you're sharing your research, and then you're coming on to share with the audience the advancements in your research. I'm not really a conversational person. In fact, if you could tell, Doovid is a little irritatable right now because honestly, I hate small talk. I hate conversation for the sake of conversation. That's not my style. That's what I mean, like scientific in that, it's a method. You could use a pejorative like a nerd or whatever. I communicate in a different way, and if it's not that way, it's really just not interesting to me.
Okay, so it's not you don't want formal talks and so on. It was more like a free sort of.
No, I'm trying to say like you have to decide whether you want to be a streamer or not. So if you do streams, like we don't have Root and Branch this week, so we're not like there's nothing really to talk about with that. So the only thing we're reviewing is the advancement in me and Jennifer's research. But he's saying like if you want to be
okay, then
you got to produce content during the week to review it on week in review. That's what I'm saying. Like we want you to get more proactive, so you should be producing content during the week, and then you come on week in review to review the content that you've already produced or to promote the content that you're producing. Saying week in review is not the content. Week in review is to promote or review the content. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like the week in review is not content; it's review of content.
Okay. Wow, not content, but the review of content. Okay.
So if you have no content to review, then then there's no real week in review. You could be a character saying we're introducing you to the audience, but then the audience wants a review of your content.
And the content could be anything, right?
We could do different streams if you want to start at a different pace. You and I could stream together. We could talk about different ideas and psychology and sociology and see if there's some way to marry.
It's like I'm a Hasidic Jew in the sense when you go to a Hasidic synagogue, you don't come in and say hi. If you come in and say, "Oh, hi, how you doing?" people look at you like you're crazy. You come in and someone says Baruch Hu Hashem Avorak, and you repeat Baruch Hashem, and that's how the culture works. And so that week in review has a similar me and Jennifer are not really conversational type people. It's not our style. That's why we created the show. We like people. We like advancement and ideas, And so saying we're just trying to avoid excess conversation. We want results. We want people that are doing things and reporting on what they're doing.
Yeah, so I think you're pretty tired, Samish. So if you want to say goodbye, I don't know if you have any final words, but yeah, we can definitely figure something out that's your speed. If
Well, I'm new to this streaming, so I didn't know that the streaming is completely a different sort of like world. So
I'm very.
You can do yourself.
I will think about it, and
you can create your own channel.
I think I'm more liberal as long as we're talking about science. I'm more liberal than Doovid, so we could just do a separate stream. Like I said, I don't want to discourage you. I think you're very interesting, and you have a lot of interesting knowledge as well. So I do hope you'll stick around.
Yeah, I'm not trying to discourage you. Also, I'm like really, you should probably create your own channel, and that's what's saying you gotta like.
See, but
I kind of get the vibe he wants to have a conversation, like he wants to do the small talk, and I totally get it that you don't want to do it. I get that vibe off Savvy. She wants to go into like mini debates, conversationalist, topical, small talk. I'm not totally against that either. Like as long as it's coming back to scientific proofs, I'm kind of interested in that. But I totally get that you're not doing it. I don't know
Well,
if correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't like it. I'm not against it.
No, I know.
Saying, but for week in review, then you got to schedule it.
Yeah.
So
That's
saying
cool. That's all I'm saying.
like just schedule the stream and do it, and then you could report back to me. But like I don't really care. So like, you're going to talk about like your cooking, this and this and that. Like no offense, I don't care.
Cooking
report back to me later.
Okay, so I wanted to. Did you want to say goodbye, Samish, or what do you think?
Yeah. I'll get back with you. I'll talk to you next time, or
you know where to find us.
Talk to you soon. It was a great chatting with you. Okay, so I wanted to answer John's question real quick in the chat. So the way you want to think about the mental energy is there's no such thing as new mental energy. There's a planet that has a bunch of water around it, and that acts like a three-dimensional lens, which makes it so that it's taking in more energy than it's letting off from the sun, right? So you have this situation where a bunch of energy is coming in, law of entropy is going to distribute that energy so that it's maximally spread out, which turns out to be life. And then when life starts to get going, you have a conservation of biomass. So you're saying, where do these new souls come from? I'm saying, don't think of it in those terms. Think of it in terms of like, we was pond scum back in the day, and there were so many eventual rotations of the sun that those things precipitated into increasingly complex crystals, because what we're converging towards is efficiency of digestion, because the universe prefers efficient digesters, because that maximizes the entropy with maximum efficiency, which was what evolution is chasing, right? So also the reason we're so smart. So where are the new souls coming from? Well, they're coming from previous souls. It's just that when there's more humans, all of a sudden, it means that some of those souls are coming from non-human entities, because there is a conservation of biomass. So did you want to keep going over these things? Because I've got them ready on the screen, and
yeah, I thought it was worthwhile even to go over word for word the models and these processes, because like my opinions have been clear about this. Saying that there's incompetence, and even things like humor and laughing are really somewhat objectively signs of incompetence. And but saying there is a science of expertise. These things have been measured, and maybe people aren't aware of it. But like that's what I'd like to do. I'd like to, it's important for self-improvement, and it's a lot of cognitive dissonance, because it's like we've been talking about. It's a recognition that you're bad at this. I'm sorry. You might think that you are good at that, but like, no, you're not an expert. You're not even a novice. You're not even initiated. And you have to go through the process to obtain expertise. And anybody who doesn't admit that is just annoying. And that's basically from my, like a behavioralistic school, that's a fact. If you laugh, if you don't think things seriously, if you don't believe in the process, it's because you have a problem.
Well, I have been accepted as an expert in court and an expert at my job and the world expert on voice comparisons. So I do think I know something about the science of expertise. Not that I don't want to.
You might have expertise in a subject, but like, no, if you haven't studied the science of expertise, why would you think you know anything about it? Just because you have expertise in the subject,
Okay.
not no.
But if you know the sciences and expertise, I do not know. I have to read. I have to read it.
I even told like chunking theory. Like most people have never heard of chunking theory. And it's saying like, you know, I'm trying to explain some complicated concepts here. I'm myself, like I do not think I'm smart. Like I know I'm extremely limited. I know objectively what should be able to be performed and the limitations of my ability, and I want to improve that. And so there's techniques and methods that like for a chess player that so here's a technique, a mental technique, even multiple truth hypothesis versus the attempt of objectively studying the process of expertise. And anyone's watching Week in Review, you say this is dependent upon the hard problem of consciousness, learning theory, and all these various things. There's too many unknowns to objectively define a science. So all you have is really heuristics. You could have a framework. Anybody who followed my streams on chess, you have a chunking theory and you really these cognitive theories of the interplay between templates, long-term, short-term memory, decision making, choice, scan, and I've went over this on the streams. Saying when we talk about from a scientist, and you're saying like if you've never heard of chunking theory, like yeah, you don't know anything about the science of expertise. And you're saying no, I don't think that because Jennifer is an expert in something does not mean she ever heard of chunking theory. But maybe when I told her about chunking theory, because she has expertise and intelligence, she could have some understanding.
Well, my unified model is a chunking theory. Ayurvedic doshas are chunking, as well as the gunas are chunking, as well as the Platonic elements are chunking. So I'm already familiar with my own version of chunking theory. It may not line up with exactly what you're expecting, but I am certainly familiar with what.
Yeah, and you can say, okay, like in the last 20 years, where there's been formally developed a science of expertise, is like, well, obviously the Vedas and the Kabbalah and the great sages of previous generations, even though they didn't have a formal science of expertise, had thought about these things and have insights that someone like Jennifer is familiar with.
Yeah.
So let's just go through one novice. So this one's 5 levels.
Yes, it is a crystallization of the original 7. I'm sorry I navigated away from it, but I'll go right back to it. I was just trying to answer. John, I think we're talking past each other here, bud, because you're saying we're made in the image of God. That doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, so I don't know what you're saying. If we evolved, where's the missing link? So you're assuming axiomatically that evolution has to be at a consistent rate. So like a line with a slope of, 2. That's a false axiom. That's why biology is not working too well. So the way it really works is quantum evolution. There's a step up between one level and another. Just the same way there's a step between hydrogen and helium, and they're completely different elements. That's how evolution works.
Really, I don't mean to be rude to Jennifer, but I want her to understand that she's wasting her time and everyone's time right now.
Well, you spent how long talking with Vincent? You spent an hour talking.
That's what I'm talking about from the science of expertise. That like that these kind of like John asking these questions, he's not really understanding these things better.
Well, it's relevant to my subject of expertise. I think it is relevant, but whatever. We could keep going with.
No, because there's a science of expertise and there's a process, and if you don't avow yourself to the process of the attainment of it, you're not going to attain it.
I have avowed myself to the process. And whether I've attained it is up to other masters to determine. That's
yeah, it's largely objective.
And it's largely objective.
You say, here's a student of mine, and here's their performance level, and it's objective.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to show, that reminds me of what I wanted to show is I don't want to say student, because I don't think he'd want me to call him a student, but my old friend made a computer rendition of the quantum periodic table. So I'm not saying that this is a testament to my expertise, because I don't really think that this is that high of a bar, but it's still something. I'm very happy with it. But yeah, I don't think this person would say they're my student. I tend to like to work with people with huge egos, and to call someone else's student is like a huge egotist. Like, imagine ConOps. So novice, we've got a rigid adherence. Do you want me to just read through this, Stu?
I mean, I guess so. I mean,
we got novice.
Irritable because, like, yeah, that's like I want to accomplish something.
So do I, and sometimes I feel like your digressions aren't conducive, but I let you indulge them, and I would appreciate you letting me indulge answering questions in the chat because it's important to me to be available to people. Obviously, I'm going to work to try not to get baited into stupid questions, which I think last week is a good example of. I just let it go too far.
And but it's saying like, no, like, I mean, this is Week in Review with Doooovid. You have your own channel. You could do
and this
Jennifer Entropy streaming every night for 10 hours. You don't need to take your questions from the chat to you on Week in Review with Doooovid. And if you're not capable of streaming on your own and you need Week in Review with Doooovid to address your own audience, you have a problem.
Says you. Okay, so novice.
You should say you. Like, you don't need Week in Review to address your own audience. You could do a stream. You should do a stream. That's why I'm being rough on you, because it's saying like you should do a stream.
I'm not going to go against my own expertise method. My expertise method is question and answer. If there's nobody to come on to ask me questions because they're too whatever, to uncreative or proud or whatever to ask me questions, I'm not just going to go on and start blowing smoke up my own ass by stating facts. And maybe somebody comes into the chat to ask a question, because I don't work like that. Like, I don't have anything. There's nothing there to talk about. All I spend my time doing is contemplation and meditation. So I'm not going to be like, oh, I care about this thing that happened, because I don't. I care about how good of meditation I had this week. So sorry, I can't monologue. Maybe one day I will be able to, but without somebody coming out and saying, yeah, would you talk about this? I'm not just going to volunteer it, because I don't know that there's any point. I hope that's all right.
Okay, so let's
So novice is rigid adherence to taught rules or plans, little situational perception, and no discretionary judgment. So this appears to be like including some of the, this seems completely different, because it says that they do actually have some understanding. So 2, advanced beginner guidelines for action based on attributes or aspects. Aspects are global characteristics of situations recognizable only after some prior experience. Situation perception still limited. All attributes and aspects are treated separately and given equal importance. Okay. And then competent, that's number 3. Excuse me. We've got coping with crowdedness. We've got now sees actions as least partially in terms of longer term goals, conscious deliberate planning, standardized and routinized procedures. So this is seeming to be more in the direction of what's going on the inside of the person's mind, whereas if we compare that with the first one, it was more about whether the community was accepting them as an expert. Number 4, we've got proficient, sees situations holistically rather than in terms of aspects. So again, we've got this progression of complexity of thinking, sees what is most important in a situation, perceives deviations from the normal pattern, decision-making less labored, uses maxims for guidance whose meanings vary according to situation. Finally, we have the expert, who no longer relies on rules, guidelines, or maxims. I think I might have an issue with that, but okay. Intuitive grasp of situations based on deep tacit understanding. Analytic approaches used only in novel situations or when problems occur. And vision of what is possible. What do you think about this one?
Yeah, I think they're both. I mean, obviously, the working assumption for almost all of these is that not necessarily tabula rasa, but that a person basically starts without the skill. That there might be universal skills that might help, but basically you start without it, and you need to come on to somebody else to initiate you in to teach it to you. So both systems, the Hoffman system, the novice level is this initiation beginner level where you have to make yourself amenable to being taught by someone who possesses the skill, and that necessitates the process of becoming an expert, because you need to acquire expertise through learning under other people who already have better skill than you do. It's possible to have a model that doesn't, necessarily have to attain the skill through learning from other people, but basically all the models are working on the assumption that you're going to go through the process of becoming expert by learning from other people, and then that is going to necessitate certain structure of how is it possible for one person to share their knowledge with another in terms of structure and breaking it down, that it's going to be a process that takes a certain amount of time, and that you could even give discrete levels, that you recognize that it's a process that takes a certain amount of time, where there's discrete levels that you could break down to say this person is this stage of skill acquirement.
Okay, I got a question. If Mendeleev discovered the periodic table, is he my teacher? And I don't think there's like I mean, obviously the answer depends on axioms to this one, but it brings to light an important point that we have to ask the question, like, is it the same to learn? Where does it diverge? Where's the divergence between learning under tutelage versus learning independently, i.e. sourcing your own materials and trying to emulate whatever you're grabbing from that? And it reminds me of the chicken sexer thing. I don't even know if this is true. I just heard it on somewhere. Shouldn't be saying hearsay. Have you heard of the chicken sexing and how it's really hard to tell baby chickens apart? And the people who can do it just learn by watching someone who knew how to do it already. And that there's like no other way to really know how to do it without just watching an already expert chicken sexer.
I mean, it's possible that there's fields where there's some sort of unexplainable attainment, but generally the science of expertise has clearly demonstrated that there's universal processes that all people go through. There's no such thing as magically obtaining expertise. They're being born with it. And even skill level differences of intelligence and IQ do not change the generic processes that are required to go through. Whether all processes could be successfully broken into discrete units, theoretically, yes. But it's definitely at the current stage of the science. There's going to be many fields where it might prove difficult or dispute among scholars how to break it into discrete units. And the scientific level, it's only measurable and predictive when it's broken up into discrete units.
Is it predictive only when it's I think I don't know that predictive is the right word, but I know it is something.
It is the right word. I mean, like, if you don't understand it,
predictive means that it makes predictions. So if you
break it into discrete levels,
putting discrete levels doesn't necessarily make it predictive. It means it's got levels. Levels is something. It means it's like a resolution.
Discrete units, so that their expertise is made up of a specific amount of discrete units, and those discrete units are measurable. So any one of those discrete units could be measured, whether the person has obtained it or not. And overall expertise could be broken down into the measurements of all the discrete units that make up expertise, and that's objective. And if you can't do that, you're not an expert. Anything that you're a master at, it means that you could break it up into discrete units that are measurable, and those are predictive, meaning that you could test a given person on a discrete unit, and if they pass or fail that test, it's predictive of their level of expertise.
I'm agreeing with you in theory, but I'm not saying that
your agreement is irrelevant. This is the state of the science.
Just because somebody came up with a bunch of levels doesn't make them predictive. It just means it's someone's opinion. There may be levels, however, which are predictive.
The science is the discrete units that are predictive. So a model
That's not science.
Discrete units is the science, and it's predictive.
No, the discrete units are the elements, and the number of elements determines the not a bandwidth, sorry, it's the color depth. So the metaphor with the images, you got to think of it as the bit depth. So the more layers you have, the higher the bit depth. So it's more about an amount of information being conveyed. than an actual science. It's part of the process of science, but science itself is actually crafting a model, which is a geometric thing, which is going to predict the outcome. So you say, starting with this, I know if I do this exact thing, this is going to be the result. And then you have to test it. So I don't know how are they testing these things, right? They're not scientifically testing them. They're just saying, well, I think this is what it is. And
They
other
are.
people say,
You just make yourself
how?
sound dumb.
How are
There's
they
a science
scientifically
expertise
testing
that's
them?
around for 30 years. They've tested it. Every
Show me the
single
test
major athletic sports Olympics uses this stuff. You just make yourself sound like an idiot because all this research has already been done.
Well, let's see the science then. Let's see the actual scientific experiments, and let's see the meta-analysis, because I don't think it exists.
If you're talking about sports expertise, yes, every single, like if it's tennis, basketball, any Olympic sport, they've broken down it into discrete units and they measure them. And so if it's like your backhand, your forehand, the timing, the strength, all of these things have been measured and it'll be predictive of overall performance. So if you're doing MMA betting and you have a measurement of the various skill processes that these people have done, and they could be measured. And who's going to win the fight, you can't exactly predict based on all of these discrete units, but that's basically how they do it. And
yeah, so if you can't predict, I'm not saying that, see.
You're saying because they haven't completely reduced it to a mechanistic, deterministic version of the future, it's not science. It's like no, it's a well-developed science. Every single institute is currently using it, and if you don't know this, you make yourself sound dumb.
Well, just because a bunch of people are using it doesn't mean it's science. It's a method of analysis. It's analysis. Science is making hypotheses and testing them. This is analysis by saying, I'm taking your skill set and I'm going along with this rubric, and here's the answer. The rubrics themselves have not been tested scientifically.
They have. So, I mean, you really just make yourself sound dumb.
Well, let's see the test. Let's see.
Maybe you just never work. Maybe you're unfamiliar with like sports medicine or training methods. Even as a chess player, say like, yeah, like even chess players do this. Like I do this. Like I'm familiar with it. Like even as a lowly chess coach, I'm familiar with the science of expertise. I could break it down. I could measure it. You could take a kid and their ability, and you could give them a series of tasks and measure it. It's a fact. Like if you're a crappy coach and you don't know this shit, it's your fault.
Well, if you just want to call everything science, even though it's not, you're just going to make people not respect science.
It is science because you're talking about things that have been studied to the best of measurement and predictive ability. It's this study of the science of expertise is the state of the art science.
So which one's the most predictive?
Of the models?
Yeah. Where's the meta-analysis between the models? Because as we all know, that's part of science. And if it doesn't exist, I'm afraid it's just not science yet. I'm not saying it doesn't work, because analysis does work.
Yeah, I mean, it's your humility level, but where no one cares about your opinion. So you can't just learn the model
Except
to then analyze them. We have to waste all this time with your opinions on every little thing that we didn't even get to the model.
We are on the model. We're already at it seems like 7-stage model of skill acquisition. But they're only
this is just your dissonance because you're saying like, no, you're not really a master. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So you don't think I'm a master. Okay. That's cool. Unfortunately, a bunch of people do. So you probably just have to deal with that fact.
It's not determined by what people think. There's objective standards of
by
measurement.
what people think. It's partially objective, but it's also partially determined by what people think. I mean, it said that in the first one, that it's opinion of peers that determines who the real expert is. So obviously what people think matters. And then the objective reality also matters. And the proportion in which those matter depends on axioms. So, I mean, we keep going with this dissertation. This one's it's a bit disorganized because it starts on 6 and 7. And it says it's explained in another post. Okay. I think this might be a repetition of the one we've already gone over. Because it's also 7 phases. Just trying to see here.
Yeah, but this is just some article I found that had some graphics. Like, you know, like, no, I mean, like, unfortunately, most of the people watching this, and maybe Jennifer included, just are not going to be capable of understanding this. I will be producing research on it, and like, that's fine. You know, like, I'm trying to, I mean, I thought it'd be beneficial to people saying that people want to acquire. I mean, you see the dissonance here because there's, you know, has to be a recognition that there's these greater skill levels that are attainable that you don't currently have. And so there's a dissonance here to say that, so like, oh, there are no greater skill levels that I don't currently have. Like, I'm the best ever. You know, like, there can't be any method of you. But so that's not what Doovid is after. Doovid is after the objective science of expertise and measurable performance level. This is my field of engineering management. You know, like, this is German science at its greatest. You're saying, and like Jennifer, like, you know, like she lost touch with her Germanness because like like the behavioralists, they did not care what you think. They did not care your opinion. We just measured your performance and we completely discounted what you thought. And if you insisted on telling us, we just politely told you to shut the hell up because we only want to measure your performance.
Uh-huh. So what's my performance then? Horrible?
Well, it has to be some objective standard. And to do that,
by your own
you
multiple
need to
truth
break-
hypothesis, that
you
doesn't
need
exist.
to break it into discrete units because only discrete units are independently measurable. So the
Oh, I
science of
see your argument.
expertise, there's 2 aspects. So here we have theories about levels. So this is quite meta, but a scientific level of just having discrete units that are measurable is scientific and predictive. And then to create a model to rank and organize those discrete units, that's the scientific process, the best that we have. So for the science of expertise, first, what are the discrete units of expertise? And how do you measure
Like in
them?
SI units?
And then can you create a model for the progression of accomplishment in these discrete units? Yes, the discrete units could all be measured in SS models like seconds, pounds. So if it's like playing chess, that you have patterns and you have correct responses and incorrect responses, and they could all be measured in a correct or incorrect answer within a certain amount of time. Any performance level, like if it's tennis, or there's accuracy level, there's there's physics. If you're talking sports medicine, sports performance, these are all physics measured. They're measured with pure physics.
You
And
mean
so it's
like
objective.
ratios and stuff, like BMI and ratios and body fat percentage and stuff like that?
All of it could be relevant. So if you're
Is
talking
that
about,
the kind of measurements you're talking about? Because I'm having trouble following your line of logic, because to me subjective measurements are super different than like what you might call objective measurements, even though arguably there's no such thing like what you might call data, like BMI, for example.
so if you had something like, I don't know, given like a basketball player, and you want to break the discrete units of expertise of basketball playing, a lot of the discrete units are going to be common discrete units to any athletics, like reaction time, how, like how high a person could jump. The all things can be measured, how quickly a person could run, like reaction time, your vision, all of a series of things that are completely measurable into units. And these are things that anyone who knows anything about sports coaching, medicine, knows that we already do these things. If you're an elite team, they're going to measure this stuff. They're going to take time and they're going to, do whatever scientific measurements, and they're going to try to get you to improve on it. So, like free throw percentage, shot all the, however, but you see that there's going to be discrete units, and they're all going to be measurable. So the field, like, okay, expertise could be somewhat subjective, because you say, okay, expertise is when you have a certain performance level of these various discrete units, and it could be determined that you might need a minimum of all of the discrete units, or you might need a comparable score. Like it's like in chess or something, it's possible you could be a chess expert by being, really good at the opening and end game and weak in the middle game. But at a certain, or, you might need to be an expert at all fields, that you're not really going to be, there's going to be a maximum master level of play that you could be if you're not an expert at all aspects of the game. And these things are all measurable, and anybody who coaches should already be familiar in doing this.
Cool.
Are you not familiar with this? Did you never, like, even yoga, like, I mean, could you not see, like, in yoga that you could have objectively did like units?
Yeah, why would I give a shit about establishing myself as the best?
I did not say anything about establishing someone as the best.
Well,
I'm
that's
talking about
what
objectively establishing what expertise means. I don't give a crap whether it's you or somebody else. I'm talking about the objective science of expertise. I don't give a crap whether you're an expert or not.
You're asking me if I
Your
would
ego, your stupid ego has nothing to do with this science.
You're not listening here. You're asking me if I would pursue some sort of rubric in yoga for knowing expertise in yoga. That's what you're asking me, right? And I say the only way I would do that is if I gave a shit if anybody thought I was good at yoga. I guess. That's what I'm saying.
Whether they think, they're saying that objectively that you could determine a series of criteria of discrete units that could be put together for a qualification of expertise. And it could be like flexibility on, these measures, or how long you could hold these pose, and all these things could be objectively measured, and then a person could be given a score.
Sure. But you wouldn't be scoring their ability in yoga.
I mean, because however you define these terms, like what is yoga? But
exactly. So that's why these things are interesting to me, but it's a bit of a challenge, because subjective learning and data learning, to me, is two completely different processes. If I could just share this thing on the screen real quick, I made a diagram earlier, and I wanted to compare bottom-up metaphysics to top-down metaphysics. So if you remember the second set, which had the 3 criteria, which were a little bit simpler, and they were more process-based, so that would work in a bottom-up metaphysics, because the things that are disparate. Okay, so you have some X's in the corner here. You have everything going on around you that is just some big thing that you don't know. And you have disparate pieces of information that you memorize. That type of knowledge is absolutely something that falls under that second categorization. But then when you're talking about holistic knowledge, i.e. chunking, which is something that's going to give you a philosophical chunker that's actually going to dictate the progression of everything that you think, which is where your top-down metaphysics comes in. And that's where you need the external person to come in and say, well, this is your aesthetic. This is your metaphysical chunker. And everything is going through this chunker anytime you're engaged in the process of thinking. So I wanted to put a bunch of different chunkers that, in a sense, they're meant to encompass everything. So like you could think of the periodic table as a chunker, because that's the matter chunker, because all the matter that exists is inside that thing and there's no matter outside of it. That's just one example. That's why I did a bunch of diagrams, because you have different metaphysical chunkers. And then we have this additional thing of complexity, which is what I'm glad Doowovid brought up the chunker thing, because it applies both biologically and psychologically, is that our biological apparatus that simulates our mind also functions on a chunking basis. So we have our own chunkers we can impose, and that's the top-down metaphysics. But we also have biological chunkers that are there, so that even when you're doing bottom-up metaphysics, you still have de facto tacit chunkers operating in the background, because that's the very basis upon which computation of your minds happens. This is why I have a hard time, I don't want to say agreeing or disagreeing, but because the things are true, but it seems like they'd only be true in certain cases, i.e. for process-based things versus archetype-based things. Sorry if that was too much information at once, but hopefully that made a bit of sense.
Yeah, but this isn't a matter of agreement or disagreement. Saying like this is what I went to university and studied. This is an objective field, construction management. There were jobs, and we broke them down into discrete units, and we measured performance and timed them. And there's an expected performance of an employee. And this like the first one, which was kind of like the union membership of these things are measured, and you have to perform at a certain proficiency level, and it's well known what expertise is and what you have to do to perform it. And if Jennifer has never been in a situation where she's been tested like that, like that's understandable, and she may just not understand the stuff.
I have been, and I don't know why you keep saying that I haven't been, because I have been multiple times.
Because you don't seem to understand the clear, blatant science of breaking things down to discrete units and measuring them, and that all of these things could be done.
Because that's not science.
Any
That's
physical
not
process.
Science.
Yes, that is science.
Science is making hypotheses and testing them. This is analysis. This is taking pre-existing knowledge and applying it in a particular way. You can call it scientific, but it's technically analysis. So it's not an insult. I'm just saying that to qualify as science, you need a model which makes predictions, which are then tested. That's
saying like she's making a political statement. Like anyone who's ever read a book, like I'll pull the books off my shelf. This is the science of management. Like Jennifer is insulting her own ancestors, because almost all these people were German and they were scientists and they measured this stuff and they called it science. So if Jennifer's making some point, she could keep on repeating herself. But like in any mainstream definition, you could take courses on this. I have books right behind me that talk about the science of management. It's a school. It's based off of German behaviorism, and the idea of behavioralism is measurable. That's why it's scientific.
Just because something is measurable doesn't make it scientific. It means it can be analyzed. If it's measurable, it can be analyzed. And if you can generate statistics, it could be meta-analyzed. But analysis is a lower standard than science, and science is something that actually most people don't do. So I don't want you to be insulted here, but like I'm not going to say that this is a science, because no one is going to agree that this is a science. It's something. It's an analysis technique.
You have some fake word like science that doesn't mean anything, because you're like
it sounds like
some mystical process on science.
I did not invent the definition of science. I'm going by.
I don't need. I have zero worry that Jennifer is arguing with me. I took a course in science in university, and it was called the science. Like Jennifer could say it's not a science. Like I have a degree and credits in a course that said it was a science. And so, yeah, Jennifer could argue all she wants. Fine.
Okay, well, you guys can think it's a science, but I doubt the physics people will think it's a science. And if that's not an issue for you, that's a bit of a concern.
No power. It's a university that has departments of physics, and the fact that someone in physics doesn't think it's a science makes absolutely no opinion. I don't give a crap. That's why you have no power. That's why you're not head of the institutes that get to define these things. To go back to the money type thing. You're like some person in the physics department that was never able to make more money off of their ideas. He's like, oh, I'm the only one who knows what real science is. That's why I have to beg other people to pay for my research, because I understand it so much better than them. Yeah, right. If you understood it better, you wouldn't be the one begging.
Alrighty. Yeah, I don't know what you want me to say to that exactly. It is uncontested that I've been deemed an expert multiple times, as well as dictated what consisted of expertise to other people and had my opinions followed. Now, that could just be a coincidence, but it's happened a lot of times to just be a coincidence. So if that's not good enough for you, well, that's fine. But
Of course, not good enough for me. Like, it doesn't mean that you've took a course or know anything about the science of management.
well,
Yes,
you
you
have to
could be an expert.
establish to me
You could
that
have
taking the
you
course
could have
is
established that you have expertise in one field or multiple fields, but it's not established that you know anything about the science of expertise. And you have demonstrated over and over again that you actually know very little about the science of expertise, even though you might be an expert in multiple fields.
Well, I would proffer that you don't know how to measure expertise, and therefore,
The person who's
argue.
actually studied the science of expertise,
Just
you're
because
going
you
to
study something doesn't mean you understand it. Clearly, I mean, look at the people I went to school with. Do you think they understand
you didn't
physics?
even know that there is such a thing as the science of expertise, but yet you're going to teach it.
Well, why not? I already know more than everybody else. No offense, but the bar is, I mean, they don't know the mind's a quantum computer. They don't know the periodic table is holistic. They don't know Ayurveda. They don't know Vedanta. There's something that they do know, and it's not nothing, but it's, of course, I can do better job than them. So why would I look this stuff up? No offense. You're not really being a very good ambassador either. You're saying you suck because you didn't read up on the science of expertise. Well, I'm saying you haven't established it as a science. No offense. I'm not saying physics is any better either. Maybe it hasn't established itself as a science. The question is, are we going based on popular opinion, or are we going based on what is the actual definition of something, which is that it makes predictions and that you have a way to change the theory. And what I'm saying is that these are all techniques of analysis, and there's nothing wrong with doing a technique of analysis. It's just that you can't call it science because science is something different and significantly more difficult. I'm
No,
not
you
saying
have no
this is
authority. You have
useless.
no one accepts your authority of that you get
Except
to
all
decide.
those people at my job and the people at the conferences that I went to that asked me to be an expert speaker and who sets the standard.
Yeah, but then no one asked you whether you didn't get to define what a science is or not. You were
Well,
in
if
a
I'm
print.
solicited by the people at my
You were
job
not a
and then I'm
master. You
accepted,
were,
then I guess I am.
but that wasn't what you were accepting. You're saying you're demonstrating your own incompetence by not understanding even your own role and your own level of competence.
That's what I'm saying. I have experience in the science of expertise because I, for other domains that weren't my primary domain, diagnosed what expertise was. I was the one who set the standards for several things. So, as a coincidence, I don't know, but yeah, I do know about science of expertise. But it's not a science, it's an analysis technique. Like, I wouldn't even call my own thing a science. I could say, like, I do it scientifically, but fundamentally it's analysis.
Yes, I mean, and anyone watching this, I guess, like, it's obvious. Everyone knows Jennifer's bias, and they know Jennifer's competence level. So she has her own bias of what she's advancing, even though she hasn't demonstrated competence. And then she has what she's demonstrated competence in and what she's advancing. So anyone's watching should have a reasonably objective measure in what Jennifer is postulating, even though she has not demonstrated competence in that field, to what she's postulating in fields that she has demonstrated competence.
Well, if
And
I
she would
set
be better
standards
off if
and
it was
people
clear
accepted them,
to people what she's postulating when she has demonstrated level of competence, and it just makes her look bad when she tries to demonstrate competence in fields that she doesn't have competence in.
so you're saying that people at my work were themselves incompetent to accept my judgments on all the various things that I set these exact type of things for? I had levels in my voice ID thing, and my opinion eventually has to win out because mine's the one that can, and I did it scientifically. I did these analysis techniques. I deduced them using social science and normal science to converge to what I thought would be the optimal solution for courtroom legitimacy. That doesn't make me an expert. The fact that a bunch of people didn't take my advisements under consideration when they were designing their own rubrics of expertise, well, okay. That's a shame, but it's okay. I'm not going to say,
No, I
well,
mean, you don't even know how
because
to
these
define
other,
what you accomplished, unfortunately.
well, I could
I mean,
give
you
you
probably did
examples
accomplish
of it.
something great, but I mean, you're demonstrating you can't even explain properly what you accomplished. And like, I
Setting
mean,
the standards of expertise for multiple fields that were subfields of my own field. I came up with a thing. I said there's 3 levels. There's technologist, analyst, and scientist. And when you call yourself those things, they mean different things. And it's important to say that because in court, if you claim to be a scientist and you're not, you could have some asshole lawyer who's going to take you to town and make you look like a fucking idiot because you want to call yourself a scientist, but actually you couldn't answer questions that a scientist ought to be able to answer. Because it's even for people who are actual legit doing quote unquote science, probably couldn't answer half these questions. So it's like, yeah, that's just one example. I could go into more, but I feel like it's boring. But I thought it was like self-evident.
You know, being a scientist doesn't have anything necessarily direct to expertise. Expertise,
I understand that,
is broken down, implies breaking.
Yes, you're analyzing
field down into discrete units
by breaking it down. You're chunking a field down. You're chunking a field out by breaking it out into discrete units.
Measurable discrete units.
That's analysis. That is analysis. And there's nothing wrong with analysis, but it's important to be clear. You're not doing science because science involves the formal proffering of a theory. And it's not just this discipline guilty of this. It's all across the board of people claiming things to be scientific that they're not. And all this does is debase the word. It makes people say, well, forget it. It's all crap because everything is just saying it's science and it's not. Well, we need some sort of scale of legitimacy. And that's what I was saying. Like an analyst is a person it's a step below scientist, but it's still something that involves actively thinking and parsing out data and categorizing data. And there is a value to that. It's just doesn't quite meet the bar of being science. That's all.
Yeah, so some of these models basically do meet the bar of being science, and maybe it won't be seen from this article, but saying the functions have been broken down into measurable discrete units, and these measurable discrete units have been put into phases and orders so that expertise could be measured and predicted, that you could say that these are the discrete units, these are the stages and proficiency levels necessary, and somebody trying to obtain this skill level of proficiency could step by step go through these discrete units, reach a level of proficiency, and at the end will have acquired general expertise in the subject. And these are, these are scientific models. And so making the point that you could breaking into the discrete unit is the first process to developing a model, because just having a bunch of discrete units, saying with Genesis is just analysis. So taking those discrete measurable units and putting them into a model that could make predictions and tests, that's at best what generally is called science. You could have a more narrow definition of science, and so you see on the screen stages 1, 2, and 3: knowledge, strategic processing, interest. Here's discrete units, and this is just a general framework. But for a science of expertise, you would have a field, and so if it was like a sport where you had a team and there was level that you wanted a person to get through, and it would be broken down into discrete units and tasks. And even at coaching chess, there's I don't actually, I use heuristics and do it myself. I don't actually do like numerical tests to make it scientific in my coaching, but I probably could. That there's skills, tasks, drills, and there's performance levels, and overall game level performance is correlated to proficiency levels at the discrete units. And anybody who coaches knows this. And you could have mismatches of so if you're coaching chess and there's like 20 different discrete units that make up level we call expert, you could have mismatches of various people that have various levels of those very discrete skills and reach expertise. But generally you have already testable models, and almost all elite coaches already have these systems and have factually tested these models. And if you read these papers and studies, a lot of these models have, to the best of social science, been scientifically tested.
Testing and verifying aren't the same thing. So like if you want to test it, you have to like define objective, like criteria objective to this. And
Yeah,
then,
some of it's not at the level where you're gonna,
I
the
don't think
law
you do that.
of expertise, but you might have a coach that uses this method and has published books and statistical studies on it that is useful for the advancement to actually and factually, like, yeah, you could have a university course on the science of expertise and designed as a science course, and you could have someone like Jennifer's like, I object, that's not a real science course. But like you could say that about psychology, and the science of expertise is generally considered a subfield of psychology, and it is as scientific as any other psychological field of study.
I won't disagree there.
We talk like the science of consciousness, the model of consciousness.
It has
If
to
you
make
could
predictions,
scientifically
right?
study the problem of consciousness, you could scientifically study expertise. In fact, expertise is easier to study than consciousness. That's why I'm drilling down on expertise, because it's actually easier to scientifically come about than consciousness,
You can't circumvent the
because
more
there's
difficult
easier discrete
concepts.
units.
You can't meaningfully circumvent the more challenging concepts.
It's hard to break thought or consciousness. We call qualia. Qualia are basically discrete units of consciousness.
Which don't exist.
So saying for expertise, you say discrete units of expertise don't exist.
I'm not saying they don't exist.
Because they're measurable. You're saying they probably do exist because they're measurable. You could separate a discrete unit of expertise and measure it, like reaction time, and say like, no, I measured this person's reaction time. I know it. It's a fact. Like, it's this number.
Yeah, that's a data point. Has no bearing as to whether the theory itself is scientific or to what extent.
Well, it does. If you have a model that has the discrete units organized into a model, then it's predictive, that you could say that you could measure.
Predicting?
It's predicting the attainment of expertise.
No, it's analyzing the ability of a particular person according to a particular rubric.
No, it's creating a predictive model of expertise that anybody could go through, and a predictive results that any given noob who performs these tasks will obtain expertise because it's been scientifically researched and broken into units and measured. That's the science of construction management. That we know what we want the people to do. We've already measured it. And then we train the people to do what we want them to do. And it's already been broken down into discrete units, and we train them one by one till they have a proficiency level at these units. And then we chunk together these discrete units into larger units, and eventually that comes to what is referred to as expertise, which like we saw on the first level, that's not unsupervised work to the level where you could handle rare cases, challenges, unknowns, unsupervised.
Is there any examples of such a thing happening?
Yeah, like construction management, all unions, labor, like especially like in China. In fact, like any Amazon fulfillment station, where they have the computer measure every activity that a human performs, and they have your reports on it, and so saying that they have analytic Amazon experts that have determined, so to say, the best methods that they want workers to do, and then they have training methods to get the workers to be able to do it, and they do that through the science of expertise, which means breaking expertise down into discrete units, and then having the people go through stages of mastering achievement levels at each of the discrete units.
Okay,
And
I
I'm
get
saying
it.
like this already exists. This has existed for
Yeah,
over
it's,
100 years.
I would call it a technique. A technique is what it is.
I mean, you never heard of behavioralism? You never heard of like Taylor?
Why would I learn these things? If they don't accept the quantum mind hypothesis, why would I care what they think? No offense, but it's like that's basic. If that's
Because
not
I'm saying like
obvious,
these
they don't
are
know
this is
anything.
German science.
So what? So
These
what?
are the most
So what?
these,
Now
like-
I have to
like-
agree with everything
like
any German has ever said.
Wundt and Weber or whoever these guys, the behavioralist school of
The only Germans that I've really looked into with any interest have been scientists. So I suppose there's a bit of philosophy in science, but
these are
no.
scientists. Taylor and
Not to
Weber,
my standard, I'm afraid.
no one cares about your standard.
Well,
Like I'm your streaming partner, and I don't even care about your standard of science.
I know that's why it's so funny because you're like obsessed with these things. Like, how can I find the answer? It's like I'm sitting right here, but you're too blind to see it. It's fine. I mean, it's happening my whole life. You know, it's one of the best gifts is the ability to mirage oneself.
No, I mean, I paid tens of thousands of dollars to University of Michigan to
You're
train me in
making a
this stuff.
false equivalence between money and value. That's a rookie mistake.
Yeah, I'm going with my professors at University of Michigan over you. I'm sorry.
Okay, well then have fun when you don't get any answers. Because I have the answers, and I don't know about
You
these.
don't have the answers to those questions that they answer. You have answers to different questions, and you might have ego issues. But like, no, I don't expect you to have answers to these questions. And to me, it just makes you look bad that you even claim to have answers to these questions.
Well, it makes you look bad to think that you could judge my expertise, right? So it's a bit ironic. It's just like,
and that's why I say like
different
I'm
cultures,
saying like
I
the
guess.
difference between Biden and Trump is that like I'm a Jew. I know how to assess value. I know how to call out bullshit. I know how to look at something that's worth $1 and $1 million and tell the difference. And saying that's certain skill associated with Judaism in general, but it's a general skill of assessing value, and it's important. And there's methods. You say there's a science of assessing value. There's a skill level. Talk about the money of karma. There's a factual level of monetary compensation that like if you're good at it, you could produce money to demonstrate it, to say I'm better than the average person at assessing value, and therefore I'm good in business. I get better sides of business transactions.
Yeah, I get it, but I just have different values, so I don't see it. I see it completely differently from that. So
yeah, I mean anyone who listening to Week in Review is saying like, no, that's just an excuse for being poor.
It's irreconcilable.
It's dissonance. You're saying like, because I have not achieved these results, I'm going to posture a theory other than the obvious that I'm incompetent, and the reason I haven't produced these results is because I'm incapable of doing it, and the people who have the wealth and the benefit of this are because they are actually capable of producing these results and produced it. It's like, no, believe me, even though I have no wealth and no producible results, believe me that I have the answers, not them.
We can both be right to some measure. It's not saying the information is incorrect or correct. What I'm saying is that if you're going to call something science, you have to be careful, and that this qualifies as an analysis technique, but doesn't quite rise to a level of science yet. Not that it couldn't, but if we think that it's already science, we're never going to be able to push to the point of actually getting it to make predictions. So what this does is puts people in categories, right? Like this could give you an overall score of a person, right? Because you just have to go through the levels and say, okay, well, this person meets this, check off a list, right? So it's a very quick and maybe not easy, but it's a relatively quick way to.
Anyone watching, like said, like Doooovid has filled out OSHA forms. Like Doooovid, could crunch up numbers and has studied these OSHA forms. Like Jennifer's probably never seen this shit in her life, and she has no idea what I'm talking about. As where Doooovid paid tens of thousands of dollars to University of Michigan to know how to fill out these OSHA forms that have these numbers broken down for you.
Well, I can't comment
Like
on
I'm just sitting here like getting upset because I like like Jennifer, she probably never even seen this shit or heard of it, and she doesn't even care. And I'm thinking like, wow, I paid tens of thousands of dollars inside courses to fill out these forms for this stuff that this woman doesn't even know exists.
I'm a very unusual, so I wouldn't take my particular opinion as indicative of a statistical majority. I'm sure this is just fine for most things. It's just that certain domains are. I guess. Are you thinking you can make one general thing that will apply to every expertise domain?
I don't know if it pays to like show you one of these OSHA forms.
Well, can you just answer the question?
You could break things into discrete units.
I'm asking if
Measure
if that's what you're looking for. Are you looking for one grand thing that's eventually going to be able to be applied to any field of expertise?
What you see here right in front of you, the 0 to 6, is just symbolic of a larger, already worked out structure for the whole field of construction management. And all of these levels factually have these like long forms and numbers and adding up that it's already been done. And you're like, I could show you this stuff. Like I paid tens of thousands of dollars to learn this stuff, and no one gives a crap. And like, so my being upset with Jennifer is similar to like no, like I never found work. No one ever hired me. No one even believed this shit exists, even though like I studied it. Even though like in order to do projects, you have to fill out forms demonstrating this stuff. So like Jennifer's like arguing with OSHA. So it's saying like Doooovid knows that you have to fill out a form and submit it to the government. And if you don't, you get fined. And like Jennifer could be like, oh, is that scientific? It's not really science. And it's saying like OSHA's still going to hand you a fine for $5,000 because you didn't fill out the numbers and it didn't add up right. He's like, oh, but it's not science. The numbers don't matter. And so like you're just saying like, God forbid, like saying like that's why I get paid the big bucks because like people are dumbasses. They don't know what the hell they're doing, and they need someone to fill out these forms. And it's like even someone like Jennifer, who's obviously very intelligent, she's not going to be able to figure out how to fill out these forms, and that's why she's not going to get paid the big bucks.
I guess not.
And she doesn't even know these forms exist. That's for the country girl with a high IQ. You're saying the prophet who was born in the city knows that, like, yeah, if you want to get this done, you go into City Hall and you fill out this form. And you talk to someone who's like, I don't even know what City Hall is. I don't know what this Form 3BC, whatever, whatever, blah, 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 blah is. As were me, who already paid tens of thousands of dollars to learn how to fill out these forms.
Are you saying you want to make people respect your existing knowledge bases, or you want to have a knowledge basis that people are forced to respect?
I'm not really looking for any vindication. Like I'm kind of down. Honestly, like I don't even think Jennifer's going to understand. Like I don't think anyone's really not on this one. I don't think anyone's going to understand me, not even Jennifer. And just
well,
the level.
I'm trying to understand, which is why I asked the question. I'm trying to get a clarification as to where you're coming from.
I'm trying to understand that there's something objective. We're talking about the development of expertise, and that there's a skill assessment level of what is understood to be, I'm calling expertise, and there's methods to obtain it. So me as a person, there's a lot of things I would like to be better at, and I'm constantly looking at new methods for improvement, especially with mental things. You see all these books and all these complicated things I'm trying to achieve, which are almost near impossible. So I'm constantly trying out different mental techniques to help me do it. Verse is my professional training in a field of construction management, where it's just a factual science. It's a science that has been developed in universities and regulated by the government. And anyone in the field knows that you have to fill out these forms and you have to measure this stuff and you have to come up with these added numbers. And if you don't, you get fined. And if you work with union laborers and they have to know these proficiency levels and saying like, yes, I filled out thousands of forms on this shit. And your average person probably doesn't even know those exist. and you're seeing from this show, like even they rejected that exists. Even Jennifer, you're saying like doesn't even seem to have known that this.
fully acknowledge that it's an analysis technique that has been validated to some extent. I'm not saying
I mean,
that.
have you worked in a field that you had these like forms and you had to break these down to units and had to demonstrate that that the workers like weren't worked? I mean, for construction, the OSHA forms, it's usually a maximum level.
Well, I had to fill out forms at my job. Yeah, the harder part of my job was not filling out forms; it was applying science, which is why I'm making the distinction.
Yeah, because
I know the difference.
In business, you don't apply science because the people have already canonized it. So if you're in construction management,
if you were applying science to business, I think you would be more using psychology.
In university or academic study, you could develop a model, or if you already have a business and you want to attempt running your business according to a model, that someone else developed or maybe that you developed, you could. So, if you had any business that required training, you could come up with your own scientifically developed theory of expertise and then independently try it on your own employees within the guidance of law and regulation or whatever.
Okay, yeah, you can test it out, right? So follow my train of thought here. You can test it out on your employees, and in order for it to be science, you need to have some way of testing between the different rubrics on objective measures, which is better.
Yeah, so to a large extent, you can't really test expertise. There's been
you're increasing the precision of your analysis technique. And that's great because that's really important. And it becomes science. Black box it relative to other people's analysis techniques. I.e., what's the result? How can we be sure that this result is actually telling us what we think it is? And compare results with what you call controlling for other variables, because that's extremely important too. And then that's another problem with science is you realize that there are sometimes too many variables to control for. So this isn't, I'm not trying to belittle what you're doing. I think it's great that you're thinking about this stuff. Frankly, I've thought about this stuff forever, and I spent my whole life just in my own imagination chunking it up, and that's not a joke. And that's, I'm so happy to talk about this stuff. So hopefully things be more pleasant for you going forward, because I'm just, always optimistic. I think it's like communication breakdown due to cultural differences. Yeah,
no,
so someone in the chat was
no cultural distance. There's once it comes, there's objective, measurable things, and so to say, if there's a Jennifer, if she has expertise, it will be able to be objectively determined by measurement.
Yeah, but that implies somebody else is capable of making objective measurements. And then it's like, well, what are these objective measurements? We can generate data that looks objective, but the data is itself constrained by the measurement object, or the measurement device, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of the constraint, you have task performance, and you could measure task performance to a level of adequacy to determine expertise.
Yeah, so I guess there'd be some that would say I wasn't an expert, and some that would say that I was.
It would be based on task performance. It wouldn't be based on what people say.
Well, I never published any papers, so by that task, I failed.
You're missing the point. I don't care. I'm talking about an objective measurement, and it's not based on other people's opinion or what they say. It's based on an objective measurement of task performance.
But are the tasks themselves objective relative to the field? Of course not. They're subjective relative to the person who came up with the analysis technique.
No, they're objective in terms of task performance. That you're giving a task, there's a performance level and it's measured, and you either achieve a performance level or you don't. There's nothing subjective at all about it.
So there's a question in the chat: were you and your colleagues employed as scientists? No, we were audio and video analysts, because it was very important not to overstate what it is that you're doing. And there were some times where I was performing science. So I was doing things that wasn't technically my job description, but it's better to undershoot it and not have to worry about getting called out in the court.
You know,
Because for us, it was always the court.
You're saying there's legal definitions that are not always consistent with the scientific.
They're not consistent. That's what's so fascinating about the field. Is like completely different definitions of the word science and completely different applications of techniques. So Pineapple Platypodus wants to know, Doovid, if there's a short version of your philosophy.
No, probably not. I mean, to say multiple truth hypothesis, that's about as short as you could get of it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So this is the one we went over before.
I think it's supposed to be unpleasant. I was listening to the Hare Krishna.
What's supposed to be unpleasant? Sorry.
This process of expertise attainment, because it requires.
Oh, it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. It's horrible.
Because the only way to obtain expertise is to recognize the dissonance of the lowly current level that we're on. And it's difficult to recognize that, oh my God, I spent my whole life performing so poorly on this task where now my performance level is so much better that your average person goes through the rest of their life doing poor performance because the dissonance of improvement is that bad. Even Jennifer, you can see that demonstrated here in herself, that the dissonance of self-improvement is so bad that it's possible to go through the rest of your life without the self-improvement.
Oh, absolutely. And that's the whole thing. That's where the humility comes in, is if you are okay with having that view of yourself shattered on a long-term basis, you can start to approach mastery. But if you're too caught up in the illusion of whatever, you're not going to be able to get past that shock of like, holy crap, I suck.
Yeah, and so there's objective task performance, which I did.
Well, that would be one of your tasks. There's your task right there for conscious performance. Can the person sit back and say, holy fuck, I'm a dumbass, and then improve based on it's because what you're measuring there is self-awareness. Because people who lack self-awareness, they're not going to have the bravery to go past that step and be like, holy shit, I'm a dumbass, fuck. But then it's like, once you get to that point, it's like, yeah, it's so much better when you can just admit it. It's great, because then everybody sort of just has a laugh. And that's a lot of why I was considered an expert at my old job, was a confidence projection. And so it's like, I want to draw it into confidence projection, maybe even talk about NLP, but the way you're presenting it makes it hard to do that. But I just want you to know, I do find this interesting to an unhealthy degree, perhaps to an unusual degree, at least. Because absolutely, like, being seen as an expert is super important to me.
It's almost
it is to you.
To become an expert, because you have to almost
no. So, Doovid, sometimes you're the chicken and sometimes you're the wall. It's not masochistic at all. For me, it's like, it's sad that other people suffer so much.
The self-improvement process.
The people who don't do the self-improvement process. It's because there's the masochism is the people who refuse to do the self-improvement.
No, I mean, it's unlikely.
The thing is, the masochism is their baseline, because there's just this intrinsic suffering in life, that becomes like a Stockholm syndrome.
Almost certainly incorrect. Saying that the reduced suffering state is to not go through. I mean, overall, you'll reduce suffering more by going through self-improvement, but the self-improvement
there's a difference
between, requires an increased state of immediate suffering in order to, and therefore the majority of people don't go through it.
Maybe there's an increased dissonance, which is uncomfortable, but the dissonance that you feel through the acknowledgement of being a dumbass, that fact that you can feel the dissonance means like the fever is breaking. So I would argue that there's maybe more pain, but less suffering. So there's a difference between those two.
Yeah, I mean, because okay.
So Buddy wants to know what you think about a circle being finite, but also representing an infinite loop. And feel free to ignore it if you think it's off topic.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have any expertise to
comment on these random things are.
Well, the
you know,
answer is because it's axioms, right? So what are your axioms? So if your axiom is I'm measuring area, the circle is finite. But if the axiom is I'm measuring, walking around on the perimeter, well, you can keep walking on that perimeter forever. So it's down to axiom. So it's like, okay, wait, it seems like a paradox. It's not a real paradox because there is no such thing as a real paradox. There's just different axioms that sometimes can interfere with each other, like waveforms, literally waveforms, like little distortion, right? That's literally what's happening on the mental level. And one does need to tolerate the distortion and understand that it is an effect that is happening to the mind, but it is not equal to the mind itself. Like, it's not insanity. It's the insanity leaving your body, because avidya, lack of knowledge, always has associated insanity with it, which is non-knowingness, or the result of having cognitive dissonance, right? So that's how it is. Like, it sucks to get those waves of... The idea is that the people who are living in dullness will eventually have their karma high enough, because there's a progression of energy higher. So karma sort of de facto just goes higher over time because energy goes higher. So it's like those people will eventually have to go through that process of horrible humiliation, dissonance. So for them, they may be in a temporary state of dullness, but eventually they'll get buoyed up to the point where they'll have higher awareness, and they'll be forced to develop their ego and eventually realize that parts of their ego are false, and then just perpetually fall into the ego trap and get fucked over by that until you finally sort of shake your head and get off the rat wheel and say, holy shit, I'm a fucking dumbass. But that instant of realization of like that you've been spinning around in circles is sort of the turning point. So maybe that could be one of your stratifications of determining whether someone is an objective master. Is, do they know the difference between dissonant and non-dissonant thinking? Like, to what extent can they explain that? Our friend wants the link, Mr. Man. I don't know if he wants the link, or he said to check my DMs, which I'm assuming means he wants the link, but I'm getting ahead of myself here.
Yeah, maybe we go ahead a while. So I guess if you want to talk, you go ahead. I'm not sure. I mean, he probably wants to talk to you and not me, anyways.
Maybe you could just say hi. Honestly, I really love talking about this stuff. Like, I haven't had this real a conversation in a while. That's like, okay, fine. That's like not 100% true. I have plenty of super real conversations, but this particular flavor, it's been a while. I love it, honestly. All right, so I sent you the link, friend. So, yeah, if you want to head out, that's cool. If you want to stick around to say hi, that's cool. It's all good. I'm feeling good. I really didn't like last week's stream. I felt bad that I let that go on for so long, because honestly, it was just like, ConOps is not doing a good faith argument, and I should have realized that sooner. Hey, how's it going? What's up?
Yo, can you hear me?
Actually, you're sounding better than normal.
Really? I'm on Bluetooth
maybe
that I
just a
thought was
bit.
gonna sound like shit, but
It's a bit flat, but
your
it's not
sound
too bad.
quality is poor as usual. You have to long term think about if you're going to stream, doing something about improving your sound quality.
I have equipment. I'm just on my phone right now. I wanted to chime in for a second.
I mean, you're intelligible, but like, no, I mean, it's not high sound quality or anything. You had a little echo going on too, but that might have been on Jennifer's end, not yours.
All right. Well, yeah, it sounds like what you're talking about is just fear of failure, right?
No, I mean, honestly, Jennifer just seemed to fail to understand the German school of behavioralism. There's a science of expertise, and it completely discounts emotion.
Okay.
And like fear or any of these things, it's completely about the objective measurement of task performance, and basically that's it. And so you can say like, oh, he felt like this, and saying like, you have not studied German behavioralism if you're talking about how people feel.
Did I say anything about
How
what?
people feel? Yeah, man, I thought that was what you were talking about, and saying like, no, I'm talking about German behavioralism, and that the axiom, there is no axiom that includes emotion and how you feel. The axiom is that emotion and how you feel is completely irrelevant.
Yeah, but you were talking about suffering and
Yeah, because they're saying like that's German behavioralism is I don't care if you're suffering. That's not part of my calculation. I
well, weren't
care
you
about
saying that
your task
most people don't do it because of a fear of suffering, or
Well, it's probably the modern culture. Like, I mean, even I remember he was a good professor. He went to MIT. Professor Everett, learned a lot from him. I mean, basically, he's saying like it's the old slave days. Someone has to put a whip to your back, and it's the only way to improve is to have someone put a whip to your back. And it's the old school, what would have been called the science behavioralism that was taught by the Germans, Pavlov and Wundt and Taylor. If people ever heard of these people, and
oh yeah, I've heard of Pavlov, of course.
and it's saying that there's, you could say it's mechanistic, but performance is measurable, and basically people are whipped into shape, and saying that you're suffering, that you could discount feelings, and saying that the way you improve people is by putting a whip to their back, and if it's problematic, you put the whip harder to their back.
Yeah, you make them feel bad. And who's to say you can't objectively measure fear or how you deal with fear?
Well, you put the emotion, you say, feel bad. How the person feels is
Can you
irrelevant.
please mute? Sorry, can you please mute? Because I couldn't hear what Doooovid was saying. If you don't mind, just mute when you're not talking. Thanks. Go ahead. Sorry about that. I couldn't hear a word.
You have theories of expertise that include feelings, but expertise is largely an emotionless field. Emotion maybe has
Yeah,
no.
you have to be emotionless, but you still analyze emotions. It's the same with sex. It's like you're not having an orgy with people, but you're telling them about how sex is supposed to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's even like I'd say that laughing is factually bad character. Is saying that you could determine
I enjoy having a chuckle now and again.
Yeah, because you enjoy being insubordinate and having bad behavior.
I don't know if I go as far as to say enjoy in being insubordinate.
And even like computer programming is a very good example of just task performance. That it's measurable. You have a task that you need to do. There's a proficiency level. Can you do it or can you not? How long does it take you? And even the money is karma. If you were doing like IT management, of breaking these components down into discrete units of all the things that are necessary to be done, and then pricing it.
Okay. I see the logic to that.
Yes, I mean there's a history to it where the first, I mean, really in slave management, historically in ancient times, even the Talmud talks about this stuff in terms of slave law.
Sure, yeah.
The Romans had it in military measurement of performance, and even the ancient initiation systems of Freemasonry or Veda that had discrete units of what a person is expected to know, and even the order through which someone should learn them. So it's just the analysis to break the task into discrete units, versus a proposed model for the best method to order and master these various tasks.
I think in a lot of ways this 7 or 6 step one is pretty good. pretty generalizable. But you can understand what my hesitation is, right? That there's at least two distinct ways of learning, and they're not compatible, and certain
This
skills
is
that
a heuristic. I was
are
saying that
different. But
the
what I'm
mathematical
saying is that
models
it's
exist.
it's not generalizable necessarily, because like, could you do this with being a mother? Is there such a thing as a novice mother, an initiate mother, an apprentice mother? Like, does it even make sense, or is it just when a baby's born, boom, it happens just magically? So it's like, that's why I say, like, it's generalizable to within, like you say, slave law, but then to jump to say that slave law is generalizable to everything, it's like, whoa, that's not correct.
So I was saying on the Hare Krishna talk show, the Deva Madhavadas, my local Hare Krishna devotee, is on my YouTube channel, but is pretty popular on his own. He quoted that Led Zeppelin song, which was kind of funny and interesting. Which the whole lyrics of the song is probably nonsensical, but the opening, in the days of my youth, I was told what it means to be a man. Do-do-do-do. Now I've reached that age, I try to do all those things the best I can. So life just comes at you, like as a kid, you're told what it means to be a man, but then you grow up and you become a man, and whether you could carry out the task of being a man properly or not doesn't change the fact that we grew up and now we're a man. But he also saying the process of chanting is this woman asked him, so every time she chants, like her whole life like seems like it's falling apart, and he said that means you're doing it right. If you're chanting properly, your life should seem like it's falling apart, and that's a good thing, because that's your false ego, and how you thought your life was false, and that your life is coming apart is a sign of the enlightenment process.
Interesting. Did you want to say anything? Are you there, Mr. Mail? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hang
Um,
on.
I don't know. I'm just
Take a little medicine. Like, he's a little talking too slow, so I'm just gonna get upset because like slow talkers.
well. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what it is that you're discussing, right? I mean, okay. So earlier you're talking about quantifying work, and I'm not sure what the disagreement was that it can't be, that it's hard to quantify. Jen was saying
Yeah,
it's
I think
hard.
it's just I'm calling it the science of expertise, and Jennifer is having qualms on using the word science. But like these are well-established fields of study, and seem pretty self-evident what I'm saying. And the dispute between me and Jennifer is rather lexical, and also the difficulty of there being an advanced field of study that she doesn't know much about, but proffering opinions without knowing.
Well, I think a more general thing that everyone knows about it would be IQ tests, right? Quantifying the knowledge of abstraction and things of that nature.
Did you
Yeah,
want to take a medicine break, Doovid? And I can talk to him for a few minutes and see if I can speed him up?
Okay.
Speed me up.
Yeah, man, you're going to be like the Energizer
I'm-
Bunny in no time. Because if I can speed you up, Doovid may one day accept my expertise. Dun, dun, dun. Which
Yeah,
episode of
I'm
We
hearing
Can Do
myself.
Will It Be?
How are you? Did you have it set up where it's feeding back into, like, my voice is feeding back into your?
I can't hear any echoing. It might be on your end.
Yeah, and it may actually sound fine on the stream, but it's just me. I hear myself, like,
Dang.
after a half second, or it's not that bad. I'll pretend I'm in a comedy club and there's a speaker really far. I'm in a stadium.
Yeah, so I mean the disagreement was, as it was just a usual pill pulley type hair splitting thing about philosophy of science. And I was just saying like, if you want to call something a science, it's a problem if it's not really a science. And so I just wanted to make that clear, but I guess it got derailed to spending hours talking about that somehow.
Oh wait, before I forget, the other thing was it's relating it back to why people don't improve, and
Why people don't improve. Okay.
the separating of the short term. Well, and people talk about high time preference, low time preference, right? So if you have a high time preference, that's a bad thing, because the immediate, oh well, I'm gonna eat all
It's
this
RK
food
selection.
now, and
RK
then I
selection
starve.
theory. It's called RK selection theory.
Well, that I think there's a parallel there. I wouldn't say that they're the same thing exactly.
Now, I'm pretty sure there's a direct correlation between the preferences and the RK selection, because they're essentially saying the same thing.
Well, RK is more about quality versus quantity.
No, RK is literally about time.
It is?
RK comes from RK comes from the logistic differential equation, which is
maybe I'm thinking of I'm thinking of the genetics, the RK, the
that's a
species
particular
you have.
application. That's a particular application of the RK selection theory, but RK itself is an application of the logistic differential equation, which is itself meant to depict growth, which is like, for example, do you know what a petri dish is?
Yeah, it's where you grow bacteria, right?
Yeah. So, what is the growth rate of bacteria? Let's assume,
sure.
Hospitable. And when you first drop it down, what's the rate of bacteria duplication?
Well, are you asking?
I'm asking. Yes.
Well, okay. I guess
I already know the answer, obviously,
right,
but I'm testing to see.
It would be 0 if you haven't done any other measurements, right?
No, if I take one. Okay, so I got a petri dish, and I take one cell, and I put it in the middle of the petri dish.
Okay.
What is the growth of that cell when I first put it in the petri dish?
Well, you're going from 0 to 1, so that's infinite.
No, I'm going for so 1 is the first iteration. 0 is not included. 1 is the first iteration, and then what happens to the cell? Right, it duplicates.
Well, if it duplicates, then that's 100% increase.
So you have 1, and then you have 2, and then what?
And then you have 4.
And then?
8.
Yeah, exactly. So you're talking about a doubling time. So in the beginning you have exponential growth. However, what happens when it's filled up the entire petri dish?
We'll start dying. Or it'll overflow.
Not necessarily. They won't necessarily start dying, but the rate of growth will equal a constant at a certain point. It cannot keep getting bigger. It is and it is restricted by the constant size of the petri dish, right?
It's also going to be
dp dt
food,
in the
right?
dp dt in the beginning is exponential, and dp dt in the end is a constant. And so you integrate these two differentials together, which basically say that when the number of the population is not very close, is much smaller than the carrying capacity, that is exponential. And as it approaches the carrying capacity, i.e. the edge of the petri dish, it gets to a constant rate. Okay, so this is what the logistic differential equation. That is the exact same thing as the RK selection theory. The putting it to genetics is just one application of the logistic differential equation, but essentially what it's saying is that when not a lot of time has gone by, you have exponential, and when a lot of time has gone by, you have constant. And that's the same thing as the time preference, right? So if you're thinking on a very short time frame, you have exponential growth, and when you're thinking on a longer time frame, you don't have exponential growth. You have a desire to keep things constant. So R to K, it's literally the exact same thing.
Okay.
It just seems different because, whatever. I guess because it's so foundational as a theory, it's extremely predictive.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that I mistook them for each other tells you how similar they are and how they're you know, yeah, we're talking about the same thing essentially.
Well, the RK selection theory applied to genetics is an application of the logistic equation. And the logistic equation is a simple, it's just a logical deduction of what growth looks like on a system that has a finite carrying capacity.
Well, and
that's
what does
basically
that equation help you do? Just like kind of say at any given time, what was the exact amount? Like basically mapping, rather than having the vague knowledge of, well, we started with 1 and we ended up with 500, you could say at any given second, this was how many there were. Is that kind of the purpose?
It's an approximation. It's not equal to reality, but it's one of the better approximations that we have for reality.
Yeah, almost until they build quantum computers, and who knows if they will, there will never be an exact. Everything is approximation at this point.
Well, nothing will ever be exact, ever, because of the uncertainty principle. So the uncertainty principle makes exactitude impossible. You're really making a lot of noise on the fucking sound right now.
Sorry.
So yeah, I've lost my train of thought. So where were we?
We were talking about exponential growth. We were talking about
the RK selection theory, right? So time preference, yeah. So that's predictive. However,
uncertainty principle. We got Pat. We're heading into
the uncertainty principle is basically saying that exactitude is impossible. We can, the only thing we can know, exactly, is the fact that exactitude is not possible. And this is the uncertainty principle.
Well, yeah, what's cool is there was a recent proof about how good approximations can be, and it's like basically what they came to conclude was that there are certain irrational numbers that are easier to represent than others, which is cool because, if you were worried about, what's the approximation for pi? 22 over 7?
Not familiar with that. I'm thinking e to the I, or sine theta, whatever that one is. There's an equivalence between something with complex coordinates. Euler's identity, I think it's called. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different irrational numbers, and I know there's pi is actually not the most famous one, but that's the one I think of. And let's just say, for the sake of argument, that 22 over 7 is the thing. What they proved recently, was that that's like one of the best possible approximations. And I think the application of it would be like, if you were ever worried about, is that okay to use? Should I really, take up a bunch of memory in my system to store many digits of pi? Should I try to calculate it with an infinite series or whatever? And it's kind of like the answer as well for a lot of things. No, you don't have to. You can.
You just make the unit the sphere. Then you don't have to calculate pi if the unit is a sphere. Yeah. Because pi is built into the unit.
I'm not sure what you're getting at.
Well, you're saying that I have to scale by pi and it's taking up all this memory. It's like you build it into the bit. Pi is supposed to be built into the bit. That's how you get around that computational limitation. And then you have to only apply pi once if you're doing a geometric approximation. I don't really see where you could approximate pi with a rational and have that work to anything what does this even apply to?
It's just like if you're building something and you wanted to have an arc so that it would, you wouldn't need as many, you wouldn't have to have as many columns to support it, right? architecture. It's just interesting, like the fact that they proved how good it is, and that for most purposes you would get the benefits of being circular. I mean, I'm not sure what you're.
I mean, this just sounds like insane babbling to me.
Well, you're saying it's wrong?
I'm saying it sounds like insane babbling. And it reminds me of another one of my quotes. Numerology is the first step towards insanity. So I don't really know what you're trying to say here or what you're trying to ask. It's like, what's your point here?
I don't know. I was just talking about numbers.
Why?
You're talking about the uncertainty principle and infinity.
So it'd be good if you had some questions that I could answer, because you're just saying words here, and I'm not just gonna shuck and jive and try to improvise what the hell you're trying to say here, because, like, I don't know what you're even saying.
I guess I'm talking about the practical versus the theoretical.
In what domain?
Architecture, for example.
Okay, so architecture has to do with art, which has to do with aesthetics, which has to do with balance and contrast. So I don't see how you're going to replace pi, or how replacing pi with a rational feeds into that in any way, shape, or form.
I'm not talking about replacing.
Well, that's what you said.
All right. You wanted to talk about the petri dish. I mean, I take it you weren't done then. I'm sorry.
I was saying I was using the petri dish to explain that RK selection theory is a instantiation of the logistic equation. I was explaining to you what the logistic equation was. Because you said the time preference thing, you weren't sure about whether that related directly to RK selection theory. But it's computationally equivalent to it, which is what I was trying to get across. But I think that subject is concluded. So Doooovid's back. We didn't get very far. I feel like I can't really. I feel like I don't know what it is. Like, I'm having trouble connecting with Mr. Male here. It's just like I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to advance here. This theory of expertise and this discrete units of knowledge levels, even to facilitate conversation. To say, what are the task performance levels? What's the overlap? What does it mean to have efficient conversation? I thought I try to explain to Jennifer a concept I think she's on the verge of grasping, and I would say it's probably the most fundamental difference whether she'll have financial success or not in grasping this concept. And I think about it's a concept that most people are incapable of grasping. We were mentioning like GameStop and the short selling. And short selling is complicated. I would guess less than 5% of humanity understands, really what short selling is. Maybe 20% of humanity have somewhat of an understanding, but to really grasp your short selling, and even saying, like, I was telling my mother when I used to day trade, about half of my trades were short, and it's the nature of efficient markets. And I was thinking, like, Jennifer, and since we got mediocre on, we're talking about maybe opening up like an IT business and a concept of the spread. And I think less than 10% of humanity grasp what the spread is. But once you do, it's the fundamental nature of how easy it is to make money. And I think that Jews intuitively are more likely to grasp these concepts. So not all Jews are going to grasp what the spread is, but certainly a higher percentage of Jews than probably other people are likely to understand concepts like the spread and short selling. So I was mentioning like the Jennifer, like at Lowell, and maybe we're going to try to open up an IT consulting business and do like social media. And Mediocre has mentioned he would even work with us. So when you have a skill set, in a sense, like there's a task performance, let's say Jennifer knows how to make web page, do social media, services for streamers, and there's a certain task performance level of, we're going to call expertise, where proficiency, where yes, this person, they want a web page, and let's say it's a web page, but let's say just say a WordPress page, and Jennifer could be trusted proficient that she will be able to produce the result and give them a WordPress page. And then there's an objective assessment of, well, what is it worth? So if we've determined, so to say, to the best of our ability, objectively, Jennifer's task performance level, that this is her ability in computer programming to perform a certain task at a certain level of competency, then what's the market value? And the market value will have a spread. And that means that Jennifer, with her objective level of skill, had to sell her service to the lowest bidder, that or the current highest bidder, for someone who is openly out there. I want to pay somebody who could do these skills, and Jennifer couldn't find, had no choice but to sell her service to that. That might be an amount, let's say like $12 an hour. If you like here in America, that would mean like going to Geek Squad or something like that. Like, like if you went to Geek Squad and be like, I want to work for you. Geek Squad doesn't pay that great. They, maybe Bernie Sanders, you get up to $15 an hour. But that's all it's going to be. If you just have to sell your services to a corporation, they're probably going to pay you not like $15 an hour. That's it's accompanying stuff. She knows how to do computer skills. She could get a job with GeekStop, and she would get her $15 an hour. Versus,
sorry,
GeekStop Mediocre.
You said GeekStop. I think it's GameStop and also the Geek Squad. But
Geek Squad is the IT consulting. The Best Buy bought them. They used to drive around in the Volkswagen Beetle. That was their big.
Yeah. So if you work for Best Buy and Geek Squad, you get paid like $12 an hour. If you pay Geek Squad, they charge you like $90 an hour. But if someone called up, if you were in an emergency need of like IT services and just called someone up in the phone book, they would probably charge you $100 an hour. And so you have a spread there where there's money all the way in between. Some jobs you get $50 an hour, $75 an hour, $40 an hour, $18 an hour, but there's a spread. And in any transaction, the law of efficient markets, there's going to be a bid, a highest person who says, I want to buy this product and I'm willing to pay this price. And then there's going to be an offer of someone who wants to sell the product at a certain price, and you have an efficient market because the market's moving constantly. The value of what that is, and so to say, the law of efficient markets, it's somewhat of an objective measure of what something's value is. So let's say Jennifer's marketable value for performing computer IT services. That you say like, well, you could put yourself on the open market, and that would objectively give it determinative values. Like if Doooovid, any of the skills, Jennifer's like, she's an expert in multiple fields. And that means that she could sell herself on the market in any of these fields, and the market would objectively give a value to what that skill is worth. Doovid's an educated, accomplished person, and do various tasks. But if I needed to, I could sell myself on the open market to do a whole horde of different tasks. Bookkeeping, payroll, various things. And
you have the super general skill. You're good with clerical tasks, you might say.
yeah, and
Right.
all of those. So it's possible that it could be a situation where someone's they're making a lot of money and they need a little help office work, and they'll pay me $100 an hour, and it's really basic clerical tasks, versus it's oh man, I'm in a crap situation, I'm desperate for money, I don't want to work at Starbucks, can you give me a job filling out forms in your office, I'll do it, and you can even get paid $8-10 an hour, because unfortunately, and to some extent, the person getting paid $100 an hour, $8 an hour, might be doing largely the same tasks. But presumably there's an objective law of efficient markets that there's an expertise level that is, I'm going to call scientific. According to Jennifer's system, it's a stretch or even an inaccuracy to use the word scientific, but there's an objective measurement of value through the law of efficient markets that you could just put your sell your whatever the product or service on the open market, and through the process of a bid and offer, that would price discovery. I'm talking multiple truth hypothesis of truth discovery. So this price discovery is somewhat of an objective scientific determination of value.
Wait, with the doctor's office example, a lot of lab techs, they'll complain hey, half the time I do pretty much the whole procedure, and I spotted everything on the patient's chart, and then the doctor came and just did the same thing, and he gets paid 100 times what I do, blah blah blah, right? That's a common complaint you hear. And I think the best way to understand that is that the reason the doctor gets paid so much is because what if something were to go wrong? Then the lab tech wouldn't know what to do, right? So you're understanding reality through what happens every day, but a lot of what's going on with why people get paid more or less has to do with one-offs, with emergencies. And I think it's a perfect example, right? You're x-raying people all day, and it seems like they're doing the same job, because most people, they either don't have cancer, or if they do, it's easy to spot, right? After, when I say easy, I mean, a lab tech does still go to school, they study, what does cancer look like, blah blah blah, but the doctor is there because it's oh well, the scan didn't show up right, and what the hell's going on, and you get this whole, or if the patient falls ill all of a sudden right there in your office, tending to them, that kind of thing. And there's actually a great episode of Law and Order from years ago where the whole case was around the person died getting a liposuction procedure, and they were going after the practice, and it was because the doctor sort of bought into that false idea of, well, we don't really need a certified doctor because it's such a simple procedure, and let's just let the technician do it, and then that one-off is going to happen and people die. So that's kind of is that kind of what you're getting at, the reason that people misunderstand value? And
well, yeah, I mean, I'm trying to teach a positive takeaway lesson to anyone watching, and most importantly, Jennifer, and maybe mediocre if we do business going forward, and also it's a clear demonstration of the science of expertise and task performance on discrete units, where I'm giving two separate skills, one understanding short selling and another understanding the bid and offer process of price discovery, and how those two understandings will lead a person to be substantially more materially successful, because it has applications in a large amount of business transactions. And the idea is that all transactions happen at a point, but that point is just some number of the spread. That in reality, even though the transaction happens at a point, that point is somewhere in the middle of the highest bid and the lowest offer. And so from an entrepreneurial level, at any action that you do, you could recognize that in different scenarios, the same action cost different. So from Jewish humor, there's a silly Jewish joke, and you think the history, the narratives that these ideas are expressed in jokes like that. But the Jewish man in Russia is riding the train, and this Russian official, skeptical of Jews, starts accosting him, and says, Jews, I hear you, why are you so good with money? And he shows him this lax. He's carrying lax, like Jews like the fish. Dude was a vegetarian, but the story involves lax, the fish. And he says, he has these very good lax. And so the official's like, I want, how much? He's like, 15 rubles, a pound or whatever. And the officer buys it, and then comes, a minute later, the officer realizes, like, hey, I could buy these lax in the cities for 2 rubles a pound. And so it's like, you're learning now the secret of the Jews. And it's really a simple business lesson. And you say, okay, Jews are typically middlemen. And so the Jew conned the officer. Not really conned, but he got the better end of a negotiation of somehow getting him to pay 15 rubles for lax that you could buy for 2 rubles in the city. But there's a recognition, there's always a spread, and different products and services are worth more or less in different places in time. And by having an understanding of how that works, you could maximize your value in almost all transactions by you buying or selling at the better end of the spread, and then add on to that short selling, where the recognition that you don't actually have to have the product to sell it and make money off of it. That if you see that there's something that people are buying at a price that is higher than that you could buy it somewhere else, that you could sell it even though you don't have
It's called
it.
arbitrage is the term for it, right?
Well, it's an arbitrage, but I'm saying that the concept of a short selling, which is basically saying you could sell something that you don't have and make money by completing the transaction by buying it. So someone is coming up, is like, oh, I really want to buy this, I'll pay that. And you're just like, oh, sure, I'll sell it to you, even though you don't have it, because you know that you're going to be able to get it at a cheaper price. But if for some reason you can't get it at the cheaper price that you thought, you're going to have to complete the transaction and lose money. So, but most people, as I say, like I was in a day trading office, I'm saying, like, people that actually tried the trading profession, and even people who go to university, smart people, short selling is a very difficult concept to understand. And from some level, if you call it like a Jewish intuitive understanding, that like not all Jews necessarily like understand short selling, but it's like, of course I could sell something that I don't have. I don't need to have it to sell it. I can
I think
just
part
sell
of it, people already have trouble understanding financing, like basic financing, right? It's like, I'm paying to buy, I'm buying money, right? It's like the whole concept of interest and everything. It's like, of course you're going to grasp it eventually because it's part of life, but there are people that like that's not even intuitive to them. So then to go into short selling, it's like, it's a whole complicated contract system, and you're promising to buy it later at a different price, but you don't
the
even.
dissonance of if you recognize the price discovery in the bid and offer system, and the dissonance that price is an objective measure of worth. And when you put yourself on the open market to make money for providing a service, that's an objective measure of worth. And saying the dissonance is like, oh crap, I'm worth $12 an hour. Saying or something like, I need Bernie Sanders to beg so that I'm not at $15 an hour, or even whatever it is. There's a dissonance level there of the recognition that that's an objective measure of worth, at least from the laws of economics. And then if you say, well, there's factually a spread, and so I might have an objective. I meant to ask you, have you ever heard of the RS means book?
Well, I'm sorry, what is it?
The RS means.
What does that stand for? The RS part?
I forget. I'll do a Google
It's part
search.
of like the Moody's and the ratings in the market, or
It's for construction, and it has. It's for cost estimating, and it has basically construction task by square foot and average market expected price. So if it's like laying concrete, and you want to know how much labor it's going to cost, so it'll say, even though you're going to pay the labor per hour or something like that, but when you estimate it, you want it per square foot. So it's a whole book of market averages of labor costs per square foot. And so anyone doing construction estimating, if you have your own track record or services, I've done cost like for tile and various services in the past when I did it professionally. We measured the task in square feet, but we paid our laborers in hours. So we had to, do a rough calculation to the basic, calculation of how long it takes a person to do a square foot, to do a conversion of dollars per hour to dollars per square foot. And, so that's somewhat of a task performance that could be measured. But most people do some sort of
it's not always linear, right? Because sometimes it's like two people will actually make it.
Cost estimating is not an exact science, so it's an estimate. But it's a related field. So there's the RS means, and there's usually two numbers. Sometimes you'll have the 75-25, which is the 75th percentile payment level and the 25th percentile payment level. And for example,
dude, you gotta mute when you're not talking. Okay, I've had to mute you twice, so be considerate, especially when your audio is so shitty. Like I'm constantly hearing background noise and it's distracting.
Yes, I'll finish up here. And so you have you like a painter, for example. Let's say the RS mean is $18, which means that per hour, that your average painter is getting $18 per hour, and then you're going to have a 75-25 number where and I might be off on these numbers, but they're probably ballpark. Your 75-25 is going to be something like $25 and $14, and that means that the 75th percentile person, the 75th best paid of painters is making $25 an hour, and the 25th percentile lowest percent is making $14 an hour. And you would have these are numbers that if you're an industry insider you either have your own internal numbers and or industry release number. That would be IT or any field. And if it's like lines of code, per hour or per dollar, and so I was mentioned like the science of management, construction management. It's economic theory that efficient markets objectively determine. I mean, we'll call objective, but if you're calling economics a science, that efficient markets through price discovery objectively determine value. And if you're knowledgeable of the spread, you could maximize your value by selling your value, by trying to sell your service by having someone take your offer rather than having to hit someone's bid.
When the market's working, it's great. Like you won't get any argument from me there, and I do think.
When I say when it's working, you were saying there's.
Well, hold on. Let me
well, I was saying the laws of economics. When you say okay, the stock market, the Nasdaq might work or not work, but the laws of economics, you're saying that it's a factual understanding of karma that through the process of price discovery, you could accurately price something's value.
Well, the problem is the pump and dump, right? The
problem that's not artificial. A problem. Say that's a temporary inefficiency or problem in the market, but it's in the laws of economics are still the laws of economics.
Well, what's funny about the whole GameStop thing, in my opinion, is these Wall Street guys who have been manipulating the market for years are all upset because someone squeezed their short for once. They're used to being on the other end of it, and it's just like funny because like they're suddenly talking like you are now. Like I think you're being sincere, right, about price discovery and everything, but you have these people who don't actually give a shit about all that. They're suddenly giving these whole spiels about oh well, the short selling, it makes it more efficient because if a company's failing, they should just crash and burn and rather than slowly fade away. And it's like, yeah, but if they were trying to do the opposite, if they were trying to pump a stock that they knew was going to crash eventually, it's just like
economics is much more cold-blooded. You need
hypocrisy.
You need short sellers for efficient markets. So it's not a moral question. If something is overpriced, you're supposed to short it. And it just means if you see someone offering to buy something at more than its value, you should sell it to them. And so short selling is not a moral question of manipulating markets. It's saying if you have accurately assessed that the value of something is higher than it should, the correct transaction is to short it. And
that's taking a pretty big risk in an environment where half of the American dollars were printed in the last year or something like that. And that's one thing I haven't heard too many times is people ascribing the short squeeze to the quantitative easing, which would appear to be the most media sideshows aside would appear to be the most rational causative factor.
Yeah, I mean Steve Cohn, who like God forbid I mentioned the karma of having had my rabbi thrown in prison. But he's saying that he is a steward of money. And as the steward of money, you're required to grow it. And if you're looking, saying like he's a trader and you have to make a trade on the market. And if the market is overvalued, the correct trade is a short. And so there's no, moral judgment in the fact. You're saying Steve Cohn's a trader. He's got money. He's got to grow his money because anybody with money knows that's what you got to do with it. And the market is overvalued. So the correct trade is a short. There's no moral question about whether he did right or wrong. He did what is required of efficient markets.
Well, I think it's a bit dishonest not to distinguish between legitimate and naked shorting, which appears to be what
If you
happened
see
here.
what I'm saying, if you have a given commodity
I get the logic of it.
and you're looking at it and it's either undervalued or overvalued. If it's undervalued, the correct trade is to buy it. And if it's overvalued, the correct trade is to short it.
I get
So
it,
if
but
you're
there's a
looking
difference
at the
between
commodity
naked shorting and
overpriced-
regular shorting. There's a big difference between naked shorting and regular shorting. And if something is shorted at 100 and whatever percent of its float, that's by definition a naked short. There couldn't
Well, you say
possibly
the
be
risk-
enough shares to cover it.
Yeah, and the risk level of the
And that's
ability of
illegal in
person-
Israel. So if it's illegal in Israel, why would they do that?
Well, really, they probably are too strict on the short. Really, they probably should loosen the restrictions on short selling.
They're saying that they should be able to manipulate prices to whatever they want because with
Short
silver,
selling is not manipulating.
Oh yeah, silver is short sold, naked shorts, and that
Short
manipulates the price
selling
downward.
is
Everyone
short
knows
selling,
that.
It's a legitimate transaction. A market has to allow you to short sell. Not allowing short selling is manipulating the market.
Hold on a
I don't know
second.
why you're not
Why would that be
distinguishing-
manipulating?
Short selling is a legitimate market transaction. So you're saying, oh, we don't want people
Why can't you
shorting,
just
so we
let
have
it?
to we
Why
have
can't
to
you just not
limit-
buy it? You don't buy it, and the price falls, and that's how stocks fail. Why is that? Is shorting really adding that much value for the risk it brings? For the idea of betting against a company.
Yeah, for efficient markets, you need
How
short-
much more efficient does it make it though? Is there any studies on that? Like, okay, without short selling, this would happen. Like, give me an example of something that would be.
Well, the
You
idea
say-
is that if it's overvalued, shorting it brings the price down faster. But there's a huge difference between a real short and a naked short. A real short, the liability is passed on to the borrower. A naked short, all that does is drive the price whatever direction. Well, it'd be down.
Yeah, but I mean, any kind of
manipulate the price
regulation is
by
going to
price.
require getting rid of you. If we're going to try and regulate, you probably have to make it hard to short at all. Like, if you're allowing it, it's going to be hard to keep out. Like, oh well, this is the wrong kind.
Well, you do realize that fiat, the principle of fiat, is a naked short because it has no intrinsic value.
It's funny because people have this like moral implication, like you did something morally wrong by shorting. When it's saying that's what they say, like it's a difficult concept. It's like you didn't do anything wrong by shorting. All you did was sell it first and then buy it. And so if you're a trader and you're looking at the stock and you're saying the price is too high, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to sell it, and then when it goes down, I'm going to buy it back. And
And what if
that's
you're wrong and it goes up and you can't pay for it?
so that's a liquidity issue with your brokers, that you have to have the funds to carry out the transaction that you desire to carry out. But there's nothing intrinsically wrong with shorting. In fact, you should be able to short. People should be encouraged to short. You have efficient markets. If people think the price is higher than it should be, it's actually good for the market that they short. They should be encouraged to short when they feel that the price is too high.
So, David, do you think
It'd
they
be better
should
for
almost make it
everybody
more like
if
Vegas?
everybody recognized that in their accounts, and it's not a form of gambling at all. It's saying if you're looking, because really what it is your wealth is based on your stewardship of greater society. So if you're a wealthy person, it means that you are an owner of society, and literally. So it's saying like, no, I mean, like I'm a person of means, and I own shares in the electricity company and the bank and social media companies and a whole horde of various industries. And so say when I take a trip and I go to this restaurant to eat and I go to this hotel to sleep, that I'm a partial, or this gas company to fill up with gas, that those are my companies. I'm a partial owner in those companies. And so if you're looking from society and you're saying that I would like to be a partial owner of this company, but it is overvalued, so I am going to short it. And that's the proper, so saying that, yeah, you should have a stake in all aspects of the society. So like if you're a man of means, you say I'm a partial owner of the transactions that I go to. I go to a gas station that I partially own. I go to stores and various things that I partially own. And the things that are overpriced, I help the market become efficient by shorting them.
All right, David, what about antitrust and
It's a separate
monopolies?
issue. I mean, so there's problems in the market by saying that there's nothing intrinsically wrong about shorting. In fact, it's a good thing. There's problems like antitrust, naked shorts, liquidity issues. There could be issues where shorting is bad, but shorting in general is a good thing, and it should be encouraged. That someone should recognize that if they think something is overvalued, they should consider shorting it.
Unless there's a bunch of
And
quantitative
I'm not
easing
giving
going on.
people, I'm not giving people like financial advice that they should necessarily, but yeah, I would say that
This is not financial advice.
that anybody who's doing amateur trading should have regular short trades, because basically the market is going up or going down, and if you're a trader, you got to make money when the market's going down, and you do that by being short. You can't make money. You could try to make money when the market's going down by being in the handful of stocks that are going up, even though the market's going down. But no, the way to make money when the market's going down is by being short. And you didn't do anything wrong. There's nothing morally wrong about making money by being short, by predicting that the market's going down and selling something at a high price. Just you recognize that the price was too high and you decided to sell it even though you don't have it. You didn't do anything wrong, and in fact, it was a legitimate moral trade that actually makes the market more efficient.
I know we have someone new on the stream. I don't know if you want to say anything. Your name is on the thing. I don't know if you want me to say your name or not. It's on the display though. So, did you want to say hi or? Okay, maybe not. All right, I guess he's just listening in.
It's not. I explained that concept to maybe even hundreds of people. It's not, necessarily.
Well,
I think isn't the idea with shorting that you're borrowing a stock and then selling it? And then not the idea. So you have to buy it back later.
Shorting makes the market more adversarial. Would you disagree with that?
No, there's no moral implication to
I'm
shorting.
not talking about morality. I'm saying it makes it more adversarial. There has to be someone on the other end willing to sell you that short position.
Yeah, so if from a regulation standpoint, usually you're saying it's a naked short if you sell it and you don't own it. So to short it, your brokerage house usually has to reserve stock that, if it's a brokerage house that they're doing trading, usually they also have huge amounts of stock across the sector. So they actually have to reserve a certain amount of the stock that they actually have in order for you to short it. So it means that no, you're not selling something that you don't have. You're borrowing it to sell it because you're predicting the price is going down. So basically, you could look at it different ways that really of what there's different understandings of what is actually occurring through a short sale. But the implication is just saying that you don't actually have to own it to sell it. and by selling it, even though you don't own it, you didn't do anything wrong. There's nothing like manipulation. You're not, like adversarially affecting the market. It's just a factual element that you could sell it even though you don't have it. So if you see the price is high, you're like, oh man, like I wish I think I should sell it now because it's going to go down. That you could sell it and buy it back later, and it's basically the same thing as if the time frame was in reverse, like the direction of time was flowing the opposite direction. So the actual market regulation that keeps on changing about what is required of a short. Do you actually have to have the stock? Does it have to be borrowed? Can you have a naked short? Is a naked short dependent on margin covering results? Is saying that what happens if the price goes up, and in order to complete the transaction, you have to buy it back at a substantially higher price, which factually you have to do as an obligation of shorting it and of selling it when you don't own it. You entered a contract knowing that you are eventually going to have to buy it to complete the transaction, no matter how high the price goes. And therefore, there's a legal requirement to how much money you need to put up or have at hand in case the price goes against you. So if it's like Stephen Cohn, who had to have a few more $1 billion fed into his fund to demonstrate that he could cover the short call, and the possibility that it could bankrupt him and go high, that he wouldn't be able to cover the call, or at a level where you have a margin call where you have and I've seen it, God forbid, friends of mine lost millions of dollars, most of his fund, but it's happened to countless people. It happens all the time. It's still happening, where you get that margin call, you're short, and you think it's going to go down eventually, but eventually you have your margin amount that becomes maximized, and when that is the case, it will force you out of the transaction, and you will take the whole loss. And usually, that margin call is around the point where it's basically your whole account. So you walk away with the transaction, with nothing, and that's the danger of short selling. But from the pure dynamics of how a market should operate, is there should not be any stigma attached to short selling, and people should understand that you don't have to own it to sell it, and that if you're looking at the market and you think the price is high, you could sell it like you were cashing out on profit as if you had bought it at a lower price, and time is reversed and the transaction is happening in reverse time.
Cool.
Doooovid self-identifies as a short seller, and he's sick of the stigma in society.
Well, I said that if you could understand the concept, it'll increase your earning power, because you'll understand that you don't have to have, when you see opportunity, you could take it. So, so it's like I was, out and I saw that they were buying something at this price, and I knew, I thought I saw it sold somewhere else at a cheaper price, that you could, deal, sold. And he's like, but you don't own it yet. He's like, you don't have to. And so, just that understanding of business and the mindset of how short selling operates could function at all levels of business, and that combined with the spread, where it's saying I try to maximize my position on the spread in every single transaction.
You think there's any alternatives that could make the market efficient without the need for short selling?
No, I think you need short selling for efficient markets. So the pressure now to get rid of short selling is really just economic incompetence, because
Hysteria, moral panic of sorts.
Yeah, because it's one thing. It's a recognition that most people don't have investments or savings at all.
What would your perfect market be, right? Because you said there should be less regulation on short selling. Like, give me your, you know, starting with a pool of people, and you know you have $1 million among them. Like, how should the market work? If you want to explain your philosophy of it.
Well, so I mean, there's two different. There's a factual karmatic market that exists in all transactions on a theoretical level, like a scientific mathematical equation. And then there's actual material markets like the NASDAQ, the commodities exchange, that we use for these transactions. So, you know, we say that when you sell your service, you didn't necessarily conduct that transaction through an exchange, but there was a theoretical exchange of the market that determined the value of your service and priced it. You understand what I'm saying? I don't get a
Yeah,
response.
I'm following you, but I don't know. Maybe he's muted.
I'm separating the laws of economics that imply that there's an implied market even when there's not a market, versus when you're talking about a material market in existence. So from the laws of economics, there's an implied market in all transactions, as opposed to simply defining how the inexistent, so to say, markets that we refer to and understand, like the exchanges um, in actual operation. And so I'm referring to the implied market in all transactions. And so you say short selling is a natural phenomenon that in many transactions you don't need the product. You could sell it before you buy it. And like if you were driving through and you saw a sign that says, like buying something at a certain price, and you pulled over, I got it, I'll have it here by tomorrow at this time, and they give you the money, they're great, and they give you the money, and really you didn't have it. You have, but you have, so say the contract and the recognition that maybe, you don't necessarily have to lie. You just say, oh, I saw that you're trying to sell this, deal. I'll have it to you at this time tomorrow, and you don't have to inform them whether you have it now or not. You just know that you entered into a deal to have it, this transaction at a certain time, or if it doesn't even have a time frame to the completion of the transaction, and just that's a viable possibility. You're not tricking the person by selling the service, and then completion of that at a future point of time.
Do you believe in any kind of safety nets, or like any aspects of just for lack to give the most general word, is there any aspects of collectivism that you find interesting or admirable, or are you completely like libertarian type of capitalist?
I'm not even a capitalist. Like, I'm more libertarian. I'm saying I'm more a theoretician, and I'm saying that theoretical markets exist independently of economic systems. So, if there's an exchange of services and there's an arbitrary or objective measure of value that's exchanged, the theoretical market exists, some dependent and independent level to the material markets. And that's why I said, like, money is karma, that there's somewhat of an objective truth to the market value of services or products.
Cool. Thanks for the explanation. We have a new person on the show. I don't know if you want to say something or if your audio works right now. Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah, I fixed it. Yeah, I don't really have much to add. I've been following the conversation. I agree with Doovid for the most part. Again, don't have much to add, but I think that's really interesting. Side topic is the parallel between sort of the spirit or spirituality and also financial gain in this world. And yeah, I don't know how many topics I could really relate with you guys, but I think doing a financial stream would be really interesting.
See, Judaism and natural short selling, and saying it's a kind of like a Jewish nature to short things, and like that's like the right side of history. Like I'm on the right side of history, is in other words, is I've shorted the wrong side of history. That you guys thought this was going to be the right side of history, so I sold it to you, I shorted it to you, and when you realize you're on the wrong side of history, I'll complete the transaction by buying it back for nothing and giving it to you. And it's somewhat like a nature of a Judeo understanding of karma that includes something parallel to the market concept of shorting, and it's the Jewish prophetic spirit of understanding like the right and wrong side of history, and then profiting from being on the right side of history.
Some fascist is gonna clip that.
I mean, it's not just a Judaic thing. Any method of understanding, but saying that, like, yeah, there is a connection historically, and within, like you could look at it as a compliment to maybe an insult. And it could also be.
I look at it a little. I can see your point of view.
The pejorative, like, oh, it's like shorting, it's just wrong. And like like a Judeo understanding, like, no, like there's nothing wrong with shorting, it's actually a good thing.
I do understand that it can make the market more efficient. I guess I'm a little more cynical. I think that it can be abused. I hear when I first heard the concept explained to me years ago, it was just like, wow, that sounds like it could be abused easily. But
that may not even be the case. That could be abused more than anything else. If it's a necessary.
Well, yeah, pump and dump doesn't require shorting, so yeah, I guess you're right about that. But I mean, it's just like, why introduce an extra avenue? It's like, yeah, sure, there's other ways to exploit.
Because it wasn't extra, saying that shorting was fundamentally part of the markets from the creation. When markets were first created, it was known. So the idea that we could eliminate shorting is it's almost moronic, because like your shorting was part of the markets from the beginning. You can't have markets without shorting. For efficient markets, you need to be able to short something if you think it's overpriced. Otherwise, you don't have efficient markets.
I guess there's like cloak and dagger that maybe makes it seem.
I mean, it's like you coming in. It's like, I don't like shorting. Like, can't we just get rid of it?
I don't know if
it seems kind of like Judaic or like usurious or like mean spirited. So like, no, there's nothing. It's just factual part of efficient markets. If something's overpriced, you have the right to sell it and complete the transaction by buying it back later.
Mm-hmm. All right, I gotta go, but it's good talking to you.
Yep.
All right, bye, Jen.
See you later. Try to work on some questions so we can have a more structured conversation next time.
Yeah. I was just trying to chime in, and it didn't work. All right, bye.
See you soon.
We're going forever, so.
I know, this was crazy long. We're almost going on 6 hours. So I guess if you want to wrap up, I'm getting a little hungry, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to sleep and wrap up. But good show, and I think I'm probably just gonna have to do some streams, and maybe Jennifer, she'll have a mindset. We'll try to really work through some of these models of expertise, or maybe I'll do that on my own. But hopefully that there'll be something interesting to move forward, and it'll be something practical where people could see that they have increased performance, task performance in discrete units, and better overall performance on a measurable level where it's understanding, like saying like, oh, Dave, I was listening to the show and I thought about activities that I was performing and broke them down into discrete units and tried to measure task performance and improve my task performance, and my overall performance improved, and now I'm making more money and winning more friends and influencing more people, or whatever, or more altruistic, that like I really want to be able to serve God and alleviate the suffering of humanity, and so I want to have more expertise in various fields in order to fulfill the Ahimsa principle or whatever. So I think it'll be fitting with Week in Review, and definitely appreciative Jennifer for struggling through these ideas that are likely to at least temporarily possibly increase dissonance.
I don't think I had any dissonance today. I don't really think I've ever had dissonance, just mild irritation from con-ops mostly and the like. But I wouldn't call that dissonance per se. It's more like pre dissonance. That's why I get angry. It's just like, stop. I won't tolerate any pre dissonance. But yeah, I think it was a good chat, and I definitely learned a few things. So I certainly appreciate all the people who graced us with their presence, and hopefully you will feel you have more to contribute next time. New guest, and I'm still not sure if you want me to use your name or not, so I won't. But thanks for coming on, and hopefully we'll see you around.
Okay, yeah, great. It's like 1:30 here in Detroit.
Oh boy.
So
Well,
maybe
have
a mile longer if Andrew finds a voice. But have a great night, and it's possible I'll Ask the Rabbis this week on reincarnation. If so, I'll post in my Twitter and social media.
That sounds like fun. I'll definitely be tuned into that if I'm available. So we'll keep an eye out for that. And we'll see everybody next Sunday, if not sooner. Thank you so much for joining us on Week in Review. Take care and bye for now.
That's just so to say, a worthless opinion of.
It's so important that she can't be told, she won't be told that it's wrong. And
bringing it back to Church of Entropy and her attack dog Gandalf the White.
Why don't you learn to shut up and fuck your goddamn logic?
They control the media, and the media is capable of making the sheeple believe in anything.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, we've had these streams, and I've been doing with Church of Entropy, and she's been bringing on new people, and like we did those streams on like stream etiquette. We walked through like the technology.
I have like very strongly negative opinions of the kind of Brundle clique.
Is she trying to garner herself cult prestige by associating herself with a